どこかへお出かけお嬢様喉がカラカラ限界ギリギリ発狂寸前キュン2番目にイケてる人がいいいいえ人なら誰でもいいな贅沢言わない発見おいしそうな男の子チュルル青白い肌赤い唇いいものあげる暗闇で思わせぶりにウインク張り紙ながら目を伏せてバッとやってガンとやってチュッとしてシャナリシャナリお嬢様か弱いオーラで惑わせる瞳見たら釘付けよバンパイアガールキュンどこかへお出かけお嬢様喉がカラカラ限界ギリギリ発狂寸前キュン2番目にイケてる人がいいいいえ人なら誰でもいいな贅沢言わない発見おいしそうな男の子チュルル青白い肌赤い唇張り紙ながら目を伏せてバッとやってガンとやってチュッとしてシャナリシャナリお嬢様100年生きてるロリータ愛した人には背を向けてバンパイアガールキュン
You seem so far away, and I just need to hear your voice. I just need to hear you say, if you would have me go or stay. Girl, in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to
soul's embrace.
If it's not meant to be this way, why do you haunt me night and day? Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you. Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you.
I'm calling out.
Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you. Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you. Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you. Girl in the tower. Here in the tower.
Kind of crazy how some games went so fucking insane with their soundtrack back in the day, right? Like, I don't know, man. I wouldn't expect that to be like a song that's tied to a fucking King's Quest game. Not this one, obviously. This one is A Hat in Time, which is also a very good game, but that's not what we're talking about today. Because today, guys, it's that time again. It's that the month is finally ending once again, and we're back with the goddamn viewing stream. Yeah, that's how it be. That's how it go. Funnily enough, I would have watched the Pokemon Presents today, but it was Pokemon Day yesterday, and I was streaming yesterday, so if you want to see that, you can't. I'm probably later after the stream tonight or tomorrow, I'm gonna like just cut that specific section of the Pokemon Presents from yesterday's stream, and then I'm gonna like upload that as a video. If you care about my opinion, I don't have a whole lot to say really, other than like, oh, phone game. I say that a lot, I think, but I say that a lot on every Pokemon Presents. The only thing I can really say is that I like 2 out of the 3 starters, and that's kind of it. I don't know. I saw a lot of people today specifically. I saw a lot of people already talk about the graphics of the game, and I was under the impression that that wasn't really a thing we were shown yet. I mean, the stuff we saw in the trailer, I don't know if there was any actual like game footage. Is this on? It is. We didn't. At least I don't think that we saw any actual game footage. What I saw in the trailer didn't look bad. But you know, my point is, I'm gonna wait. I'm going to wait for more info on the game, and then you know, we're gonna. Oh, don't fucking start that yet. And then at some point, you know, we're gonna probably watch the trailers and stuff on stream anyway. But like in general, the idea will be like, yeah, we're gonna, you know, wait and we're gonna see what the future brings. Because I to reiterate again, because I said this yesterday, and I don't know if I said it during any footage that is like actually gonna make it onto YouTube, but I'm from my perspective, I've said it before, I'm not gonna do Pokemon or like new Pokemon games on the channel anymore unless they really catch my attention. And I don't know if the new gen will do that. I don't know if Gen 10 will be able to bring me that. What I do know is apparently it's exclusive to Switch 2, which I saw some complaints about, but then I also thought of it like, well, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Because the games aren't gonna... I mean, the games supposedly are coming out next year. I think it's fair to leave like an almost 10-year-old console behind and hop onto the next one. I mean, people have bought consoles for one game before, and I'm sure there's going to be more exclusives anyway, so... I mean, I guess there already are, but... I think most people are buying the Switch 2 for Mario Kart. I did, because it looked awesome. But another thing that's coming to Switch, since we're on the topic already, is Tomodachi Life. We're getting a new game in April, I believe, which I will probably stream. Sorry, I'm smoking. I'll probably stream that. I don't see why not, at least for a while. And yeah, I'm excited. And in regards to that, the first video that we've been sent today is the most disturbing Tomodachi Life glitch, ARG, by a channel near and dear to my heart, Green Man Sam. And as a fellow Green Man, not a Sam though, but as a fellow Green Man, I gotta support the homies. Let's see what this shit is. Fucking scariest thing right off the bat. Fucking Gmail. Oh, well, I just realized. Okay, I wasn't thinking of the Epstein stuff, but like, I just reminded myself. Ugh. Truly scary. Terrifying.
You've got mail.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeferi.
I found this strange channel posting Tomodachi Life clips.
Hell
On
yeah.
the surface, it seems pretty average, but when looking deeper, you discover something is deeply wrong with these videos.
Deeply wrong.
I highly recommend you dive deep into the series.
This motherfucker said deep 3 times in the same sentence.
You don't know what you might find.
This was the email I received.
Oh,
too
not
long
Gmail.
ago,
This wasn't the email. This was a
detailing
Gmail, you
weird
fucking
Tomodachi
asshole.
Life channel. I receive emails suggesting ARGs pretty often, but this one felt different.
Did it?
At first, I was just going to leave it be. But then I got this itch.
Is ARG the new creepypasta? I guess I remember, you know, when I was a young lad, when I was like in my teens, creepypasta was like a really fucking huge thing. I don't know how big it is now at this point anymore. I have no frame of reference. But I remember creepypasta being a big thing, and I remember YouTube being filled with videos about the newest, coolest creeping pasting. And I know that like now at this point ARGs are kind of like that, you know, where it's like every other fucking channel either talks about ARGs or there's like an ARG going on.
So I decided to dive deeper. But nothing could have prepared me for what I had in store. Hello, my polygonal friends.
Polygonal?
In today's video,
Do you mean
I'm
polygonal?
Going to be talking about a small YouTube
You fucking
channel
asshole.
called Optical Mouse 99.
Yo, holy shit.
It started posting
Lego.
Tomodachi Life videos on January 22nd of this year.
10 subscribers.
So, with that all out of the way,
That's not fair.
get ready, because this is the story of Optical Mouse.
Oh, nice. Already immediately gave me my IP address.
Video 1 starts off with an intro from our player, Optical Mouse 99. But I'll just call him Optical Mouse. Hi guys,
Much
I'm
shorter.
Optical Mouse. Today I'm going to be doing a playthrough of a new game. It's a very new game called Tomodachi Life.
Very new game.
Remember to like and sub.
Oh, fuck.
When setting the time,
You guys remember
we
Windows
see
Movie Maker?
that it reads June 8th, 2014.
That
Which was 2 days, June 8th.
scariest day. Scariest date of all. Terrifying. Truly.
2014, which was 2 days after the release of Tomodachi Life in North
I guess
America.
he was right.
We
It
then
was a
get the
very new
reveal
game.
Of Optical Mouse's island name.
My Island.
It was kind of cool.
The rest of this video is pretty average.
Smiling
We
Friends is
first
ending, by the
see
way.
Optical Mouse
No more smiling.
making
It's illegal
his
now.
Look-alike me, where the me asks for a friend on the island.
Well, yeah.
Optical Mouse
It is
decides to
Tomodachi
make
after
his
all.
favorite Nintendo character, which is Luigi.
Uh,
But while making Luigi, Optical Mouse says something interesting. It's really lucky I even got this game. When we got to the store, they were all sold out. Well, if they were all sold out, how is he playing the game right now?
Did he get it from a garage sale? Ooh, boys, this is where it gets juicy. They got it in a black box and a black cartridge with black marker. That was written on the cartridge. It was written, "Do not play evil," and the evil, it was written red marker.
The video plays out normally. And that's about it for this video. On to
Based.
the next one.
I made Mario.
My name's Mario. I always try to have a smile on my face.
That's
The
sick.
second video starts
That sounded
off
just like the
with
real
Optical
Mario.
Mouse telling us about this weird glitch in Tomodachi Life. Hi guys. Today I think I found a weird glitch in Tomodachi Life.
Oh no.
Let me know if anyone else has had this happen. The video starts out normal. with
And then
Optical
Mario
Mouse
has hyper
making some moves.
realistic
He makes
eyes.
Mario, SpongeBob, and Samus from Metroid.
For Metroid D.
When it
Okay.
gets to the final character,
Oh, no.
he makes, Daisy, we see text appear on screen that reads, "This is where things started to get weird."
Oh
When
shit.
looking
He
at
spelled
Daisy,
weird wrong.
Optical Mouse notices that even though he made only 6 Miis, there are 7 rooms.
Oh,
Then
fuck.
see this happen.
Disease. Yo, shit, it's Disease. My favorite character. It's me.
We see a Mii
Not
called
butthole face.
Disease. When looking deeper at the
Disease.
Mii, Optical Mouse notices that Disease's
I busy a
name
J.
is just a bunch of random letters.
I busy a J.
Optical Mouse then erases
Comes
Disease. He keeps
disease.
playing as regular after that, feeding Daisy and then going to talk to Mario. But when he's done talking to Mario,
Oh no.
we see this happen.
It's me. Oh, Mario's dead. Oh, never mind. Bricked. Yeah, that's why you shouldn't have gotten your game from that old man at the garage sale, dude.
So in the final
An old
scene,
man with 3
we
teeth and
see
hyper-realistic
Disease
tongue.
return after being erased, and then the game crashes.
You can't delete
So,
disease.
Other than seeing this,
Unless you're like a
weird
doctor.
Mii, that's about it for this video.
Alright.
On to video 3. Video 3 starts off with Optical Mouse doing his intro, where he tells us, while recording another video, that he spotted something creepy.
Tom Doachi
The
life.
video plays out normally at first, with Optical Mouse
Luigi's
just
home.
checking up
Not
on his
dead.
knees, until, while feeding Luigi,
Starts vomiting violently. He loved it. But why was there a Satan for a second?
Did you see it?
for a single frame or so, we see this
He loved it!
distorted image of Luigi. It seemingly has the background of a graveyard or something.
Oh no, Luigi's
Optimus
dead.
seemingly didn't notice and continues on with his recording. But after checking out the new hats and the newly constructed water fountain, we see this.
Oh no. Evil! Do you know the address of your... Oh. What?
So after Optical Mouse just gets doxxed by
Based.
the game,
Base
he
disease.
goes to Disease's room.
It's me.
Nothing strange happens.
I'm the
so
disease.
Optical Mouse decides to leave.
Damn. I'm not lifing
Might as well
Tomodachi
not
right
waste
now.
Any time. Let's go see what happened.
I
in
don't
the
like
next
this
video.
anymore. Ooh.
This video is strange. Once starting
They're all
the game,
strange.
we can see that the quality is the worst we've seen from the series. And when listening to the music, it just sounds off.
It just sounds like
Optical Mouse
Nintendo
goes
DS
to
music.
the apartments
What are you talking about?
where we see something truly strange. I'll
No!
let this whole segment play out instead of interrupting every time.
Disease lives. Oh, there's another disease. And more disease. And I feel like at some point you just gotta like stop clicking on rooms. Oh, hey, disease. Why is this happening to me? I'm
The
only a
apartments are
little
just
boy.
full of copies of Disease, and each time Optical Mouse clicks on one of the rooms, the game gets more and more distorted.
It's just Nintendo's
The
copy
video
protection, don't
ends
worry about
with
it.
Optical Mouse scrambling to quit the game. The description is odd. It reads,
For the fun of it.
Doesn't really have much to do with this video, so on to the next one.
Reboot. Oh, okay.
The fifth video
Alright.
starts off with text from Optical Mouse saying how he fully rebooted his 3DS. He starts his island from scratch. First, he names his new island My Island again. Then, going on to make his look-alike me. Once he is done creating his Optical Mouse me, he goes in to check on the me. When talking with the me,
Evil.
so Optical Mouse goes to the market and buys the me some steak. After the me eats, it says that it is pretty lonely here on the island. So, Optical Mouse goes to make a friend for it.
It's me, Austin.
Okay, so that was a lot to unpack.
Not
So,
really.
let me
It was.
go scene
I
by
don't know,
scene for you.
boy. It was kind of. It was kind of pretty straightforward. I'm not gonna lie to you. He showed his face
Guys.
or his
Before
butthole.
Optical Mouse could even make a new me, disease appears on the screen, and he talks
It's me,
directly
Austin.
to Optical Mouse. This
It's
is what he
me.
said, because it is pretty hard to understand him. Disease says,
Hi, Jackson.
It's me.
How are you enjoying the game? Why do you keep deleting me?
Cause you're
What's
ugly
wrong, Jackson?
and you're bold.
What's with that look on your face?
Disease then seemingly uses
Ugly
the photo
bold.
mode option of Tomodachi Life's Me Creator to show Optical Mouse's face. And Optical Mouse quickly backs out, ending the video. The description reads, a discussion with him. Most
10
likely
subscriber.
referring to a discussion with disease. Anyways, that's all for video 5. On to video 6.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to say this, but I will be taking a break
Now,
from
this is the
Tomodachi Life.
shortest video of the series, being only 30 seconds long. So, I'll play it fully for you.
I will be taking a break. I will not be playing Tomodachi anymore. Yeah, shouldn't have bought it at a garage sale. Telling you. Never
Now,
do
You
that.
might be thinking that is all for this video, but you'd be wrong.
Oh no.
Because, if we go into the description,
Oh,
we see this jumble of text. It may just look like keyboard mashing to you.
I mean, I feel like
and
that's
it
exactly
kinda
what that is.
But some of you may notice the spacing and the capitalization of certain letters. If we were to take all of these outliers and switch their capitalization, we
Oh.
get
I mean, you don't even have to do
YouTube
that.
link. This is what we see on the secret link.
Get on the game now, Jackson.
Get on the game now, Jackson.
Actually, it says
A
Waxon, but
smiley
fair.
face. This is seemingly on Optical Mouse's real life door. So, that just leaves
That was
us
just his bro
with the
telling him to
final
hop on
video
Fortnite,
of the
man.
series.
It's not that deep.
Fine.
Fine.
Play your stupid
I'll
game.
play your
We then see
stupid
Optical
game.
Mouse back on Tomodachi Life.
Leave
Looking at
disease
the
to
top
me.
right, we see that it is 11:44 p.m.
Hmm.
Throughout the video,
That's close to midnight.
Optical Mouse just tries to play the game while ignoring disease. But when his me levels up, he tries to teach it a catchphrase.
Hi, Jason.
Optical Mouse seemingly did not type that message, so he tries to type another one. We then get a conversation through the catchphrase system. It goes,
Hi, Jackson. What? Come talk to me. No.
Optical Mouse then backs out of his Mii's room and tries to get his mind off it by making a new Mii. But
I wonder
while
if
making SpongeBob,
we're
the
gonna
last
get a
name
similar
changes to Jackson. He
creator
quickly changes it and goes into
as in
SpongeBob's room.
Metopia. Like a similar me creation.
SpongeBob, I always try to have a smile on my face.
Was that maybe in the trailer? I don't remember.
I don't really know much about this disease character. What do you think about me and disease? Really? Well, that's a bummer.
Optical Mouse seemingly can't take it anymore.
Oh,
and
no.
Goes into Disease's room.
Yeah, also he's playing this
where
on
Disease
just an emulator.
Asks for a catchphrase. Optical Mouse asks,
What do you want?
and Disease replies with simply,
Look.
we then see what seems to be a school in the background, where Optical Mouse asks,
Who are you?
this is the final message
Who are you,
of the video.
motherfucker?
I just want this to be over.
I just
And
want to
that is
leave.
seemingly it for the channel. There are no other videos on the channel, no more secrets,
Dang it.
etc. But right as I was about to start editing this video, I had this itch in the back of my mind.
No.
An itch telling me something wasn't right. So I decided to go back to where I
Gmail.
started. The email I received. I kept
The
reading
Gmail.
it and looking at it when I realized something. The email was sent on January 21st,
Oh.
but the channel only started uploading on January.
Oh my
22nd.
god.
So how did the emailer know it was a Tomodachi
Who
ARG?
was
Or even an ARG at all
phone?
if there were no videos on the channel. So I decided to email the person back asking how they found this channel. And in their next email,
They never
I received their
responded.
Google Drive. This is what was
That's
on
definitely
that Google
fucking
Drive.
like child porn or something. You were messaging with Jeffrey Epstein. Better not be a jump scare. Oh, it's the guy.
Thanks for watching.
Oh, what, really? Oh, that was cool though. I like that. That was pretty sick. That's pretty nice. That's cool. I like it. I love these like ARG videos. It's kind of neat, kind of cool, kind of fun, kind of schlinky. All right, what do we got? I really like this image. Pokemon Viento and Ola. How the hell do you break into our heavily fortified island base? Vibes. Well, truly. Before that is how Amy operates, though. Alright, well, that was pretty cool. I like that a lot. It's pretty neat. We've still got a few videos in my playlist here. I haven't really updated it at all. But, let's see. Maybe later on we can watch some more, like, horror stuff or whatever. The World's Most Dangerous Woman. This is the Fern channel, which is actually made by two German dudes, I believe. And they make some pretty interesting videos. Alright. The World's Most Dangerous Woman. That's gotta be my wife, am I right, guys?
It's the mid-90s. Kids all over Europe are thrilled. They finally
Oh,
have
she
their own
Disneyland.
here in Paris. These two kids have come all the way from
There's
Switzerland.
a fat
They've
fucking
been
piece
begging
of
their
shit
family to
kid.
take them here forever. Now they're finally here, and it's better than they imagined.
Why's that kid
They
got a
really come
fucking
here
5
forever.
o'clock shadow?
Now they're finally
Look at him. He's got like a fucking... Yeah, I'm actually a 32-year-old man.
here, and it's better than they imagined. It really is the happiest place on Earth.
Disneyland
The
Paris
park
was
is
fucking
buzzing with
awesome.
life. The daily parade rolls down Main Street. It's like they're in a Disney movie. And behind them, towering above it all, is the park's centerpiece, Sleeping Beauty's castle. Its golden spires gleaming under the French sun. At
The
first
French
glance,
sun?
They look like any other family. Perhaps they are diplomats from East Asia, enjoying
What?
a day off in Europe. The siblings watch the parade, but their eyes keep drifting back to the castle, almost like they're imagining themselves inside it, maybe as part of a royal family. The thing is, they are royalty,
Oh.
but their life is no fairy tale. When the boy grows up, he'll have his own empire. When the girl grows up, she'll become one of the most dangerous women in the world.
Officials say Kim Yo-jong is one
Well, okay. That's a little bit of a tonal whiplash from fucking Disneyland to fucking Kim Jong-un. I mean, hey. I guess the mouse couldn't make him happy.
of the key regime insiders. Unofficially about Kim Yo-jong.
Oh boy.
October 2024, Pyongyang, North Korea. A drone crashes in the country's capital. It's been distributing anti-North Korean propaganda leaflets.
Oh
It was
no.
most likely sent by South Korea, another act in the decades-long war between the two formerly united countries. The regime issues an official statement, warning that South Korea can expect the worst if they dare to escalate military tensions again. The worst meaning nuclear retaliation. The border is armed at full wartime strength, on standby to open fire. Nuclear threats coming out of North Korea are nothing new. Kim Jong-un has long threatened to annihilate his neighbor and regularly flaunts the regime's growing nuclear arsenal. What is new is that this threat isn't coming from him. It's coming from her. Kim Jong-un's younger sister, Kim Yo-jong. The world
What are we
has-
watching? We're watching a video on the world's most dangerous woman, the sister of Kim Jong-un, and it started really, really funny. You gotta like rewind a couple minutes, but like, it started off with the both of them as kids in Disneyland, and I don't know, the whiplash was very funny.
seen this woman before, in February 2018 at the Winter Olympic Games in South Korea. For the first time in decades, a direct member of the Kim family sets foot on South Korean soil. For 3 days, Kim Yo-jong captivates the media, attending meetings, having lunch with South Korea's president, Moon Jae-in,
Why?
shaking hands. Unlike her
I
brother,
remember when everyone was getting thirsty for her. That always happen. That happens with like younger female politicians, right? It's like there was like that Russian lady that everybody was simping for. There was another one, I don't remember. Whatever. You guys are all fucking losers.
she is not intimidating.
You and
She's
your
not shy with
weird
threats.
mommy
She's
fetish.
charming, soft-spoken, and diplomatic. For a brief moment, it feels like North Korea might be changing course. Maybe this is the start
Of course.
of a new era.
I'm sure.
Path to peace. But the Yo-jong people see in South Korea is just one side of her. Soon, the world will see the other. North Korea is a country built on control. Every piece of information is carefully managed by the regime. Outside the DPRK, we like to think that we're in control of our own information. But just as you're
We like
watching
to
this,
think.
data brokers might be
Motherfucker.
selling your personal
God
data,
damn it!
your home address, phone number, online searches, and even financial information. This data doesn't just fuel spam calls and scam attempts over your digital
Shut up.
footprint. In North
You
Korea,
son of a bitch.
images and stories matter. The Kims aren't just rulers. They are chosen by fate. Their power is divine. Every policy, every decision, every act of the regime serves a single purpose: ensuring the Kim dynasty's survival. Kim Yo-jung was born in 1987, or maybe in 1989. It's hard to verify. In 2011,
All right.
Kim Jong-il dies unexpectedly. His youngest son, Kim Jong-un, is declared his successor. At his father's funeral, a young woman stands behind him, dressed in black, head tilted to the side, gaze lowered. She weeps like the others, but unlike her brother, nobody knows her name. Kim Yo-jung
Silence
spent her entire
brand.
life in the shadows.
It's
Even
fine.
inside-
Like, I understand that you know, a lot of channels have to, you know, make money by getting sponsorships, and it's okay. I just thought it was a fucking, like, these guys always do this though. They always, like, you know, they always make some weird, like, oh hey, here's a segue into our sponsor. And I don't mind watching them usually, but it's like, I don't know. It always takes me out of the video immediately, and it takes me like a while to get back in.
North Korea, her existence is a secret. No photos, no official mention, no trace of her in state media. But that changes in the chaos of succession. At first, she blends in like any other aide, a quiet, dutiful presence in the background. She carries her brother's clipboard, stands at his side, and holds out a heavy crystal ashtray so the chain-smoking dictator can flick away his ashes. To the outside world, she looks just like another assistant. But if you look closely, she's always there, standing behind him at key moments, ensuring everything runs according to plan. Foreign analysts start noticing her presence. Intelligence agencies, journalists, and defectors all begin asking the same question.
Where's
Who
this
is she?
lady?
For Kim Jong-un at least, she's a close confidant, the only member of the family he truly trusts. Maybe that has something to do with her childhood in Europe.
They're like, is this gonna turn to some weird movie shit where she ends up like? I mean, I guess we don't know, right? Because they're still alive, as far as we're aware. You think this will at some point in the in the world's history turn into some weird betrayal?
Switzerland in the mid-90s. 2 North Korean children enroll in a private school in the city of Bern. Officially, they're the children of diplomats, but their passport names are fake. Nobody knows they are really the heirs to North Korea's most powerful family.
What?
Here, they're just 2 foreign kids in a country far away from Pyongyang. To their classmates, they seem like normal kids, playing soccer and inviting friends over to their modest apartment, going on ski trips, traveling Europe, and visiting Disneyland.
Fuck
A
yeah.
regular family. Except they're not.
우리는 평범한 집에서 살았고 평범한 가족처럼 행동했다. 나는 그들의 어머니처럼 행동했다.
Their mother isn't their mother. Ko Young-suk, their aunt, was sent to care for them in Switzerland. Years later, she defected to the US, where she appears to have been living in secrecy ever since.
Ko Young-suk told the Post she traveled from North Korea to take care of Kim, his older brother, and younger sister when they attended this boarding school in Switzerland.
Where's his older brother?
And just like her fake mother, one day the 2 fake diplomat kids vanished too. No warnings, no goodbyes. Jong-un and Yo-jung are pulled from school and sent back to North Korea. After Yo-jung's stint in Switzerland, she studies computer science at Kim Il-sung University in Pyongyang. In 2014, 3 years after taking
Why were
her
they
place
even in
Netherlands,
Switzerland then?
her
What the
brother is
fuck?
forced to undergo medical treatment. During that time, Yo-jung takes over state duties. By the end of the year, her brother appoints her first deputy director of the party's propaganda and agitation department, a department infamous for controlling every image, every speech, and every news article inside North Korea. In 2017, Kim Yo-jung is officially promoted to the Politburo, the ruling elite of North Korea's single-party system. She now has a seat at the highest table of power. But her true talent remains in propaganda. Wherever Kim Jong-un appears, Kim Yo-jung is there too, not just as his sister, but as his PR manager, his shadow. She sets the
You really need a PR manager when you're a dictator? Like, is that like, I mean, can't you just do whatever the fuck? And people have to like it?
stage before he arrives and follows him like a ghost when he leaves. A year later, for the first time in her life, she takes center stage.
The sister of the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has become the first member of her family to visit South Korea since the 1950-53 Korean War. Kim Yo-jong is part of a high-level delegation attending the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics.
At the 2018 Winter Olympics, she charms South Korea and the international press. And there seems to be a strategy to this. For years, Kim Jong-un has been perceived as a ruthless dictator, a nuclear-obsessed madman. Under Yo-jong's guidance, that image softens. She's carefully rebranding her brother's image. In 2018, North Korea suddenly seems to open up.
She will be meeting with President Moon on Saturday. If the meeting goes well, some experts say the visit could lay the foundations for a possible inter-Korean summit between President Moon and Kim Jong-un.
2 months later, Kim Jong-un and South Korean President Moon Jae-in meet at the border. They shake hands, they laugh, applause erupts on both sides. That same year, Donald Trump also meets Kim Jong-un in Singapore, a historic summit. The two leaders sit at a large table, signing a historic document, a joint declaration stating that North Korea intends to denuclearize. Next to Trump is Mike Pompeo, the president's Secretary of State. Next to Kim Jong-un is his sister. She stands there, silently watching as the world dares to believe one of its most feared nuclear powers might actually disarm.
Right. Come on now.
But something about her feels off. Her appearances, her gestures, her smile, they all seem a little too perfect. Every move feels somewhat calculated. And
Fucking
this is just the beginning.
Machiavellian
There's
shit.
very limited immediately available evidence, but from what we know, she fulfills the role of the communicator with South Korea and with the United States. But she was also tasked with the propaganda functions in the party apparatus.
That's Ildar Daminov, a political scientist at the Central European University in Vienna. He
Hell
spent
yeah.
years studying North Korea and its power structures.
Vienna mentioned.
Yo-jong
Fuck Vienna.
appears to be North Korea's top propaganda chief. Since she has taken over, the way the regime communicates with the world has changed significantly.
It became much more flexible and it also went online. So there were multiple attempts to also leverage some Western platforms such as YouTube, for instance, to broadcast certain North Korean points of view.
Under Kim Yo-jong's watch, North Korean propaganda has gone digital. We've already covered the bizarre world of North Korean influencers in a previous video, link in the description. But Yo-jong's real role now seems to be that of the regime's chief foreign policy mouthpiece. And in North Korean terms, that translates to one thing above all: threats and insults. In 2020, Yo-jong orders the destruction of the so-called liaison office, an embassy-like facility right at the border of Kaesong, a fragile diplomatic connection between the two nations that has been established just a couple of years prior.
Love that video about North Korean influencers. Did we watch that? I'm not actually sure. We might have watched that. We can watch it though.
In 2022, Kim Yo-jong addresses the nation in a rare public speech. It's the first time the North Korean public hears her voice in state media.
Wonder how many people out there would just go like, yes, we should nuke South Korea, my queen, just so they can like sniff the air when she walks by them. Remember, if you watch it on stream, but I watched it a few times, it's really interesting. We can watch it. I think I might not have seen it on stream. I think I might have watched somebody react to it though.
자신이 끝까지 책임져야 하는 인민들 생각으로 한순간도 자리에 누우실 수 없었던 원수님과.
The event is staged to praise her brother. He has a high fever, but never lays down to rest, too worried about his people. Officials wipe tears from their faces. He has COVID, but according to her, the real culprit isn't COVID. It's South Korea.
우리 공화국에 비루스가 유입될 수 있는 위험한 짓거리를 계속 행하는 경우 우리는 비루스는 물론 남조선 당국 것들도 박멸해 버리는 것으로 대답할 것입니다.
When South Korean activists send leaflets across the border in 2024, Kim Yo-jong allegedly orders a response in kind. Balloons floating back over the DMZ, carrying bags of garbage and feces. In October, she calls Ukraine and South Korea vicious dogs bred by the United States. and in another written statement later that month, her final words are just as blunt. There can never be a change of the line. Have sanction, pressure, and threats stopped us? They've only made us stronger. If one is not a fool, one should not do a stupid act of expecting our change. North Korea never honored its agreement with the US. Instead of dismantling its nuclear program, it doubled down, conducting missile tests in open defiance.
Yeah, man, if only the US actually did anything useful. You know? Wow, man, that's crazy.
Meanwhile, South Korea and the US have long resumed their military exercises. In 2023, then US President Joe Biden formally pledged military support to South Korea should a nuclear war with the North ever break out. North Korea is forging alliances of its own. In June 2024, Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a military pact, vowing mutual military assistance. Soon after, North Korea sent thousands of soldiers to Russia to support its troops in the war against Ukraine. North Korea is now actively inserting itself into a conflict that stretches far beyond its own borders. And while Kim Yo-jong hurls one aggressive threat after another into the world, her brother carefully cultivates the image of a benevolent leader. It's almost as if they switched roles. Or, as Sung Yoon-lin, author of the only biography on Yo-jong, puts it, he's the bad cop. She's the even worse cop.
I guess that's one way to put it.
North Korea released a surreal propaganda video that went viral. Cheerful children wave flags. Factory workers clap and sing. Soldiers go crazy playing violins in an orchestra, while grinning female soldiers leap into the air, giddy with joy. It's a carefully staged and almost hilarious spectacle of devotion. The real North Korea looks different. It's a country where people are kidnapped, thrown into prison camps, publicly executed for the slightest defiance. A country that holds its people hostage within its borders, choosing famine over reform, weapons over survival, missile tests over food supplies, nuclear threats over diplomacy. A brutally ruled nation with at least 50 nuclear warheads at its fingertips. Historically, the Kim dynasty has always passed power from father to son. Kim Jong-un's health is a question mark. He's only in his early 40s, but rumored to have severe health problems, likely due to his chain smoking, excessive drinking, and rumored heart issues. If something were to happen to him tomorrow, North Korea would be left with no clear successor. At least, no male successor. In recent years, North Korea has quietly been introducing another Kim to the public, Jong-un's daughter, Jue. She's been seen at missile launches, standing beside her father, eerily composed for a child. State media call her the beloved daughter and the respected child. Some analysts believe she's being groomed as the next supreme leader. The thing is, Jue is only 11. If her father were to die unexpectedly, she likely wouldn't be ready to rule. Even though women have taken on more visible, more authoritative roles in Kim Jong-un's regime, the country remains deeply patriarchal.
Even North Korea's become woke now.
Violence and forced labor, often at the hands of state officials. 70% of defectors are women. Most flee into China, where many are trafficked or exploited, because escaping North Korea is nearly...
I was gonna say, like, to China, I don't know if that's the best choice. Like, sure, it's out of the frying pan, maybe not directly into the fire, but I don't know. Is that really our best second option?
Possible. If a woman were to succeed Kim Jong-un, it would likely be one with the power, experience, and authority to do the job.
Oh no. Who?
His sister.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah,
Once a soft-spoken figure in the background, Kim Yo-jong has become one of the most powerful and feared figures in North Korea. Under her watch, the regime has learned to manipulate its global image more carefully than ever before. But her power isn't just about controlling narratives. By 2021, Yo-jong has reportedly followed her brother's path. According to multiple sources, she personally ordered the execution of high-ranking government officials, simply because they annoyed her. But perhaps the most dangerous thing about it...
I'm sorry, that's fucking horrible, but like, I don't like this guy's vibe. Get him the fuck out of here. No, I mean permanently.
Is that she has a direct line to Kim Jong-un, the one person who sits at the nuclear button and trusts her judgment more than anyone else's. No one knows just how far she's willing to go.
God damn. Oh, we have, okay, well, I guess connecting right into that, we've got South Korea as a dystopia. Fuck it, you know what? Let's go.
Chaebol is the Korean word for the powerful family-owned conglomerates.
From anguish
Oh, hold on.
to frustration.
The arrogance of the rich and powerful.
Oh shit, Samsung. Do we have?
Emergency dispatcher in South Korea
Aye,
receives a
it's my guy. It's the German dude.
distress call from a child aboard a ferry. The Seoul ferry is making a routine journey to the vacation hotspot Jeju Island, carrying 476 passengers. Most are school children and
Finally,
teachers
Tidor.
on a class trip. The dispatcher asks the boy to put the captain on the phone. If the ferry is sinking, why hasn't an adult called for help? Not all
They're all
passengers understand
dead.
the danger. As the boat starts to tilt, some kids yell with excitement as if they're on a theme park ride. But soon, the disaster is undeniable. Panic breaks out. Shortly after, the 6,800-ton vessel sinks. The boy who made the distress call and 300 other passengers, mostly other kids, drown. The tragedy traumatizes the nation. How could this happen? Who is responsible? Initially, the crew is blamed for incompetence and cowardice. When the boat was clearly sinking, the captain told the doomed passengers to stay put in their cabins.
What the fuck? What? Yes, stay in the closed off room with no way up if we fucking actually sink. Based captain, actually, if he was, I guess, trying to kill people.
He and several crew members fled the scene and left the kids to drown. The South Korean president says their actions are akin to murder, and the captain is sentenced to life in prison. The Korean Coast Guard is also blamed for their sluggish response and for severely fumbling the rescue mission.
Wow. Okay.
But then, an investigation reveals that incompetence isn't the whole story.
Oh, shit.
The ferry was more than twice as heavy as it was supposed to be.
Ooh.
It had been illegally modified to hold more cargo. More cargo, of course, means more cash. The nation is outraged that someone so clearly prioritized profit over safety. Whoever owns the ferry needs to face the music. But who is it? In South Korea, corporate responsibility can be hard to pin down. Family-run conglomerates control sprawling networks of subsidiaries. Complex structures often hide who's really in charge. Some families control so much wealth they're deemed nearly untouchable. Time and again they dodge responsibilities for crimes, yet continue to amass wealth and influence. In this video, we will look at 3 of these families, including the one responsible for the ferry tragedy. South Korea's elite families are so powerful and influential that many say they are the ones actually running the country. The South Korean economy is an exceptional success story. After the Korean War in the 1950s, it was one of the poorest countries in the world. Today, it is the 14th biggest economy in the world. South Korea's
All that and only
rapid ascent
14th.
is attributed primarily to its export-led economy and to the dominance of chaebol. Chaebol are large business conglomerates that are owned and run by family dynasties. Just after the war, the country's military dictators jump-started these family businesses with capital to rebuild South Korea's key industries. The chaebol thrived and diversified into sectors like tech, finance, and manufacturing. In just a few decades, they helped transform South Korea into a global industrial powerhouse. It's often called the miracle on the Han River. South Korea's top companies, Samsung, SK, LG, and Hyundai, are all family-run chaebol, and chaebol revenues account for the majority of the country's wealth. Samsung alone is responsible for a significant part of the country's GDP.
I mean,
for 2024, Bloomberg Economics estimates a record high contribution from the company. According to their calculations, Samsung will likely be responsible for about half of the country's economic growth. When we work on stories like this one, we've found it really helps to visualize the data. Brilliant is an amazing tool we've used to better understand data. For decades, chaebol were political power. Alright, description. Head over to brilliant.org/fern to check it out. Alright, back to chaebol and their massive impact on the South Korean economy. All this concentrated wealth leads to a lot of concentrated power. Chaebol families enjoy a very cozy relationship with the federal government. They receive subsidies, tax incentives, and special favors. And political leaders rely on chaebol for support and advice. For decades, chaebol were widely celebrated as the pivotal drivers of South Korea's economic miracle. But the 1997 Asian financial crisis challenged the standing of the families. 13 of the top 30 chaebol went technically bankrupt, revealing the risks of an economy relying so heavily on just a few companies. Nowadays, more and more South Koreans express concerns about the dominance of these conglomerates. Not only that, as the decade...
I gotta say, I've always, like... Because, like, sometimes when you, like... And I know this will sound stupid, but sometimes when you read, like, manhwa or whatever, and they're set in Korea... And then you get to, you know, to stories where it seems like, oh, you know, this is like movie shit, you know? This is like movie shit where the big company controls the entire government. And I understand that, like, even in the West, we sort of have that as a thing, right? It's like, we have a lot of, like, companies that lobby to have laws changed in their favor and stuff like that. But it never quite feels as, like... It never quite feels as dystopian as the shit you read in manhwa. And it's like... That's why often I find it, like, very unbelievable. But you know, damn. That it's kind of crazy that apparently this is just reality, you know? And we haven't even heard everything yet.
Decades past, the public watched chaebol repeatedly caught up in scandals and crimes, embezzlement, bribery, labor law violations, health crises.
Yeah, based
For too
shit.
long, the government has gone easy on these dynasties, and the people are increasingly fed up. In December 2014,
I'm sorry.
Air Vice President and
I'm sorry.
Heather Cho had an infamous meltdown.
I'm sorry.
It was over a couple of macadamia nuts.
Oh,
The flight attendant had the
macadamia
gall
nuts
to
too.
serve her nuts in a bag instead of on a plate. Cho shouted
Nutgate.
abuse. She then called over the cabin crew chief and made him kneel to ask for forgiveness. Under her orders, the passenger plane returned to the gate, where the cabin crew chief was fired on the spot. If you're not Korean and you hear about this story, it might just seem funny or absurd. But in South Korea, it was fuel to the flame of growing public frustration. Yet another reminder of chaebol leaders' arrogance and entitlement. They took their rage to social media and later the streets. At first, Korean Air tried to downplay the incident. They released a statement saying that because Cho's executive role was to oversee cabin service, it was only natural that she would discipline an offending staff member.
You know, honestly, yeah, if you fucking serve people peanuts in a bag, you actually fucking deserve to be killed on the spot, on the plane. Executed in front of the entire plane, quite frankly.
But people weren't having it. The public already had issues with the Korean Air dynasty and their shameless antics. A few years prior, Cho's brother was investigated for pushing an elderly woman. Her father has been convicted of tax fraud. And Cho herself was criticized for strategically giving birth to her twin sons in the US, which exempted them from South Korea's compulsory military service. Eventually, Cho tearfully...
I mean, that last part... I mean, I guess, right? Like... But I feel like that last one sort of pales in comparison to the other things, right? Like... Okay, she had her kids in America so they wouldn't have to go to the military. Like, in a country where you have to go for, like, 2 fucking years, and it probably is the worst shit ever. Because it's not like our I don't want to say our horrible, terrible Western militaries, but I think the standards are probably very, very different, right? Like, that one... You can criticize her for it, but I feel like, you know, certainly not the worst thing you can do.
Resigned from her post. She was then convicted of violating aviation safety.
Sorry, why was that? That was like filmed like a fucking like Pepsi ad or something. She's like, I'm sorry for drinking Coke instead.
And abusing her power. She faced up to 15 years in prison, but was given the minimum sentence of 12 months.
But did she
only served 5 of those
Thank
before
you.
the judge reduced her sentence. The chaebol's influence runs deep, all throughout the government, even to the very top.
You know, Mango really is the best. Man,
Already in the 2012 South Korean presidential election, a key debate was on how to limit the power of these
baffled
families.
at the image that I put on my vape
became South Korea's first
screen.
female president.
2013년
Ouch.
2월 25일 대통령 박근혜.
When she took office, many worried it would be business as usual. Her father was Park Chung-hee, the military leader who took power in a 1961 coup. He is considered the chief architect of the chaebol system, and Gyun-ye became her father's stand-in first lady when she was 22 after a North Korean assassin had killed her mother. Park Chung-hee's admirers
Did he do it like that?
credit
I hope
him for
that's
the
that was real
miracle on the
footage.
Han River. His critics remember the cruelty of his iron-fisted rule and his imprisonment of dissidents. One of these was Miss Park's key rival in the election. His name is Moon Jae-in, a former human rights lawyer and anti-authoritarian activist during the dictator's reign. Now, in 2012, the ex-dictator's daughter campaigned on a more business-friendly platform than her liberal opponent Moon. She was focusing on reform rather than punishment. Her stance was that chaebol might be unruly, but with the right reforms, they could play fair. But then, Seevil happened. This incident was much bigger than run-of-the-mill embezzlement or tax evasion. Faced with a furious and traumatized public, Park vows to bring the accountable people to justice.
And did that happen?
After analyzing complex financial records, the Yu family is eventually found to own the ferry. The Yus are well known for their eccentric patriarch, a reclusive businessman / cult-like pastor / aspiring artist named Yu Byung-on. The president says he and his family are the root cause of this calamity and issues a warrant for their arrest. Yu Byung-on keeps a low profile and is rarely seen in public. He's known as the millionaire with no face, and now he's nowhere to be found. President Park kicks off the largest manhunt in South Korean history to find Yu. She mobilizes the military and nearly 10,000 police officers to raid the headquarters of the Evangelical Baptist Church of Korea, a religious sect that Yu co-founded in 1962. Yu is a charismatic and
Bro, what the fuck is going? This is like, oh yeah, he's the CEO of this gigantic fucking family like run business. He's also apparently the fucking co-founder of a massive religion. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? What the hell's going on in South Korea? Jesus. This is who you support every time you like buy a Blackpink song, by the way. If you listen to BTS, this is who the money is going to. Probably, I don't fucking know.
Inspiring speaker. He was able to attract a substantial following and elicit substantial favors. By the 1970s, Yu's growing church became a money-making enterprise. He persuaded members to donate to or invest in companies linked with the church. Those companies sold a wide range of products, from organic milk to auto parts to anima kits. These companies made Yu and his church very rich. At that time, South Korea was still poor and money for investment was scarce. The government granted capital to only a select number of families, but
Pepsi.
Yu's approach of raising funds through evangelizing allowed him to rapidly grow his businesses even without governmental support. By the 1980s, his business network was considered a mini chaebol. But then, controversy hits. In 1987, 32 alleged members of Yu's church were found bound, gagged, and dead in the attic of a factory.
Is this a cult? So it's about South Korea in general, and how these like family run super like gigantic businesses are basically like or considered to be in control of the country, and how they like do some fucked up shit. This in particular apparently has some cult shit going on.
The authorities ruled the deaths as a murder-suicide pact linked to debts they couldn't pay. After the victims' financial records were probed, money was found going to Yu. He was investigated for suspicion that he was behind the alleged suicides, but the charges were dismissed due to lack of evidence. Nevertheless, courts did find evidence that he was using church members' money and properties to enrich his businesses.
No way.
In 1992, Yu was jailed for fraud. Once released from jail, Yu attempts to restore his image. He gets really into nature photography and starts exhibiting his work under the pseudonym Agate. He pays top museums worldwide like the Louvre to display his pictures and tries to build a reputation as an art star who is rarely seen in public. All, it appears, as an effort to distract from the negative press. He also continues to be invested in various businesses. One of his more profitable ventures is this shipping company. At least $3.8 million went directly to the Yu family. It's the same company that owns and runs the Seawolf.
Ooh, okay.
2 months after the ferry sank, Korean police raid Yu's compound. Hundreds of sect members are protesting the raid and attempt to build a blockade. A large banner reads, "We'll protect Yu Pyongyang even if 100,000 church members are all arrested." Helicopters swirl overhead.
Good for you guys,
Some
I
cult members
guess.
threaten to fight the police. Others vow to die as martyrs. But after combing the massive compound, the cops leave empty-handed. They don't know it yet, but Yu is hiding in a secret closet 300 kilometers away in his holiday home. A few days after the raid, and 18 days after Yu was last spotted, a farmer finds a dead body face up in an orchard. It's in an advanced state of decomposition, almost skeletal. It's at first impossible to tell who it is. The corpse is wearing expensive Italian clothes and is surrounded by bottles of rice wine, a bottle of shark liver oil, and a book written by Yu. After a 3-day autopsy and over a month of investigation, authorities confirmed that it is indeed Yu. A cause of death is never determined. More and more damning evidence keeps coming out about the government and the ferry. Auditors discovered that Coast Guard officials apparently turned a blind eye to the ferry's glaring safety problems after getting courted by Yu's shipping company over drinks at lavish dinners. Some admitted to letting the ferry pass through inspection points, only guessing from a distance whether the ferry was overloaded. A major factor in its excessive weight turned out to be a marble art gallery on board. Yu personally insisted on adding it to display his artwork on the ferry. One man's greed had sunk the Seawolf ferry. And as more and more South Koreans were starting to believe, the government's negligence had let it happen. Some Korean families like Yu's are wealthy enough to convince government employees to turn a blind eye to their misdeeds like fudging ferry inspections. But the really powerful ones can command much more than that.
Yeah, let's
And
go,
one family
Samsung.
holds truly unmatched power, casting a shadow over all others.
Well, this is where I have to feel bad as well because I only buy Samsung phones.
In the months after the Seawolf tragedy, candlelight vigils turn into weekly protests, calling for truth and accountability for the government's involvement in the disaster. Frustration grows and people start demanding for Park to be impeached.
Apple is objectively more evil.
The government cracked.
I just think their hardware is shit. But honestly, they're all fucking like super corporations. I don't like any of them. But like, what am I, what am I gonna do? Not have a phone?
Down hard in response. Police use water cannons and pepper spray on thousands of protesters.
Buy
Authorities
a fucking phone from another company.
on mourning families in
And
order to suppress
they're probably
anti-government
pedophiles, so.
protests. But anger and frustration continue to grow. And in 2016, another huge scandal erupts. It reveals that President Park is most certainly not the leader who will rein in chaebol power. In
Well,
fact, she's especially cozy with South Korea's most powerful chaebol families.
who would have guessed?
Illegally cozy. President Park is found entangled in a web of backroom deals with leaders of Samsung and other corporate executives.
No
Park
way, really?
accepted substantial bribes in exchange for governmental favors. Samsung
I'm so glad that our politicians in the West don't do this stuff. All right, I'm continue. Now that you believe me, let's continue.
made a $36 million donation to her best friend's nonprofit, which Park rewarded by greenlighting a controversial merger. This merger gave the Samsung family even more control over the country's most powerful chaebol. The head of the family is Lee Jae-young, often called the Crown Prince of Samsung. The bribery scandal toppled Park's presidency.
피청구인 대통령 박근혜를 파면한다.
She was the first ever president of South Korea to be impeached. She was sentenced to 24 years in prison and fined $17 million. Lee Jae-young was also arrested and sentenced to 2.5 years.
Okay.
Park is succeeded by Moon Jae-in. He promises not to pardon anyone convicted of corruption, but the influence of Samsung and Lee Jae-young proved difficult to curb. Moon ends up pardoning him after just 1 year. The new president admits that those who condemn Lee's crimes are in the right, but that the nation needs him. The economy relies too heavily on Samsung to have its leader in jail. With so much power, Lee Jae-young is effectively above the law. And in some ways, this pardon was just business as usual. Lee's father had also been convicted of bribery and fraud in the 90s, but hadn't served a day of his sentence. The 2022 poll recorded 70% of the public approving the decision. Experts say it's because people fear an economic downturn. They believe if Samsung does well, South Korea does well. Lee continues to occupy a top position at Samsung, now as CEO of Samsung Electronics. He's also the country's richest person. Already before, President Moon unexpectedly pardoned the former President Park after she served 5 years of her sentence. The reason he gave was to promote the people's unity. The dictator's daughter and the crown prince of Samsung both walk free. And while many everyday South Koreans express frustration with corruption, chaebol still hold considerable appeal. They're by far the most desirable places to work.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Like, at the end of the day, people gotta fucking work, you know? People gotta make money. You know, if it was so easy to live without needing money, yeah, every one of these people would have their heads on a pike already, but yeah, it is what it is.
Higher wages than regular companies. Every year, over 200,000 South Koreans scramble to apply for Samsung. As long as South Korea's wealthiest families control so much of the country's economy, the question remains if real reform is even possible.
Healy is a company active in over 50 countries.
Okay, Jesus.
It sells a mirror.
Okay, it's not on we'll come back to this channel, but we'll watch some other stuff in the meantime. How crows gave Earth's biggest city the middle finger. I love crows, they're awesome. Crows and ravens.
Do you have any idea how stressful a street war with birds would be? No, you don't. Because you don't live in Tokyo. Tokyo has a gang problem. The problem is the members aren't human and can fly. At one point, there were more than 36,000 crows crowding the eastern capital, thanks to the massive amounts of trash produced by the city each year. Crows are basically monkeys minus thumbs, but with unlimited airtime, and as corvids, along with others like ravens, jackdaws, and magpies, make up the smartest group of things with wings on the planet. Smart enough to use cars as nutcrackers, only to collect when the walk sign's on, and smart enough to memorize garbage routes for different parts of the city. Just a snatch trash before the workers do. But a habitual feather menace won't just wait for you to trash it, as Tokyo crows have robbed people to steal their loot. The bird called Garasu has bloodied the faces of school children while trying to make off with candy, and have even broken into classrooms to raid lunchboxes. They'll also storm zoos for a living lunch, often in the form of kidnapping baby prairie dogs and ducklings.
Oh, that's not funny.
Livestock, pecking at the udders and causing cuts that can lead to infection. That is if they don't just bleed out. In 2017, Tokyo's government received over 600 complaints of civilians thrashed by the aerial urbanite, with most coming in the spring, their nesting season. Which brings another—
Imagine if you could make all of those crows your friend. You could be like the crow demon.
Other problem. Crows nesting in utility poles have caused blackouts, and using fiber optic cables as material has brought down entire broadband networks, one time even shutting down high-speed bullet train service in Akita. Hundreds of million in yen are spent each year removing nests, with the Hokuriku Electric Company stripping 15,880 in 2018. Yet somehow the crows seem to shake it off. How? Well, because the crows started making decoy dummy nests to lead them away from the real ones. Crows and Tokyoites have been beefing for years, but it didn't escalate until a certain event in 2001, when one crow decided to dive bomb a man while he was playing golf. That man was Governor Shintaro Ishida. He swiftly declared conflict on the corvids, with promises of changing Japan's national dish to crow pie.
I'm going to... You know what? Nothing I could say would be funnier than that, so we're just gonna keep going.
Since then, it's been on site and flight, with the government trying everything to combat a vindictive air terrorist, employing hawk mercenaries to try to fight fire with feathers, and even installing beehives in the heart of Ginza. So
dude! Japan is making Pokemon real!
the Ginpachi can give the crows a taste of arguably even more of a flying crash out. But one thing about Japan, you don't with the Yakuza, and these air gangsters have been testing people in ways arguably no other city animal ever has. And for all humanity's hubris, this might be the one time we have to eat crow. And not in the way that Chiji had in mind. So how did a bird manage to humble a nation the most since the Emu War of 32? Because at least emus are damn near dinosaur size. Well, like almost everything else, it started with our garbage. Tokyo produced 3.52 million metric tons of trash in 2001.
Damn.
And in 1994, the government switched from black plastic bags for curbside pickup to semi-see-through calcium carbonate options. The intent was to reduce environmental impact, but a consequence was the scavenge happy could now see what was in the bags and had a much easier time finding takeout. In recent years, Tokyo has seen a rise in bears and boars commuting into the city for trash, and wild macaques have continued to be a problem. But according to a wildlife management study, out of the 10 major invasive species, it was crows that caused the highest percentage of harm, and it was also crows that people were most in favor for lethal measures against. The gag is, crows in Tokyo aren't invasive, people just hate them off principle. But if just liking trash was the only barrier of entry, Japan would have more problems than a flying black air force. The problem is, crows had a counter for almost everything thrown at them. First is that crows have great memories and hold grudges. In 2006, remember that year, the University of Washington conducted an experiment where 7 crows were trapped and eventually released by people wearing scary masks. Not too long after, study leader Professor John Marsloff was strolling the campus with the mask when 47 out of the 53 crows he encountered violently rejected to his presence. Each following year, the number of vindictive, on-site campus crows grew and peaked in 2013, even though at this point, they'd only see the mask twice a year for a few hours, and especially even though most of the crows on the offensive weren't even alive at the start of the study. It wasn't until September 2023 that the harassment eventually stopped, and it probably wasn't even that they forgot, just that it took 17 years for them to drop the vendetta. There's also the implication that crows can communicate so well that even those born after the study could instantly tell which masks meant bad. So yeah, that memory is good for more than just garbage routes. You do wrong by a crow, you're screwed for a very long time, which Tokyoites have learned the stressful way. One man, Hiroshi Takaku, saw a couple of his colleagues being attacked by a few crows and fended them off by swinging his belt. The crows backed off, but the next day, they returned to work to find hundreds of crows posted up on their building of business, waiting for them. So safe to say, conventional extermination doesn't really work on an animal that can learn the look of the workers doing it and will mob them on sight. They also tried traps where they'd bait the crows with food like lard and then gas the captured crows with carbon monoxide. But not only was that method it way more costly than it was worth. They didn't expect a group of goth tweenies named Murder to turn death into a life lesson. Crows have funerals, but not the kind that you think where they mourn the dead. In fact, they're more likely to okay, anyway. When a crow sees another dead crow, it'll often call out to the surrounding birds, and they'll all gather around the fallen member to investigate the cause of death. A study even found that the sight of the deceased triggers activation in the part of the brain associated with higher order decision making. Because crows understand cause and effect, enough to realize that a threat to one is a threat to all, so they'll recruit others to investigate the cause of death. It's why crows will sometimes avoid a field for years if they see a past tense crow there once. The same study also found that crows will harass any human seen near the corpse, likely pinning the death on them, but will also do the same if they see a human with a hawk, probably realizing that a hawk and a human can equal a bad time. The mass crow killings barely put a dent in the population, and speaking of hawks, they weren't as effective as the government hoped, as although big enough hawks will murk crows, crows will use their numbers to effectively mob birds of prey and chase them off. You see where I'm going with this, right? These Flyinsteins had a counter for everything. The Tokyo terrors would avoid areas with traps, and any crow deaths were likely reported on and adjusted for by the greater crow community. And let me just remind you that crows were out here making decoy nests to slow their human ops down. Even with the crow cavalry falling from its near 40,000 population peak, in 2010 there were still an estimated 20,000 running the naked city, causing the government to get even more creative. This is how bad it got. Tokyo had researchers studying more than 10,000 different crow sounds and isolating the specific sound they make in response to a predator, and playing those calls on loudspeakers near trash sites. Basically what pilot whales do to orcas, Japan had to resort to with a bird. But really the only thing that made a difference was regulating the very problem that caused it. People started covering their trash with blue protective tarts, and Utsunomiya University professor Shuei Sugira helped develop a special yellow garbage bag that the crows couldn't see through. And it had to be a very specific yellow or else it wouldn't work. Many places like restaurants in Ginza pivoted to having their garbage collected at night, instead of the crow's prime time of late morning. But by far, the most effective measure was just making less trash in the first place, and Tokyo's 3.52 million metric tons of trash in 2001 was cut down to 2.45 million.
Good job, crows.
Eventually, the crow numbers would start to chip away, and in 2026, the population is only 20% of its peak 2 decades ago.
Love crows, yeah, they're cool. I love them.
Was going to be beat, as bird experts noted that the traps would only work on younger, dumber crows, and that the birds even figured out how to work around the protective tarps. But some experts worry that the war isn't over, that it's only a matter of time before the next wave of street-smart crow fiends rise up again. Crows are just too smart to be defeated by conventional methods, because crows are not a conventional bird. In fact, they might have the most unconventional form of self-defense. Crows are the biggest trolls in the animal kingdom, and I don't think it's close. But what if I told you the rage bait's strategic? Let me explain. Crows are omnivore,
not AI,
and a lot of those opportunities come from scavenging, but scavenging can put them up against much bigger, more powerful predators. So crows will often be so annoying.
Oz has an area like that and nobody parks there except visitors and regret it. They paint the car white. Yeah, I believe that.
Birds of prey. Stellar sea eagles are big enough to catch an AI accusation, but a crow will still tail check them. And in this video, you start to see why, with this crow pulling up on 2 turkey vultures and repeatedly baiting one of them until the vulture finally has enough and makes it the bystander's problem, allowing the crow access to the bird bath. An even more extreme example was a crow arriving at a fresh carcass and waiting for stronger vultures to tear into the hide he couldn't. And with the gift box open, the crow immediately started pulling tails and testing patience, until eventually the troll bird instigated a vulture brawl, during which he snuck in and stole him a piece. It seems the habitual line stepping is a way for the crow to
crows are so base, they're so funny.
Crows will use troll tendencies on anything from seagulls to eagles, from deer to dogs. But there's one animal that always seems to fall for the rage bait. The number of catfights provoked by crows is actually insane. I don't know what that crow said to that cat to make him crash out like that, but surely someone's mother was involved. And then they're always right there to enjoy the violent fruits of their instigation. Crows don't want peace, they thrive off problems. Just to hover above it like a boxing promoter.
Hell yeah.
It's possible the crows recognize the cats as a threat, and this is a 900 IQ play to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or 2 cats with 1 crow. It would make sense for crows to turn cats on each other, especially if they have fledglings or a nest nearby. But crows are also smart enough to just do stuff for fun, and they're smart enough to use tools to
look
do
at
it.
him
So I
go!
can 100% see crows using live cats as tools for their own amusement. Especially since in a lot of these clips, the crows don't look like they have anything to gain. No food, no agenda, just free will and love of the game. So what do you think? Anti-predator measures, resource access strategy, or just pure trolling? And who's to say it's not all 3? But whatever it is, it does unlock a new level of the crow's IQ. Theory of mind is the ability to recognize that other beings have thoughts and mental states that can be used to predict or even manipulate behavior. Here's a quick test. Let's say person A puts a sandwich in the office refrigerator.
It's a good sandwich.
Person B comes along and takes the sandwich out the fridge and puts it in a pencil drawer. At lunchtime, where's the first place person A would look? If you have theory of mind, you'd say the fridge because that's where A left it, and you know that they don't know that person B is a sandwich thieving waste of carbon. Now, if you're thinking, well, obviously no shit. Well, congratulations. You have the emotional bandwidth of at least a toddler. But crows have shown advanced levels of theory of mind just by knowing that if they frustrate a cat long enough, the cat will eventually take it out on a fellow cat. Another example is
Why though?
crows
That's
will
really
often hide
funny.
food, but will also pretend to hide food.
I guess
they
because
know
cats.
they're being
I don't know. No, I think a cat would understand, like, oh, this fucking thing hurt me. I'm attacking it. I don't know.
watched, making a big show out of it and even making sounds associated with being happy just to keep the food stuff in their beak and hide it for real later. And it's the crows that do the stealing that are most likely to perform theft insurance, meaning they can put themselves in the mind of another crow and act accordingly. Now, I don't want to act like this is a super complex thing. Like, squirrels will do the same misdirection to protect their nuts. We're just gonna ignore that they often forget where they put them for real, and that ADHD builds forests. But crows take it further than anything with a walnut-sized brain should. Crows building dummy nests to fool Tokyo bird control is another example. But my favorite example was this story of a crow that got bullied off parking lot fries by two seagulls, and after repeatedly trying to take back what was his, seemingly gave up and flew off and appeared to find what looked like other food. Well, of course, this got the seagulls' attention, and with all their biblical greed, they flew over to steal again. And while the seagulls were left with the stick the crow was posturing as food, the crow was able to spin back and take the fries, their pride, and the W. Along with theory of mind, crows were also able to pass Aesop's test. In this one, the animal would need the foresight to understand that they could reach a treat in a small tube by dropping stones to raise the water level high enough. Raccoons were able to pass the test, as were apes, although they got creative, with an orangutan spitting water into the tube to grab the prize, and a chimpanzee just peeing in it. When it was the crow's turn to step to the plate, not only did they pass, they knew enough to use solid sinking objects over those that float, and understood that using the same logic with a tube full of sand made no sense. That performance put the crow on par with a 5 to 7-year-old child, which again, is pretty solid for an animal with a brain the weight of 3 nickels. Interestingly, crows did not pass the mirror test, and save for 2 European magpies, corvids in general didn't seem to recognize the bird in the mirror. But they do seem to understand the concept of reflection, with Caledonian crows able to find hidden food that was only visible by looking at a mirror from a certain angle. But forget everything I just said. Did you know crows can understand analogy? Being able to clock an analogy like bird is to air what fish is to, water, was believed to be a strictly human trait, but studies show that primates like chimpanzees and even monkeys like baboons can learn the concept. So how do we figure out crows can too? I'm gonna explain, but first, you gotta lock in. Okay? Lock in.
I'm locked in.
Alright, let's do it. So this test, led by Edward Wasserman of the University of Iowa, started off pretty simple. First, they trained 2 hooded crows to match the correct card to the sample card. They'd have 3 cards and 2 cups. The card in the middle would be the sample card, and it would be something like 2 blue circles, and the 2 cards would be on top of the 2 cups, and one card might be something like 1 red and 1 blue circle, and the other one could be a square and a triangle. See, now the crow would have to understand that the correct card would be the one that also has 2 circles, and picking the right one would reveal a juicy mealworm at the bottom of the cup. The other cup contains nothing, because wrong answers deserve nothing. Another example would be if the middle card had 2 pink squares, and option 1 had a pink circle and a pink triangle, and option 2 had 2 green triangles, then the correct answer would be the one that also has all pink. The crows passed easily. But that wasn't the experiment, that was the warm-up. Because I just described identity matching to sample, IMTS. The real test would be if they could solve relational matching to sample, or RMTS. RMTS basically means if the sample pair is AA and your options are BB and CD, then the right answer would be BB. You would pick BB. If the sample was CD and your options were EF and GG,
it would be EF, right?
EF.
Yeah.
See, now that's analogical thinking, because AA and BB aren't literally the same, but they are in terms of the relationship the letters in the pair have to each other. So right here, the crow would have to understand that because the sample card has 2 different samples, then the card with the reward would also have 2 different shapes. Nice.
Based.
Alright, try it again. Bueno. Now you want to hear the kicker? They were not trained to do this. They got this on the first try. They went straight
Hell
from
yeah.
IMTS
Dude, crows
to
are so
analogical
fucking
thinking,
cool. I love crows.
completely on their own. We're still talking about crows here. And Wasserman said it. It'd be one thing if they were brute forced into learning, but the fact that they were able to reason their way into the right answer on the fly, you almost have to reevaluate how smart you think they are. And that's why you're not ready for the crow revolution. Their greatest weapon is their mind, and you can get wrecked purely off of pattern recognition. Lisa Joyce was attacked by crows.
Just be cool with the crows, bro.
Celebration in Vancouver. What was weird was, out of the hundreds of people outside, Lisa was the only victim. The harassment only got worse to the point where she had to change her commute because a literal murder would be waiting for her outside on her way to work. After weeks of avian abuse, she stumbled across a local Facebook support group with women talking about their crow trauma, and other than, you know, being Tweety's target practice, Lisa noticed all the women had one thing in common.
Blonde hair.
Long blonde hair. As for why blonde bias? Well, you might find your answer in Seattle. That's where science writer and fellow blonde Lynn Peoples was jogging when she took multiple bird strikes to the back of the dome. Later in her jog, she saw a man, probably having a mental episode, absolutely crashing out at the birds at the park, chasing and kicking at them, birds that included crows. He also had a long ponytail. Guess what color it was? You can catch heat from a murder as a bystander, and your only options are to move, dye your hair, or I guess you could wait in the house for 17 years like a cicada. Crow hate crimes have gotten so common, someone developed an app to track crow attacks, and crow tracks quickly gained thousands of reports.
Wow.
As much as I love crows, I can understand why people are terrified of them. They're the most human bird on the planet, and that is really uncomfortable to some people. Well, let me make it worse. Because corvids like crows, but especially ravens, have had a relationship with wolves that is eerily familiar. See, corvids will scavenge off wolves' leftovers, but often it's the flying dry snitch that leads the pack to them in the first place. In return, the wolves seem to tolerate the birds picking at the meat once the wolves have ripped it open. But it's not just a business relationship, as ravens and crows have been seen playing with wolves in Yellowstone.
Hell yeah.
Sometimes grabbing sticks to play tug-of-war, or sometimes even flying above the wolves to get them to jump at them. The birds seem to especially favor playing with wolf pups, and naturalists watching swear by corvids having emotional bonds with specific members of the pack.
Come on, how can you not like
Caledonian
them?
Crows, you know, the ones that pass the tube test, can not only use tools, but they'll build them, like with multiple steps. Like if you give a Caledonian a box with food and a bunch of sticks, but none of the sticks are long enough to reach the prize, the crow has the presence of mind to combine multiple sticks to retrieve the treat. That kind of compound tool use basically puts them at primate tier. So let's see here, able to use tools, hold grudges, wage straight up war, befriend wolves, understand analogies. Yeah, either they're the humans of birds or we're the crows of primates. And that's probably the biggest reason why people fear them. They're arguably the biggest threat to human hubris. If Thanos snaps us all out of existence, don't be surprised if we come back to a black Air Force in the driver's seat. And that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother. I for one welcome our imminent avian overlords, just for anyone watching. Acknowledge your father, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
Imagine crows with arms, right? But they'd be cool because you could fucking dap them up, you know? You could be like, hey, what's up? Was good. And then they'd be friends with you. It'd be cool. Just be friends with the crows, bro. Just don't be fucking loser. Honestly, it's not that hard. Alright, panda time.
Hey, Billy. Are you coming up to chill? What's the bruh? Everything is awesome when you're a panda.
Bye.
There are some animals whose entire existence proves that nature isn't about survival of the fittest. It's survival of just barely being good enough. If life was a class, it wouldn't be about passing with straight A's. It'd be about passing off your DNA before you become an F in the chat. And some animals are universally recognized as the remedial students of nature.
Stupid.
Cheetahs are the red-headed stepchild of the cat world. Sloths are basically free calories served on a moss blade. And roasting koalas is considered low-hanging fruit only because they happen to share the same IQ. And also because they put the mid in chlamydia. And it seems that everyone can agree that pandas are egregiously bad at pandaing, and that we as a society need to stop being this biracial Winnie the Pooh's crutch and just let nature finish what it's clearly started. But are pandas really that bad? Did we successfully gaslight the barcode bears of the world? Or do pandas really profit off the most OP pretty privileged genjutsu nature's ever seen? To find out, first we gotta lay out all the factors that make the try to panda challenge virtually impossible. But before that, this video was sponsored by absolutely no one. Let's get it. You probably already know that the panda's biggest problem revolves around it being a bamboo sink. 99% of the things that meets this oversized equality hamster's gullet is bamboo. Despite clearly being designed with carnivore software, it's the koala problem of building your entire meal plan around something that gives you very little back. Which is why pandas can spend up to 16 hours a day eating something they can only digest 17% of. The very definition of injustice is that when you Google sloth bear, this monochromatic try-hard vegan doesn't show up, since their diet of scarfing bamboo often leaves them with very little energy for anything else. So to accommodate this self-imposed energy budget, pandas developed relatively smaller sized organs, including, you guessed
the
it,
brain.
their brains.
Hell yeah.
And something else, but we'll get to that. But yeah, being
Penis.
a rainbow for bamboo might have literally nerfed their intelligence in the process. And some of you may have asked yourselves why the breathing bamboo purses don't just hibernate, since hibernation is basically power save mode for animals, and if anyone needs to save energy, it's pandas. Well, one, bears technically aren't even true hibernators. But two, even if they were, eating like the vegan teacher's lapdog means pandas are physically incapable of putting on the fat reserves required to hibernate for months at a time without also getting from a slep to starvation. But honestly, the problems with their diet have low-key been overblown. If being a bamboo junkie was their only issue, they wouldn't be as chronically down bad. At their core, animals have being a bamboo
Me when the chips are really good. Except I haven't eaten chips in a fucking 30,000 years, but
they wouldn't be as chronically down bad.
Joke is funny.
At their core, animals have two main goals: food and another F word my mom doesn't like me to say. We see how they handle their meal prep, but it's their love life that really screws pandas over. Pandas are absurdly bad at making more pandas.
Yeah, clearly.
Their window to reproduce isn't even really a window, it's more like a hairline.
Floof when he gets loaded fries.
Female pandas ovulate 1 to 3 days out of the entire year. That's only 24 to 72 hours are open for business out of a possible 8,760. And since being bent on bamboo means they eat, sleep, and socialize like a stereotypical Reddit user, finding a possible partner is often equally as difficult for them. Even if he does manage to track a female down, he still has a high risk of fumbling the opportunity because males are apparently illiterate at reading signs. Male pandas often struggle to interpret the signs that a female actually wants to mate. Word. And when you only have hours on the clock, mistakes like that ensure that the only thing getting screwed is the future of your progeny. And even if the female's 100% with it, it's still not a for sure thing. Partly because male pandas struggle through the process of procreation in a way that is almost impressive, but also partly due to the panda's reportedly disproportionately tiny penis. Which is why pandacoitus is a lot like trying to get a 1/4-inch USB into a port blind, while also wearing a 200-pound fat suit. Oh, and try without using thumbs.
I can relate with a panda.
Russian raccoon, zero favors.
Sorry,
Their
buddy.
mating habits are a big reason why the double-stuffed Ursus Oreos are where they're at. Pandas in breeding programs in captivity often show so little interest in their literal only job that researchers have resorted to showing them videos of pandas mating. Apart
No,
from
not
pulling
the
videos from
panda
panda,
porno.
Researchers have also resorted to giving them actual Viagra. Although you'd need a magnifying glass to see if it's working, because again, the P in panda does not stand for packing. And even though most pandas rely on the grace of God as a wingman, somehow the jihad of life doesn't end once they add new names to the roster. Pandas are some of the worst parents on the planet. You've probably heard that if a panda has
Gooner bear, truly.
loss, since the mother
Literal actual Reddit bear, fat as fuck. Can't fuck, small penis.
Who allegedly disown their cubs, but they only do it when there's one, since they'd rather
Shouldn't have
start over
typed.
2 to 4
Honestly,
cubs than
yeah.
all their hopes and stock in one. The chosen panda cub doesn't get off scot-free either, since the yin-yang colored chonk bears of China have the highest mother-to-baby size ratio of any mammal. To put it in perspective, humans are typically 20 times bigger than their babies. Mother African elephants are typically 45 times heavier. A mama panda is approximately 900 times the size of her newborn baby.
Oh my
Since
God.
They don't have pouches like marsupials, that puts the panda at a legitimate risk of being turned into a chalk outline by its own oblivious mother. Just another way nature set this glorified cow gerbil up for failure. And it's not even like domestication is an option. A good reason is cause, despite what the black and white bane of bamboo might tell you, it's still a bear, and a bear is a bear is a bear. And the black sheep of the bear brotherhood is still liable to absolutely fold any human. Especially since the 1 plus of constantly crushing bamboo is a bite force comparable to big cats like lions. In case you thought this plus-size Oreo was sweet, one man nearly lost his whole leg after a giant panda wandered onto his land and crushed his leg like celery. And there's the fact that a high-volume, low-efficient diet means the one-man bamboo processing plant known as the panda can poop a healthy 40 times a day. And of course, living in the chilly, mountainous forests of Asia, pandas figured out that they can stay warm by rolling around and covering themselves in fresh manure. So if you want to add a biting, eating, pooping, sewer-smelling dependent to your family, like I always say, you're better off having children. Because there are no tax credits for providing for pandas. In fact, the opposite. Pandas quite literally cost millions of dollars just to keep alive.
They're so
Mostly
cute,
that's 'cause giant pandas are leased by the Chinese government at approximately a fat million a year. And if one of those pandas gets knocked up, that'll set you back a cub tax of about 400,000. Which is why, currently, only 3 zoos in the US have a biracial, bamboo-munching beanbag of a bear on display. One of those zoos used to be San Diego. I say used to, because one of the consequences of renting pandas is that gives China the ammunition to be petty. I'm not a political channel, I'll never be a political channel. I'm not implying any type of affiliation or bias, I'm just listing 2 things that happened. In 2019, Trump may or may not have fueled a trade war against China. And come May 2019, a mother panda and her son were recalled and sent back to China. Now you could argue the trade war had nothing to do with it. This was just the natural end of a panda loan. But 10 years earlier in 2009, Taishan the panda was deported not long after Obama met with the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama is, as far as China is concerned, and op.
Topical, yeah.
So my working theory is China uses pandas for diplomacy, but also as a vehicle of petty punishment. That's not really the pandas' fault, but at this point we might as well hold it against them too. We didn't even mention the fact that pandas aren't even really pandas. When zoologist Frédéric Cuvier first used the word panda in 1825, he was describing the red-headed raccoon
Hell
we
yeah.
call the red panda. The furry orca known as the giant panda wasn't named until much later, and it only got its name because at the time they thought it had a lot in common with the red panda. Turns out they're not even close to being related, meaning this overgrown zebra yogi isn't even the original panda. And the fact that it's monochrome mugshot
I love
shows
these
the
guys.
personally typed panda and not
They're so
live-action
cute.
Shifu is one of the biggest injustices of nature. This is the OG panda, but the newspaper-flavored clout-guzzling frauds took up just enough space to convince the world otherwise. So obviously pandas have their problems, and you can argue that their best trait is being a luck merchant. There is no other animal that gets carried harder by pretty privilege than the endgame of a sloth bear raccoon orgy. And they're the only creature on Earth with black and white privilege. Because the reason giant pandas are the mascot of the World Wildlife Fund is literally because having a mascot with the same color patterns as 1940s TV saves you a lot of money on ink. Yo, that sounds like a joke, but I'm not even kidding. If pandas were black and yellow or black and brown, they might not have gotten the job. But that aside, consensus is that pandas are so bad at pandaing that we should just
One pet I would 100% steal on my trip to Japan. Were you not listening?
Is that really true, or have we just been doing giant pandas incredibly dirty this entire time? First thing to mention is that they're a specialist species, with that specialty being in binging bamboo. Being a specialist rather than a generalist means you can typically tap into a niche nobody else can. But that means they can adapt to changes in their environment. That also means that there are only a couple things going wrong.
Yeah, also I don't know why Japan specifically,
Having a
yeah.
particular set of skills might be great if you're Liam Neeson, but it can severely handicap you as a species. And the funny thing is, for all the
Oh,
crap
the
pandas
red
get,
panda.
the biggest and arguably most intimidating land predator
Don't they all,
on the planet
do they only live
is a
in Japan?
specialist. Polar bears depend almost entirely on sea ice to hunt, and if that goes away, then it's bye-bye ice bear. But for some reason, we don't on the polar bear nearly as much for being dependent on ice as we lampoon pandas for their life choices. Especially since it's habitat destruction and fragmentation that really had giant pandas down bad. You see, it's believed the panda bear
Your
was
zoo has
more
red
variety in
pandas?
its diet and
Awesome.
was more omnivorous. But likely because there was just so much bamboo everywhere and virtually zero competition for it, eventually they shifted into primarily eating bamboo. It also turns out that the bamboo they eat is high in protein but low in carbs. So despite seeming like that one person that would bring a veggie burger to a cookout, weirdly enough, the giant panda's protein intake is actually close to that of wolves. They're also particular about the part of bamboo they like to eat and when. According to studies on radio-collared pandas, in the summer and spring they prefer to eat the protein-packed shoots found at higher altitudes. But during autumn and winter they migrate down into the valley and shift more towards eating bamboo leaves, which are high in vitamin C along with roots. And they just move from high to low to high again year in and year out. Something that's clearly worked for them since they've been just fine like this for thousands of years. So much so that the umami taste receptor, i.e. the one that lets you experience the savory taste of meat, yeah, theirs got turned off. And they even evolved a false thumb for no other reason than to help them hold bamboo. So clearly pandas had a process that worked. The problem is when you fragment the
They're cute, but
habitat
they're
for
always
thousands of
asleep.
years and
Dang it.
separate them from the food, the result is less pandas. We love to say pandas are bad at life, but by receding their habitat like a middle-aged hairline, we haven't made living any easier. Also, the whole point I made about pandas being bad at making whoopee, turns out that might just be propaganda, because in a twist, the giant panda's reproductive rate really isn't that much worse than that of American black bears. And black bears, they're doing just fine. In fact, everything I said about pandas having negative riz really only applies to those in captivity. In the wild, female pandas do have a small window for baby making, but that's often after a selection process that involves at least 2 males running fades for her honor. In a process that can last up to and over a week. And we now believe that this process might just be what stimulates ovulation. You can't really replicate that in a zoo, and between that and a constant flow of people, that's probably the biggest reason why pandas in captivity become celibate. Like, be real, if you were forced into an arranged marriage and had to have an audience watch you consummate it, you'd be a little awkward too. There is no bigger indictment than the fact that a zoo in Hong Kong had been trying to hook up 2 pandas for the better part of 10 years. And it wasn't until a certain beer virus of 2020 shut down the zoo to the public that the 2 bears finally got it on. Roommates for 10 years, and all it took was a couple months of privacy for them to find it. But even with all the slander, pandas are actually in pretty good shape. And that is a problem. With about 2,000 pandas alive today, pandas were recently demoted off the endangered species list.
Come
Yet
on.
giant pandas still finesse a bulk of conservation efforts simply because they're cute. Think about it for a second. Pandas have big eyes, big foreheads, and chonk physique. If they didn't remind us of babies, we wouldn't be this invested in their future. There's like 400 blobfish left in the entire world, and you probably didn't know that because, real talk, nobody's buying their child a plushie that looks like a deflated sunfish feeder.
That's not
Not
true.
to mention the animals that could legitimately destroy entire ecosystems if they go ghost, like bees or certain types of plants. They become an afterthought because, yeah, pretty gets priority. It's like that one gym teacher that ignores actually struggling students to help the attractive girls in class that don't need or ask for it. That's right. Pandas are hot girls. Side note, why does it always seem like the gym teacher's on felonious timing? Pandas aren't perfect, they're miles away from it, but at the end of the day, we've done far more to them than for them. But that's gonna do it for this video. Be sure to check out my book for 100 animals that can absolutely fold you like a lawn chair, link in description. Drink water, you need that stuff. Hug your mother, tell Pops you appreciate him. Matter of fact, might have to make a Father's Day video in the name of equality. But until then, I'ma see y'all in the next one. Now for y'all that watched till the end, here's some panda ASMR.
That's pretty sick. That's pretty nice. Tweets so funny the FBI gives you a visit. What is this?
If the IRS knocks on my door, I'm answering with this bitch on. A suicide vest, okay. This shit does not look good on paper.
There's definitely a real reaction. I've seen this tweet like a billion times. By the way, I just realized, what about my boy here? Has he uploaded? He is not. He has not. Wait. Oh, it's a like an alternate title. Okay. I was just trying to see. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. I love pandas and I love crows. Did he stop giving away Switches with Mario Kart? Well, I mean, he only did that once. I would assume he did stop, yes. Alright, let's go back to Fern. I've actually seen the German version of this video, so I already kind of know what this is about. The most evil medicine in the world. You'll see. You'll see.
Healy is a company active in over 50 countries. It sells a miracle machine that's supposed to help with all kinds of diseases for up to $4,000.
Yeah, and it'll give you a big penis too.
For months. In the last episode, you heard Jonas. I'm Hoch, and I'll be taking it over.
Oh wait,
if you're not a
there's
fan
a first
of
part.
excessive intonation-
Hold on, there's a first part to this. We gotta watch the first part then. I didn't realize there was a first part. I really like this channel because there's like a German dude working on it, and the German versions of the videos are also pretty fucking good. But now I gotta look for... Where is it? God damn it. Let's see if we can find... Ely. Oh, is it this one? Oh yeah, it's this one. Exposing $140,000 scam. This is the first one. What the fuck? What is this? What the fuck am I looking at? What is this dumbass meme? Is it like, oh, we're protecting the baby from becoming gay? Is that what this is? We haven't even seen the other forms. How the fuck can people make memes like this?
This is the Healy. It's a wearable miracle machine.
They just want them to look cool. What was people's issue with the water types the last two gens? I didn't think that the duck or the lizard were bad. The wind waves announcement just made me depressed. Why is that? I said this at the start of the stream, and I'll say it again. I didn't hate what we were shown. There wasn't a lot that we were shown. I like the starters. The gecko one is like okay, but I liked the other two way more. I think I don't mind the setting. My question is, you know, kind of the specifics, right? Because I'm done with Nintendo's bullshit, now I feel like the Squidward meme where he's in the house watching SpongeBob have fun outside. Again, I will say, before making any, like, definitive statement, I'm gonna wait until we see more of the game. It does look nice. It looks like they're, you know, they might be putting in the effort, but also it was a 3-minute teaser for promotional purposes. Who knows if the game's really gonna be that good, right? I'm gonna wait for more footage. I'm gonna wait for more trailers and everything. I've seen a lot of complaints about things like it being an exclusive or the visuals or the animations when we didn't really see a lot of that. And again, if it's if it is a Switch 2 exclusive, I also kind of get that because it's their new console. Yeah, they want you to buy it. I mean, it's a fucking company, right? From my perspective, I don't think less of anyone who wants to, like, get the game or whatever. Like, for me personally, it's just a thing where I want to say, like, I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna see how things turn out. It's gonna be a Switch 2 exclusive. Yeah, I know. And like I said, I don't think that's necessarily, like, a crazy point. It's like, yeah, why wouldn't they make it an exclusive? Literally, like, practically every Pokemon game ever has been an exclusive to some degree, right? I mean, if it looks better that way, be my guest. That's actually, like, a really good point. That's the question. Like, if it's gonna be a Switch 2 exclusive, does that mean that it will actually, like, maybe we'll realize that, like, Scarlet and Violet was, held back by the hardware. Or if maybe finally some semblance of the complaints have trickled through. But everyone is having fun, but I, sticking by my principles, just feel sad watching them all. Well, that's the price of sticking by your principles. I would never suggest this because it's evil, which is why I'm saying definitely do not fucking ever emulate the game when it comes out. Never fucking do that, because that shit is evil, and we need to protect the billion-dollar companies. So whatever you do, don't get a device on which you could realistically emulate the game, because that you shouldn't do that. That's piracy, and piracy is evil. So don't do that. Speaking of emulation, I found some sweet modded Animal Crossing emulators I'm going to try out. That's evil, and I don't support that. And I'm so pissed about it that I'm actually going to go piss, and then we'll be right back. So give me just a second. Jesus, I just re-entered my room. Well, my room, quote unquote, but I just re-entered the you know, re-entered the room, and it's fucking like, it's so hazy in here from my vaping the entire time. I bought like an actual vape device. Because I was getting kind of tired of the Elf Bar shit. Sliggy vapes, I've been vaping for a couple years now. The fun part is that like, I don't even, there's like no nicotine in here or any other like substance. I'm just doing it for the flavor. And this mango flavor that I got is fucking bitchin'. It's like not overpowering at all. It's got like a nice like, it's got a little bit of a it's not like a strong flavor, but it's a good flavor. And also this thing is cool because I managed to, over the app, put a picture of a big titty girl in a cow print bikini as the wallpaper of this thing, so that's pretty fucking goated. And this thing was like $70. At the store that I bought it at online, it's like 90 to 100.
Running on quantum technology.
Quantum. Okay, we gotta restart. I had to stop vaping because it was giving me panic attacks.
It's
How
a
so?
wearable miracle machine running on quantum technology that helps with all sorts of stuff. Migraines, chronic pain, depression. All
Cancer.
that for a meager $4,000. In truth, this device is almost entirely useless. It is the centerpiece of a nefarious scheme that capitalizes on people's health anxieties.
Oh, Delta. Fair enough. Like I said, I don't, there's like no THC, there's no nicotine in here. I really just enjoy vaping for the flavor of it. And like, it's a nice little stim for me too.
Company that operates in over 50 countries across the globe with opaque
Don't vape,
corporate
it's
structures and
not healthy.
annual revenues exceeding $100 million.
That's euro.
Masterminds who
I guess
love to
that's
masquerade
still
as
true.
visionary geniuses. A multi-level marketing system fueled by money-hungry promoters willing to say anything for the promise of quick riches.
You can add frequencies to your water.
Holy shit, I can add frequencies to my water. What?
This year and use the Healy for it.
We have investigated the scheme for months, dissected the device, and infiltrated their distribution. This is the story of one of the largest and most dangerous esoteric scams of all time. Interactions are at the core of our work and also very important when it comes to learning. Research suggests that learning through interactions can be up to 6 times more effective than traditional approaches. Our sponsor Brilliant truly understands this concept.
I didn't even realize this was a sponsor.
Innovative on Brilliant's home already first to truly love Brilliant's courses. Why don't you give it a shot? For legal reasons, we are not stating that the Healy company is a scam, but in our opinion, people are getting scammed by false promises made around the Healy by sellers of the device in the company's multi-level marketing system. When we started investigating, we were blown away by the tsunami of content and marketing material surrounding Healy. Hundreds of thousands of hashtags, a web of Insta and YouTube accounts, a battalion of devoted influencers. But one man in particular was hard to miss. A German named Markus Schmieke, a supposed genius and founder of the company.
Our visionary, our genius behind the product.
According to his own claims, he was a concert pianist as a child, a chess champion in his youth, and then alternated between studying physics and philosophy.
Of course.
Afterwards, he supposedly traveled through India and spent time living in monasteries, totaling 12
Motherfucker stole the Batman backstory.
years as a monk. We asked Healy for proof of any of this. The company did not provide any proof of him alternating between studying physics and philosophy. Apparently, his 12 years in India did not leave formal records or documentation. The company claims to have family records of Schmieke's activities as a concert pianist and his participation in chess tournaments. In fact, they apparently were considering proposing a chess match with Marcus Schmieke. We declined that invitation, but requested those family records.
I love that.
Books. He comes across like the Steve Jobs of crystals with magical healing powers. In 2007, he invented the Time Waver, a frequency device for therapeutic purposes. More on that later. In 2017, Schmieke introduced his next big medical innovation, the Healy.
Oh my god.
Presenting here is not really mainstream science, but
it's actually not fucking science at all, is what it is.
it's something like what's called emerging science. So it's not yet there at the universities, but it's a little ahead of its time.
There are different versions of the Healy. They start at roughly $500.
Oh.
The professional edition goes for up to $4,000. Healy is controlled with an app. It has different programs categorized into different groups. Job,
everything has to be an app. Even my fucking stupid ass vape thing has an app.
Beauty, sleep, etc. Every edition of the Healy comes with a different set of these programs.
You gotta control everything with your phone.
Completely identical. Additional programs and upgrades can be purchased, some of which cost several $100s.
There's ones for our mental health.
It goes into your information field.
It literally can heal every single thing in your body.
Sick.
Balance the key aspects of your life.
It makes you feel really great. So great, in fact, you start dancing as soon as you clip on the Healy. You can use it on yourself or your pets.
Imagine fucking running around with this. If you went outside and you were wearing this, people would think you've got like a fucking pacemaker or some shit. Which isn't a bad thing, don't get me wrong, but it's like, is that what you want to do? You want to run around with some stupid ass little remote and have people. I guess you do want that because you want people to ask about it, so they'll buy it too.
But how exactly does this magical device work?
It is supposed to heal you by giving you the frequencies that your body needs.
Of course.
It is meant to be, of course, enough.
This reminds me, I don't know if any of you remember or still know about Gwyneth Paltrow's fucking health bullshit. Y'all remember Goop? Y'all remember Goop by Gwyneth Paltrow? This is basically the same shit. It's like, yes, if you shake the crystal hard enough, it creates a frequency which will cure your cancer. And then you will win. My favorite was the frequency stickers. My favorite was the frequency stickers, where it was like, yes, we've infused these stickers, these body stickers, with a certain frequency that if you put them on your body, just the vibes, they will be immaculate, and you will win.
I'm not allowed to say that it heals you, although it is in the name. But it helps your body heal itself, is how they might put it.
This is Jonathan Jerry, a science communicator with McGill University's Office for Science and Society. He has a background in molecular biology and helped us understand the Healy. Every cell has a specific voltage. This much is true. Everything that now follows are Healy's claims. When the body ages or becomes sick, the cell voltage supposedly decreases. To counter this, the Healy supposedly analyzes the frequencies of all the trillions of cells in your body and sends an individualized microcurrent back to the impaired ones to, quote, harmonize your bioenergetic field.
Dude, I'm like a fucking Warhammer guy. Crazy. You put this on, you can be a fucking space marine.
Healy doesn't promise that it lets you sleep better or make you better at your job. They just say it harmonizes.
Are you a fucking dumbass who can't do their job right? You put this fucking thing, you clip this shit onto your shirt. Instant CEO. Instant big conglomerate chief officer.
Your sleep and work life. The scientific sounding stuff overlaps with full-on esoteric hogwash. Markus Schmieke claims that there is a so-called
Whenever he says his name, he's just pronouncing it in like regular German. It's really funny.
information field where all the information of the universe is stored, including our consciousness. The Healy is supposed to make a connection to this field in real time to get vital information on our body and cells.
Direct universe streaming. Fuck yeah, dude. I sure hope it's not region locked, or I might have to get my NordVPN.
That's what makes up Healy, a certified medical device and wearable with a quantum sensor that uses individually determined frequencies to stimulate specific areas of your body.
You can just put like the word quantum. It sounds sciencey enough, right? Where you can just like you can put the word quantum onto something, and people will be like, "Well, I mean, obviously it's quantum because like." It's so advanced that it's just quantum, you know? Like obviously you can't really explain how it works because it's quantum. Quantum means like future science, technology. So we can't explain it. But like, no, I mean, disregard the fact, you know, that you need to be able to explain something to be able to call it science. It's quantum science, because everything you can't explain with science is quantum science, and the quantum means you can't explain it. Hope you guys, that's gonna be at the end of the quiz. At the end of the video.
All right, let's take a closer look at the
quantum
sensor.
Fuck yeah, awesome.
Seems to be particularly proud of. This sensor is supposed to analyze the frequencies of every cell in your body in real time.
Healy's quantum sensor, a physical noise source.
Everything is quantum!
With special algorithms to analyze the resonance frequencies of the...
I listened to a podcast about pseudoscience, and the essential oil pyramid schemes and the logic used for Healy is identical, because that's all that it is. Everything that it is always is literally just like, this is fake science that's not real, but we're making it sound real. And usually the whole thing with this like pseudoscience shit is that it combines small facts of you know, of like science, the way it works, and then just tacks on like a lot of bullshit, because then when people look up like, does this thing actually do this? And then it says, yeah, they'll just believe that the rest of it is true because they don't want to fucking, like, Google, you know? So it's like, they'll throw in some tidbits that are real, as in, with every good lie, you throw in a couple of tidbits that are, you know, real, that are true, and that makes the whole thing way more believable. And there is a gigantic amount of people, you can never forget, there is a massive amount of people who will just straight up deny actual, like, science and actual, like medical treatment and medical, like I guess also medical science, because they think it is of the devil, or because they think, like, it's just big pharma making you sick so they can cure you so they can make you sick again. Which, I'm not denying that as a possibility, because otherwise, you know, if there was a pill to cure the common cold, you couldn't sell any more cold medicine. There probably is a pill to cure the common cold, but you're not getting it. And so I understand how this thought can come, where you go like, yeah, you know, conventional medicine, that shit's evil. This shit is evil too. And arguably, I would say more evil, because, like, the pharma industry at least goes like, you want this medicine? Yeah, it'll help you. It's $300. Take it or die. Right? It's like, this is the shit that can cure your cancer. We've got years of data to back this shit up. We've got people who survived cancer because they did this treatment. $4,000 or fuck off and die. This shit is going like, hey, listen, here's this little fucking Bluetooth dongle. You clip the shit on your nuts and your ball cancer goes away and you're not gonna die. Except you are gonna fucking die because that shit doesn't help you. So, like, arguably, I call things like this, I would say that things like this are way worse than just the actual pharma industry, because, sure, you know, they're not selling you, like, the super cure, but it actually helps. This doesn't fucking do anything. This is just a gay little fucking plastic thing with an Arduino inside. And frankly, probably not even that. Probably Arduinos are more complex than this shit.
Healy user in real time.
They got this shit cheap off a PCB way.
Can analyze the individual voltage of trillions of cells. Big words fitting for a device literally ahead of science. And a great justification for the price tag.
Absolutely.
We were curious and wanted to check this sensor ourselves. So we went and sent a Healy over to Great Scott, a fantastic tech YouTuber. He opened the box and it actually has an overall good build quality. The Healy does produce frequencies, yes, and the bracelets and electrodes are in fact electrically conductive. However, the output voltage is so low, when Great Scott used the Healy, he felt absolutely nothing.
Wow, what a surprise.
The Healy is not doing anything. In order to quote-unquote work, the Healy needs to make a connection with a smartphone. The
Of
app
course.
then transfers programs onto the device. Without a specific program, the Healy just sits idle. This means that analyzing
the resonance frequencies of the Healy user in real time
cannot be true. The main components in the Healy are this Bluetooth chip that connects
Oh,
to the
I was
phone
right. It's
and
just
this microcontroller, which
I was right. Wow, this looks like dog shit. Holy fuck. They just got the shit off a PCB way. Nice.
manages all the buttons and LEDs and creates the frequencies.
Pretty
And
sick.
There's this switcher that connects the different signals. Oh yeah, and this battery. What Great Scott couldn't find is a quantum sensor.
Well.
Which makes sense because there is no quantum sensor. Not even in Healy's patent. There's only this, a standard infrared diode anyone can purchase for roughly 14 cents. It is
Based.
not in contact with an all-knowing information field. It is not quantum anything.
Well, you
It's
don't fucking know that. Maybe infrared is the key to opening the gateway to the realm of God. Okay? If you have like anything with infrared, you just got to figure out the right code and you can open up the gates to heaven. There you go. And that's why the Healy can do what it do.
Device is nothing more than standard technology worth 30 to 50 bucks. It is impossible for a diode to be used to analyze trillions of cells on an ongoing
So the
basis,
2000s,
or
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Microcurrents to 6 cells. We asked Healy about the missing quantum sensor. They told us they now call the 14-cent diode resonance sensor.
Of course.
The fact that the name is just interchangeable apparently does not really help their attempts to make extremely ordinary electronics sound high-tech.
The very core of their explanation for why we're ill and why this device works is just wrong. It's just absolutely wrong. It's not scientific. The Healy is a
No
frequency
way.
medicine device, and frequency medicine is not medicine. It is a pseudoscience.
Ironically, the company itself admits this. They just hide it well in small disclaimers on their website, in their marketing material, and even in internal coaching videos.
Gonna go grab that
Science does
vape
not
flavor.
acknowledge the existence of the information field, its analysis, harmonization, and other importance due to the lack of scientific evidence. Individualized microcurrent frequency programs of the Healy device, quantum potential frequencies of the Healy coil, and the magnetic field programs of the Mag Healy device are not acknowledged by conventional medicine.
Yeah,
due to
I
the
wonder
lack of
why.
scientific evidence in the sense of conventional medicine. The
Yeah, I
individualized
wonder why.
microcurrent frequency programs of the Healy device are not medical applications. They are not intended to cure, treat, mitigate, diagnose, or prevent any disease or medical condition. The
Except, you know,
information
that's
on
what
these
we're fucking
pages is
telling
for
you.
reference and educational purposes only.
According to Jerry, these disclaimers are a calculated move. The company aims to shield itself from any legal consequences. That's why Healy doesn't claim that the Healy heals, but rather that it helps harmonize the bioenergetic field. They most likely use these phrases to obscure the fact that their product is ineffective.
You have to look for these words that are very, very vague. It helps this, it supports this. Anybody can make those kinds of claims.
Truth is generally a very flexible concept when it comes to Healy.
This innovation was developed by doctors, scientists, and
Doctor.
engineers.
Yeah, but doctor
Let's
in
take a
what?
look at this.
Hold on. Like, okay, I can, like, you can just get a doctor's degree in, like, fucking, I don't know. Fucking, like, creative writing. That doesn't mean you're an actual medical doctor.
Martina Kondritz is not a real doctor. She's a nurse who works as a non-medical
Well, there you go.
practitioner. That's a profession in Germany which doesn't require any formal medical education. Nunu Nina is likely
Well,
not a real scientist. He claims to have degrees in completely unrelated fields like decisional systems engineering and mathematics applied to operational research, but we were not able to verify this. Additionally, he has recently been removed from Healy's marketing material and their official website.
Probably 'cause he's evil.
Polistynski does not have an engineering degree. He has worked in IT and is, quote, mostly self-taught. His main competence within the field of health comes from his own studies. Strangely, Healy has removed this sentence.
This innovation was developed by doctors, scientists, and engineers.
From the video on YouTube. Despite all of this, according to the company, they're currently selling one device per minute. They operate.
I mean, I believe that. You know, that's the thing. I believe it.
Tax filings that their revenue in 2021 exceeded $140 million.
There's a lot of hype right now about personalized medicine.
Yeah.
A lot of it is unwarranted, but it's this idea that I'm getting the intervention that is tailored to me. I'm not getting somebody else's frequencies. I'm not getting somebody else's drug. I am getting the thing that is made for me. And I think that's part of the Healy's appeal, to be getting a targeted, personalized intervention that is just for you.
We tried to understand Healy customers better. What are their hopes? What do they use it for?
I am using this with my clients both in person and remotely.
Now we have personalized healing tools.
You can add frequencies to your water. You can taste the difference.
They're using it in
I'm sure you can taste the difference between fresh water and water that's been standing there for like 3 hours. I believe that, yeah. Mostly dust.
hospitals and holistic health practices all over Europe and now all over the world.
That's when we found the groups.
Ooh.
They made us realize how dangerous this all truly is. Manfred Döpp is a doctor from Switzerland and deep into esoteric stuff. From July to December 2019, he treated a man with the time waver, Markus Schmieke's first invention. It too is based on unscientific claims around quantum physics, frequencies, and information fields. Unfortunately, the device didn't detect that Döpp's patient had lung cancer. The treatment went on for 6 months, including remote sessions. Healing
Zoinks!
The patient paid
Gadzooks!
roughly $700 per session, and there were many. By the end of 2019, the man's condition deteriorated. In early 2020, he sought treatment from other doctors who found that the lung cancer had metastasized. It was no longer curable, and it was too late for treatment.
Well,
the man died.
And this is, by the way, this is what I mean when I say, like, the pseudo-medicine shit is worse than, you know, actual real medicine, because, again, yes, it would have been expensive as fuck for the dude. But if he had gone into treatment properly, with actual, real doctors, who knows, they might have fucking been able to save his life.
In 2020, Dub treated another cancer patient using a combination of dietary supplements and the time waiver.
Of course.
Again,
gotta take your Flintstones gummies to not get cancer.
Initiated investigations against Dub. Even 2 years after the incident, they are still ongoing.
Wow.
Dub claims he urged her to seek out chemotherapy and undergo surgery. There's no written proof of that.
That's my main concern. That is the real harm, is that you're allowing your cancer to progress, thinking that it's going to get healed with this device, which it won't.
Healy says they hold no responsibility for the decisions made by any therapists. For the company, these decisions fall entirely within the domain of the therapist.
Sure.
There are tons of Healy customer Facebook groups, and they reveal just how much people
Jesus,
believe in this
5,000,
device.
6,000,
In one group, someone
5,000.
asks how Healy can help their suicidal daughter. Multiple people inquire about what Healy can do for MS, a lifelong and uncurable nerve disorder that can cause serious disabilities. There are questions about using it for opioid withdrawal, for the treatment of alcohol addiction, type 1 diabetes, autoimmune diseases, and even how to increase business sales. On Instagram, someone shared how Healy allowed them to...
Well, hold on. How the fuck does that work? How can I use frequency to get more money? Here's a fucking here's a way to increase your business. Here's a way to increase your capital. Don't fucking buy this shit. Look at that. You got $4,000 more in the pocket. You fucking moron.
Discontinued their Parkinson's medication. There are so many of these cases. The people in these groups are in an echo chamber of false hopes and desperation. It's likely that something similar to the Dub cases will happen sooner or later with the Healy. Just take a moment to imagine if a friend or family member who suffers from severe allergies, has been diagnosed with MS, or is going through withdrawal were to fall for this. Imagine watching them spend thousands of dollars on a device
it's fucked up.
14-cent infrared diode in it. Healy claims to have a compliance team which actively monitors social media and online forums to promptly address any misinformation or exaggerated claims. To us, this supposed compliance team does not seem to be very effective. It all begs the question. Let's say you have a groundbreaking medical device.
And this is by the way, this is the shit that is fucking insane, which is coming up. I already know about this. The fact that, like, legally speaking, they're not, quote unquote, not doing anything wrong is insane. But you'll see what I mean.
To market in the US. In order to get it approved so you can make bank, you have to go through the FDA. If you're offering a pill or something to be swallowed, it needs to be rigorously tested. But since you're offering a medical device, it just needs to be cleared. There doesn't even need to be a test for if it works. It just needs to function similarly to one that already exists on the market. Healy emits microcurrents. In the US, microcurrent devices already exist, which are used for pain relief. As a result, the Healy is FDA cleared. This process has been criticized for years. John Oliver had an episode about the dangers a while back.
Because saying something is FDA cleared is in no way proof that a device actually works.
In the EU,
well, okay, but John Oliver is a fucking loser. But I mean, yeah, at the very least, that's true. And this is fucked up, by the way, about the EU.
The process for medical devices is also a bit questionable. Manufacturers compile their own information to demonstrate that their product is safe and does what it claims to do. There are no independent studies on Healy, so the company partly used studies related to very different devices. Many of these studies have significant flaws in their methodology. Too few participants, poor setups, and too short durations. Somehow, that incredibly weak base was good enough to get it cleared.
EU was like, yeah, fuck it, let him, we don't care. Let him send out the fucking infrared Bluetooth dongle.
Fortunately, this means that Healy has clearances in both the US and EU.
Very
Healy
based.
Uses these clearances and classifications to their advantage to further the medical image of the device they are selling. We specifically asked Healy to provide us with any independent scientific studies providing clear evidence of a Healy device having a measurable physical effect on any medical condition.
What are you, a
They
narc?
did not
What are you, a
provide
square?
one, of course. But they did again refer to their clearances as validators of their claims. In short, that really seems to be their strategy. Disclaimers and clearances. But is that enough to make all this legal? Since Healy is from Germany, we spoke with the popular German lawyer.
Hey, I love this guy. This guy has a YouTube channel where he talks a lot about like specifically German law, and it's really, really interesting.
Asked him if the disclaimers the company uses are enough to protect it.
In meinen Augen ist das, was Healy hier macht, illegal. Jedenfalls wettbewerbsrechtlich verboten, denn die Werbeaussagen, die sind zu weitgehend. Es ist so, dass wenn man gesundheitsbezogene Werbeaussagen macht, dann müssen diesen Aussagen auch wissenschaftliche Studien zugrunde liegen. All das kann Healy nicht aufweisen und insofern glaube ich, die Werbung ist illegal. Dass allerdings eine Straftat vorliegt wie ein Betrug, sehe ich hier eher nicht.
It's clear that the creators of Healy are using very careful wording. They seem to be quite aware that they are operating
Which
at the boundaries of
is like standard, you know, protocol for all of these scam things.
law, possibly even crossing them.
Das reicht aber nicht aus. Man muss schon diesen Hinweis an den einzelnen Aussagen, die man aufstellt und nicht erst am Ende eines Textes aufstellen. Also man muss das direkt wieder klarstellen. Hey, wir behaupten das zwar, aber wissenschaftlich beweisen können wir es gar nicht. Was auf keinen Fall geht, ist, dass man es am Ende der Webseite irgendwo versteckt. Das ist irreführend in meinen Augen, ganz klar.
Healy responded to us they would take these concerns very seriously.
I'm
and they
sure.
would be committed to aligning their messaging with the scientific evidence available. Individuals can report misleading advertising to consumer protection organizations. Both the EU and the US have online complaint forms. If enough people file complaints, the agencies might take them into consideration. We've included the links for you below. Use them as you see fit. Healy has gotten into legal trouble at least twice before. In 2021, a complaint was filed against Healy in the Netherlands for misleading claims. As a result, Healy had to temporarily take down its Dutch website. In 2022, the Australian branch of Healy had to pay a small fine for false claims. But Healy's website
Cool.
is not the main way.
I'm sure $26,000 hurt them a lot.
Multi-level marketing, MLM for short. That's a controversial marketing scheme that is built like a pyramid. Individuals sell the Healy for the company. They don't work for the company, but get a commission. The most outrageous claims around the Healy are happening within this context. They happen in influencer videos, in closed groups, in one-on-one calls. This way,
It's funny that, like, and I'm not saying that this is all influencers, I'm just saying I find it funny that this is a kind of a sort of a, it's, you know, it's sort of a thing that I notice with a lot of influencers, is that when you trace back what they're selling you, very often it ends up just to happen to be MLM bullshit. It's almost like the entire fucking system of being an influencer is built upon multi-level marketing. But hey, that's just me.
The company always has the ability to claim it's not their words. They argue they are not responsible for what Healy sellers are saying.
Manchmal kann die persönliche Begeisterung bei dem einen oder anderen Kunden mitunter zu übertriebenen Behauptungen führen.
But how does the system work exactly? How did Healy get so big? We examined financial reports and internal documents, and we decided to infiltrate. What we found is even more sinister than we could have ever imagined.
Next time on Fern.
Hello? I read that you're selling the Healy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any good experiences with it?
For instance, I have a friend who has cancer, and she completely stopped taking her medications with the help of the Healy.
Oh yeah, I saw in the German version this was all one video, but it's two videos here, so we're just gonna watch the second part of this right away.
50 countries. It sells a miracle machine that's supposed to help with all kinds of diseases for up to $4,000. We investigated it for months. In the last episode, you heard Jonas. I'm Hoch, and I'll be taking it over from here. If you're not a fan of excessive intonation and dramatic pretentious pauses, I am deeply sorry. Healy was founded by Marcus Schmieke, an esoteric Steve Jobs-like figure. The theory behind the Healy
Steve Jobs-like. That's my favorite. That's my favorite genre of video games. Steve Jobs-like.
Great Scott took the device apart for us, and surprise, there is no sensor. The company itself admits in small text disclaimers that none of what they claim is based on science. According to a lawyer, these disclaimers are not enough and might break the law. We found Facebook groups in which people place all their hopes into the Healy. Members share advice on which frequency programs to run to treat things like opioid addictions, MS, and severe allergies, among other things. In Switzerland, 2 people died. They were treated with Schmieke's prior invention, and their respective cancers were not treated properly in time. Is the Healy just a ticking time bomb? Will someone die, putting their faith into it, sooner or later?
Definitely, and I would argue it already happened.
Got so big. It's all over social media. People hype it up across the globe.
The Healy.
How does the company's sales system work? And who is really getting rich? This time we are analyzing internal documents, and we are infiltrating a truly sinister sales machine.
Yahoo! Let's go.
Hello, this is SO Steve Hops. Have you heard of the revolutionary Mega Heal?
Annoying robocalls and spam emails are on the rise. In the Agate Zach/Fern by checker on. For legal reasons, we are not stating that the Healy company is a scam. But in
They're putting this in here again because there was a actually no, I'm wrong. The guys behind this channel actually got sued, as well as another YouTuber that I watch was actually sued by the company for, I guess, claiming that they're a scam when they're not, but which is why they put the disclaimer here again and in the previous video.
People are getting scammed by false promises made around the Healy by sellers of the device in the company's multi-level marketing system.
Holy
when
shit.
someone wants to buy a Healy, they need a personal referral code from a Healy distributor. The sale of Healy products is part of what's known as multi-level marketing, MLM for short. That's a controversial sales strategy which resembles a pyramid structure. Sellers at the top recruit other sellers, and so on.
So, Phil recruited me to sell these cards, and now I am recruiting you again. Phil has recruited me and another guy. Now we are getting 3 people each. The more people that get involved, the more people who are investing, the more money we're all going to make.
With Healy, you can earn money in 3 ways. 1. Customer sales. Every seller earns commission.
Oh, you misspelled costumer.
Healy products. 2.
What's a costumer?
Team building. Healy distributors can recruit others to sell Healy as well. And 3. Leadership rewards. As your team grows and sells more Healy devices, you can climb the ranks and receive bonus payments. Especially the leadership rewards promises substantial earnings for independent Healy World members. That's what the company calls its sales force. The sales ranks are divided into 3 categories: builder, team manager, and leader. There are a total of 17 consecutive ranks. Those who reach the rank of executive president can receive a one-time bonus of up to $500,000.
Damn.
All of this will be found in detail in the official Healy compensation plan.
It sounds like a get-rich-quick scheme. Yes, thank you. You will get rich quick. We all will.
The only problem is that the compensation plan is incredibly convoluted. Each rank offers complex additional bonuses. There's a 3-page glossary for the numerous abbreviations and concepts that promise even more money. Most of it is denominated in points rather than dollars. This might just be a conscious tactic.
You can get 50,000 stinky points.
In 2011, he published his research on the website of the FTC, the American Federal Trade Commission. Taylor analyzed the compensation plan of over 600 MLMs and found that 99% of those participating in a multi-level marketing operation lose money. This, of course, doesn't have to be true for Healy. However, it does give us a glimpse into how this industry generally works. It gives us an idea of why Healy hides its compensation behind a confusing system, cryptic wording, and an opaque point system.
Yeah, because they're
Healy's
fucking
compensation
bitches.
plan is likely primarily designed to confuse. It
Supposedly.
aims to lure in potential sellers with the promise of exorbitant sums of money. The likelihood of actually earning such a fortune in the end is either concealed or not mentioned at all. Top sellers like Volkan Kurt and Victoria Matacha serve as poster children for how successful one can be with selling the Healy. Kurt and his team claim annual revenues for Healy of at least $10 million, achieved in just 2 years. How big their
I don't
commission
believe
is,
that, but
we don't
fair.
know, but it must be huge.
Das ist das Wahre, was die Mission dahinter ist. Ja.
Raise your hand if you want to get rich.
Who is this guy again?
Don't worry about Phil. He drives a Corvette. He is doing just fine.
All of this is exciting until reality hits. While we may know how much Healy pays out in commissions annually in total, we don't have a clear picture of how that money is distributed. An MLM company that thrives on big promises might have little interest in transparency.
You are
On the
amazing.
Canadian and US websites of Healy, there is
You
a
are
somewhat
amazing
detailed
because you
income disclosure.
fucking buy this
In
stupid
Canada,
shit.
This is required by law if the company wants to make claims about potential incomes of their members. The US website shows the annual average incomes of Healy sellers in 2022. These numbers show that there must be around 6,000 active sellers in the US in that year. 265 of those, which is only around 4%, even just had the rank builder. They had an annual average income of a little under $2,000. 5 people with the rank senior vice president had a yearly income of around 300.
Senior vice president. How do you be what? How can you be like? You can be a junior vice president? I don't think that's how that works. How can there be multiple vice presidents?
$1,000. That is only 0.08% of all sellers. In internal training materials, Healy states, based on industry standards and company projections, the average annual gross income for members is projected to be anywhere between $1,500 and $3,000. While these numbers are not too surprising, they still don't reflect how little money Healy sellers often make in reality.
It's not a pyramid scheme. It's not even a scheme per se. It's
Obviously, Healy has another disclaimer for this.
There are no guarantees concerning the level of success.
Maybe there are
you
some
may
good
experience
episodes of
as
The
a Healy
Office.
World member.
But some people are making serious money by selling Healys, and they're getting other people to sell even more Healys for them.
Awesome.
For example, I have 2 people below me who earn around 15,000 euros per month, and I make about double that. I don't do anything else but Healy at this point.
We went ahead and pretended to be gullible potential Healy customers, prey to the predators. We've had suspicions from the beginning that the most extreme promises are made in one-on-one conversations, not in the promotional videos with their vague language.
Yeah, I
but
mean, it
here,
makes sense.
behind virtual closed doors, away from prying eyes and ears, in groups, chats, calls where they potentially appear even more credible. We spoke with 3 Healy sellers from 3 different countries, 2 of them very high-ranking. Each time, we played a guy with severe back pain after a botched surgery. Our girlfriend suffers from depression. Can Healy help us?
Certainly, the Healy can help with that.
Of course.
Has approval for
What did you
pain
miss?
relief,
We're now going into like the MLM aspect of it and into like what the people who are actually selling the Healy are telling us that this thing can do.
in Germany. I myself had surgery this year and used the Healy for it. There's really no issue the Healy can't help with.
I don't believe that.
Condition with it, be it
Of
physical
course.
or mental.
Yeah.
The Healy scans the physical organs, and there you can see, okay, here's a kidney problem, here's a liver problem. It also scans the mental and pain-related issues, and it has an option to scan which vitamins you're lacking.
But if we truly want to see long-term improvement
Of course.
in health and that of our girlfriend, both tell us that we'll need to invest more. The cheapest Healy for $500 won't be sufficient for our needs.
Of course not.
So, with the Healy Gold, you have only one app to treat basic conditions. I would not recommend it to you. I would at least recommend the Healy Resonance to you. Because it can scan your body, it can accelerate the restoration of the nerves and support your complete health.
Of course.
Healy Resonance will
Yeah.
cost us
Restoring your
1,500
nerves.
euros. But of course, we're offered a
As you
discount
can do.
because we're so nice. Such a kind offer. There's actually one more thing that's straining our relationship with our partner. It's a bit awkward actually, but we have problems with erectile dysfunction.
Oh
Surely
no,
the Healy can help
penis.
with that as well,
Not worky.
right?
If someone broke your bone, it is broken. Healy cannot fix this. You have to ask, what is
That's a poor choice of wording, but okay.
the root cause of your problem? If it's stress, Healy can reduce it and support you. And even nerve damage can be supported in some way. So, yes, it will support you, but to what extent is hard to predict.
Buying the Healy would be a significant financial burden for us. Can they promise us that Healy will help?
We can't promise you anything.
Okay,
but our
cool.
experience is
Based.
that it
Thanks.
just helps.
You know, I can make no promises.
It just works, guys, okay? Come on.
But it has been known to help many things. I wish I was a prophet, but I am not. Do I believe that you will have a positive
Lady, I don't fucking, like, I don't need your whole life story. Just tell me, will it fix my dick or not?
experience with Healy? Yes. Do I believe it's going to help with your condition? Yes. Do I believe that it will help your condition the way you want it to help? I don't know.
Well, they don't know for sure and can't make any promises. They've had positive experiences. Often, this is followed by a personal story meant to support their claim.
I did have COVID in January of 22, and it lasted around 13 weeks. I was very, very sick, but I refused to go to the hospital because I knew if I went in, I wouldn't come out. I got COVID again recently.
Very cool. Very cool to do this. Very cool to fucking scare people like that.
And I've
Stupid
been using
bitch.
the Healy daily. I'm already so much better than I was back last year without it.
Some stories go even further.
For instance, I have a friend who has cancer, and she completely stopped taking her medications with the help of the Healy. It took about half a year. She did it on her own responsibility. I can't tell her to stop taking her medication. She ran the pain program on the Healy and gradually reduced her medications. And eventually, she realized she didn't need them anymore.
It cured her cancer. We should just all get Healy so we can never have cancer.
But what about the cancer itself?
Well, she has metastases throughout her whole body. But I'd say being able to go on vacation again and seeing many improvements.
Well, you know, I mean, the tumors are tumoring. But she can go to the Bahamas? You know, get a couple of drinks on the beach, a little martini on the beach, little pina colada on the beach. You won't even feel the cancer eating away at your fucking corpse of a body. Just get Healy. Just clip Healy on your balls. It will be good.
It means a completely different quality of life. She even got herself.
let's all go to the beach. Let's go to them all.
So we asked directly. Our aunt lives in Kazakhstan and has cancer. Can we help her from the Netherlands, where we live?
Yes, you can do that.
Oh!
It can be done using the Blue app. If you buy
The
the
Blue
Healy from
app.
me, you'll gain access to my academy, and I'll show you how it's done.
We can send healing waves through the app all the way to Kazakhstan. Don't gotta pay any fees. No packaging fees. No delivery fees. Fucking straight up send that shit through the ether. Your aunt, cancer gone. Tumor deleted. Sex on the beach filled up. Cherry on top. We are bitchin'. I'm gonna fucking kill people.
You can treat
These people specifically.
people anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. It works reliably, whether with animals or humans.
Cake by the ocean.
It still
That's
works,
different.
and it doesn't even matter what condition. You can basically treat everything.
We also played the skeptic. If the Healy is such a wonderful device, if it can help with pretty much any illness, why isn't it more well known? Why isn't it offered everywhere, in hospitals and pharmacies?
The reason that most people do not know of this is because it is actually a threat to the regular health system.
Of course! The government and the pharma industry is keeping us down, keeping the little people down, because they don't want to give them... They hide our cures and feed us their medicine. Get the fuck off the planet right now before I shoot you into the sun myself. You worthless fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna assassinate you. I'm gonna kill you. What is this? Why is there French people? What the fuck? Why are there French people? Get the fuck out of my stream. By the way, I don't even see these. These aren't... I'm pretty sure these are all bots. If you're not bots, then I'm sorry, but I can't read your messages because they don't show up for me. Yeah, that's... Wow, they don't even show up on the regular live chat, actually. That's weird. I also don't think I gained any subscribers, so I'm pretty sure these are just bots. French bot. But maybe not. I don't... Yeah, there are no new messages. So Payne just posted this picture. Give me a second. And, I mean, I don't know. They're all French. And I mean, like, I don't know, you know, so I don't, you know, I don't think these are real people. I mean, these are fake people. What the fuck? Payne, I'm pretty sure your YouTube is bugged. Yeah, I'm pretty sure your YouTube is just bugged. That would make more sense. That makes a lot more sense now. Well, I guess we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In French.
This frequency therapy is the therapy of the future, because this is the purest form of healing you have. It has no side effects.
It has.
The whole big pharma industry, I always say, it is a lot like modern mafia, because it has nothing to do with healing.
Of course not.
So, this kind of treatment of the Healy, when you Google it, you will immediately find negative information about it.
The world is healing.
To let people think that it doesn't work.
Of course, there is not one bit of evidence that pharmaceutical companies suppress the spread of the Healy. We presented ourselves as a person with a complex medical history, a botched surgery, constant physical and emotional pain, a struggling girlfriend, a dying aunt, and a feeling of disappointment with conventional medicine. Our penis also doesn't work. In short, we were vulnerable. We just played a role, of course, but suffering and chronic pain are a part of life for many people. And for precisely these people, the promises made by Healy sellers can be particularly dangerous because they raise false hopes. We were told that Healy can help with our chronic pain, with healing our nerves, with the psychological trauma from the botched surgery, with our partner's depression, with our erectile dysfunction, and with our sick aunt's cancer. We could send the Healy's frequency 3,000 kilometers across Europe to Kazakhstan into our body. We were told things that should not have been said. In internal training materials, there is a list of do's and don'ts when talking about Healy. Do not make general healing claims, do not make claims regarding scientific studies, do not mention medical cases, and do not share your income.
They literally did all of that. What the fuck?
All the people we spoke to broke these rules. Perhaps because they saw a good business opportunity in us and wanted to make the sale. Perhaps because they just so firmly believe in the device. Maybe a bit of both. We can't say for sure.
It sounds like they're terrible fucking salesmen.
We confronted Healy with the claims sellers made about the device and asked if they, like us, would consider this an attempt to scam us. They did not respond directly and simply stated that this could contradict their policies and they might terminate contracts in those cases. The company also again referred to their supposed compliance team dedicated to monitoring and ensuring adherence to their policies. One thing is for certain, Healy is a giant success. Just recently, the company claimed that they are sending out 1 Healy per minute. That's over 500,000 per year.
Damn.
Just how big is this company?
And I honestly, like I said, I kind of believe it. Because there's a massive market of people who vehemently want to deny conventional medicine. And again, I understand it. And honestly, if you want to use the Healy while you're using your actual medicine, that's fine. Oh, my mom is calling me. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna talk to my mom. All right, apology. Oh, there you go. Yeah, my parents are on a trip again, and they were just calling in to check in. I told my mom, because she asked me about the vape thing, I told her, oh, I'm gonna send you guys a picture, and then I realized, like, wait, I put the Gooner image on the background here. So I realized that after I sent the picture of it. She didn't say anything, though, so... yeah. It's fine.
We took a look
What?
at the official financial statements of Healy International AG and reviewed other internal documents. Since the company is based in Germany,
Austria
we spoke
mentioned.
with German tax consultant Christoph Jun. He regularly analyzes the financial statements of large companies on YouTube. Overall, he says that Healy's numbers look relatively normal. However, he did find some things to be a bit odd. There are two men behind the company. Markus Schmieke, of course. He holds 40% of the company's shares. The other one is Christian Halper. He holds the remaining shares. He's an Austrian millionaire, an esoterics fan, and the owner of multiple vegan restaurants.
I have no idea who this guy is. I've never seen this dude.
According to the current numbers from 2021, Healy generates an annual revenue of $140 million. After deducting all expenses, all that is left is a profit of just around $3.8 million. Not a bad sum, of course, but shouldn't Healy be making much more?
Yeah.
The company sells a product for probably about 10 times the production cost, or even way more. When we
Fucking whack shit, by the way. How much like, and I know this isn't a particularly, like, big brain take, but quite frankly, if you have no fucking morals whatsoever, you can be an actual millionaire. You can, if you sell your soul to Satan, or if you just don't have one straight up, if you don't have a conscience, if you're fine with scamming the shit out of people, you can make so much goddamn money. And again, this isn't a very, like, nuanced big brain take or anything, but by Lord.
asked about why their device is so expensive, the company claimed it would have lots of other expenses beyond the direct production costs. Investments in software development, server infrastructure,
I'm sure.
maintenance, and of course research and development. Healy's financial statements
The
show
R&D
only
department
roughly $3 million
fucking
was
us
spent
over
on IT
again.
infrastructure in 2021, just over $1 million for R&D and around $4 million for the development of new products. All those are just small fractions of their revenue. So what are they spending all that money on? Mainly for distribution. Around $80 million is spent just to sell Heelys. According to Yun, this is an unusual scale. If Healy was truly a medical revolution, would it really need such aggressive
Nice,
marketing?
my
The largest
mic is
expense of
steaming because I'm
they amount
puffing
to around
the steam
65
at it.
million,
It's really
which is almost
fun.
half of the total revenue.
Das habe ich so persönlich noch nicht in einer Bilanz gesehen und das ist aus meiner Sicht damit viermal so hoch, wie ich es persönlich erwartet hätte. Aber der Produktherstellungspreis ist halt besonders günstig und damit ergeben sich halt auch sehr hohe Bruttomargen und die steckt man anscheinend hier in die Vertriebskosten.
Sorry, I don't want to be huffing my mic.
Is exactly distributed, but we know that it is likely flowing.
God, this flavor is fucking
Healy
good
did not
though.
want to disclose how the compensations were distributed due to supposed data privacy concerns. We talked to an expert for these kinds of companies, Oz from Behind MLM. According to him, it is a standard procedure for MLM owners and executives to have positions in the compensation plan. We were wondering, could it be possible that Markus Schmieke, Christian Halper, and
I'm gonna have to
possibly
open
their
a window
relatives
later.
are
I'm
also
hotboxing in here again.
compensation plan and earn provisions. Healy claims that they are not. According to German law, financial statements must contain notes if the company made transactions under non-standard market conditions with close family members, managers, executives, or owners.
Letztendlich heißt das aber im Umkehrschluss, wenn du Vereinbarungen getroffen hast, die aber marktüblich sind, dann muss man das im Jahresabschluss nicht erwähnen und so kann man natürlich auch Gewinne in der Gesellschaft reduzieren, ja, die Zahlungen letztendlich abfließen lassen, ohne dass es dann im Jahresabschluss auch in Erscheinung kommt.
Really? Okay,
Das
that's
wäre
interesting.
durchaus möglich.
And then we found something else. At the very bottom of page 31, among various licensing, rental, and service agreements, there are payments of $4.5 million to a company called Frequency Waiver, SRO, in Bratislava.
Are Are they paying themselves that fucking money?
Slovakia. Why would Healy pay such a significant amount of money to a company in Bratislava? Given the magnitude, it's unlikely to be rent for some office space. It might be for a service, or as Jan suspects, perhaps a license.
Also irgendwie befindet sich hier in Bratislava eine Lizenz, die so
I've been to
wertvoll
Bratislava,
ist,
very
die
nice
über 40, 50
city.
Millionen Euro wert, die diese Lizenz haben muss, damit wir diese für 4,2 Millionen Euro lizenzieren müssen.
Behind frequency waiver S.Art.O are familiar faces. 56% is owned by Halper Holding GmbH, the vegan restaurant owner, and 44% by a certain Katarina Schmika. We don't know for what license.
I fucking knew it. They're fucking. I fucking knew it. They're paying themselves. They're paying themselves for the license that they own, but you know, the Austrian in me is freaking out about the tax fraud, but
service or product Healy paid this much money. Healy itself says it entails proprietary trade secrets, and it is therefore confidential.
It's your fucking company, asshole!
After studying Healy for months, to us it is clear how this company works. We don't think the architects of this whole system believe a word of their own marketing material. The disclaimers are too calculated. The MLM sales machinery is too well thought out. The company maneuvers at the edge of legality with a finesse that is almost admirable. If all this weren't so incredibly evil. While we conducted our investigation, passages in promotional videos were quietly deleted. Supposed experts backing the product disappeared from the website. Essential elements of the technology got relabeled. Healy is constantly moving to protect itself from being legally liable. This probably takes a whole lot of lawyers. We asked them, and they say they have a well-organized internal legal department with extensive experience spanning over 25 years in direct selling, and also a strong network of top-tier law firms. How do people work for such a company? What do they tell themselves to be able to look in the mirror?
I think, personally, this is my personal opinion, but I think for a lot of the lower level, you know, we're not talking like the, sorry, hit the mic. For a lot of like, you know, not the people that are like in management or in like the big high executive positions. I think for a lot of those people, they are just like gaslighting themselves into thinking that this is like an actually good product. Because I think at that level, especially when you just like involve regular people, I think at that level, a lot of them probably have to do that. You know, it's like the whole like Tupperware party bullshit thing where it's like, oh yeah, they're so great, they're so cool, and it's awesome, and then they, you know, they like actually believe it. And you know how it is with medicine stuff. Oftentimes you do have a placebo effect. Oftentimes there is a thing where you will think that a thing works when it doesn't actually really. I think that's entirely possible that's what we're looking at here. I don't know, you know, I don't know. I believe that like the people behind the actual idea of the company, like, you know, the people who are like actual shareholders and actual like people in higher positions, I think they're literally just fucking evil. Because they know they're scamming people. And you know, the people further down, you know, maybe they have some sort of like thoughts like that, but for the most part I believe they are like lying to themselves about this thing and how it's like good and a good thing that they're doing. To a degree, because they have to, in order to be able to sell this shit. And to another degree, just because, like, they're so deeply ingrained into the system that, you know, like, the veil is cast over their eyes.
To law school for years to draft disclaimers like this. The people at the other end of all of this do believe what they are sold. They are desperate, and often
Yeah, for sure. Like, the whole idea here, and that's why it works so well, right? All of these, like, a lot of these, that's, like, why all these, like, soothsayers and like, I don't want to throw the, you know, the whole idea of, like, tarot card people and like supposed mediums and whatever. I don't want to throw them like all into one big pot, but I feel like a lot of them, same thing you can say with these like TV show pastors, or not TV show, but like, you know, like the fucking TV reverend boys. Like, all of them make money and profit off of the desperation of people in shitty televangelists. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. They're all doing this, right? They're preying on the desperation of people. They're preying on people's like possibly last hopes, you know? And it's fucking disgusting. And it's one thing to say like, well, people just shouldn't be so stupid and people shouldn't like believe this shit. They can just inform themselves. The problem is inherently a lot of what's happening here isn't based on like actual factual information. A lot of it is based on emotional responses, right? It's like, you know, like the example they had, you know, they went undercover and asked, you know, like they told them about all these health issues, and then they were like, oh well, you know, I know somebody, I have a friend who like had this and that, or even to say like, you know, oh, I had this and that, and like, and then I used the Healy and I got way better. And it's like, it's just disgusting, because if you want to use this kind of thing in tandem with like actual medicine because you think it helps, I don't think there's an issue with that, right? But there's a deliberate effort. There's a deliberate effort in ruling out conventional medicine as an option. In a lot of their wording, you can see this. You know, they talk like, oh, you know, conventional science and conventional medicine, it doesn't want you to know this. You know, they don't want you to grasp the true healing behind that's behind everything, because they want to keep you sick. And again, like, I understand where the thinking comes from. And the pharma industry is a bullshit fucking industry. Unfortunately, it's one of the ones that a lot of people rely on, because there's just so many diseases and malaises in the world. You know, it sucks, but we depend on it. And my big issue though is lying to people who are like in a bad spot already, and then lying to them in a way that is actually like, that actually puts their life at risk, right? That's the biggest fucking issue that I have, because you can sell this shit, you know, you can sell this shit if you want, you know, if you want to use like crystals, if you want to sell crystals to people, if you want to like do tarot card readings for people, if you like, I don't have an issue with these concepts in and of themselves, right? Because I don't have an issue with, for example, the concept of faith in and of itself either, right? The idea that, like, you know, God will heal you of all your issues if you just believe hard enough. I don't think that there is an issue with that conceptually. The problem is when you replace that, or try to say, well, don't go to real doctors, just listen to me. And that's the big problem, because you're actively telling a person, don't get healed by the real thing that heals you, just use this thing. Just use this thing that doesn't fucking do anything. Obviously they don't say that, but I can use lemon, ginger, honey to help fight off a cold, or lavender to relax, but all the herbs in the world won't remove a tumor. Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, you can do it all. You can use the home remedies. You can use the more esoteric stuff. I don't have an issue with it. I'll make fun of it. I don't care. I make fun of everything, but don't like try to rule it out. Don't use that to rule out the shit that actually helps. And that's what I fucking hate so much about this stuff. Because again, like I've also had my issues with conventional medicine and conventional science behind like health and everything, right? I understand. I get it totally. I get why you wouldn't want to funnel money into an industry that makes money off of potentially keeping people sick, or you know, not working towards an actual cure for the really, really bad things, or the really, really bad diseases. I just don't think it's right to rule it out completely. Like, again, you gotta go to a doctor. And again, like, if you have cancer, don't fucking use the Healy. Or use the Healy, but also go to your doctor. But, you know, the reason why these companies do this, obviously, or these, like, pyramid schemes do this, is because they know that, like, if people go to a doctor for real, and they tell the doctor, well, you know, I'm using this little gadget to treat my own illnesses, the doctor's gonna say, are you fucking stupid? That shit doesn't do anything. And then they're not gonna buy another Healy. Or they just double down. I don't fucking know.
You can make a lot of money if you sell fear, then sell the illusion that people think will take away the fear.
Yeah.
But most of the time, the medicine is actually not removing the problem. It is actually increasing it in the long term. And then we have really big companies who earn a lot of money on people based on suffering.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, unfortunately. It's really, really sad. Alright, I accidentally went out of my playlist, so I gotta find it again. There it is. Okay, now let me see. We can remove this video. We can remove this video. We can remove this video. Alright. Let's see what it gives us.
We're looking at some of the most disturbing and depraved video games ever made.
Haven't we seen this one before?
These games feature horrific scenes with shocking plots.
Let me just see what the first game here is, so I can figure out if
into 100 of the most depraved, spine-chilling, and nightmarishly disturbing games. Let's begin. Grezzo 2. Known in the Doom World forums as the most offensive game.
Oh yeah, we've seen this one. I don't know why this is still here, but yeah, we've seen this one.
Today we have a special bonus video for you guys. It's a collection of 5 fan favorite episodes that are all about places you can't go and people who went there anyways.
Okay, that sounds interesting. Let me just remove. Not that video. I want to remove this video. You know what we could? Yeah, we could look at the maybe at the Lacey Games videos next. That could be interesting. I mean, technically that would be maybe more something for Halloween, but we could look at that.
They have all been totally remastered, so even if you have seen or heard any of these stories before, this will be like a brand new viewing experience. But before we get into those 5 stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please secretly paint over the like button's iPhone camera with see-through paint so their Face ID never works. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
Mr. Ballin! Yeah, I'm Mr. Ballin. Final Descent.
Sevnica is a gorgeous town right in the heart of Slovenia, situated
Slovenia.
right along the Sava River, which is one of the
Slovenia.
longest rivers in Europe. The section of the Sava that flows past Sevnica was a popular destination for kayakers and canoeists up until 2008, when a hydroelectric dam was built across it, creating a sort of dead end for anyone trying to go through that section of the river. They would have to stop at the dam, get out, walk around, and then pick up the river on the other side, or that would mark the end of their trip that day. In 2008, while the dam was still under construction, the mayor of Sevnica, who was in favor of the construction of this dam, he understood that this was kind of a bummer for the people in town. While the dam itself was going to provide more electricity for the town, it did kind of end an era. And so he decided he would organize a final trip down the Sava River past the dam while they could still go right past it. And he was calling this trip the Final Descent. And so he went all around town asking people if they wanted to come, and he finally recruited 27 other people to come with him on this final trip. And so a few weeks later, on July 3rd, after all preparations were made, the mayor and the rest of his crew, they made their way upstream to this loading area where 4 canoes have been set out for them. And the staff people that had actually provided these canoes, they offered the group life jackets. And virtually everyone in the group turned it down. It's unclear why they turned down the life jackets, but one could guess that, you know, the river itself was incredibly calm, and they were not expecting to be on the water.
Nah.
And so they just
We don't need that pussy
so after
shit.
all 28 people got into their canoes, 7 people per canoe, they pushed off the shore and they began their slow trip down the river. And the mayor had actually hired a photographer to come along with them to document their journey. And so as soon as they take off, the photographer is looking around, taking pictures and filming. The weather was beautiful and the water was calm and everything was just going really, really well. But about 15 or 20 minutes into their journey, they turned this corner and they got a clear view of the dam, which was about 1,000 feet away from them at the time. Now, the dam was not done yet, but it was pretty close to being done. And so the actual structure of the dam, it was built. And so even from 1,000 feet away, it was very obvious to tell that up ahead, there's these big cement archways where the water flows down over this dam. And the whole group pretty much immediately saw they had a problem. The plan, according to the mayor, had been they would get to this dam, but on the left side of the dam, there was going to be a strip of waterway that had not been blocked off yet. Because when this dam was complete, it would completely obstruct the river side to side. But because it wasn't actually done yet, the construction crew had told the mayor that, yep, the left side, there's going to be an area where you can basically just casually go right past. You won't go down the dam. It's totally safe. But here this group is on the water looking at the dam. And even from 1,000 feet away, it was obvious there was no side way to get around the dam. You clearly had to go through the dam, or you had to get out and go around the dam. Now, the river was moving very, very slowly. There wasn't a strong current. And so there wasn't some urgent decision that needed to be made about what they were going to do. The group intuitively knew that the right choice here is to, you know, go to the side, get out of your canoes, and either go around or just end the trip right there. But the mayor and a few of the other people in the other canoes got the idea that, hey, why don't we just go over the dam? I know we're not supposed to, and the construction crew explicitly said, don't go over the dam, it's extremely dangerous. But from the looks of it, it doesn't look that bad. And truthfully, it did not look too bad. This was not some enormous dam with some huge drop off. It was actually a pretty small dam where the water kind of went down this fairly small embankment that was maybe 10 or 15 feet long. And at the bottom of this embankment was some semi-rough water. But overall, it just looked like it might be kind of fun to go down this dam.
Water
Going
slide!
Down a slide with your canoe. And so the mayor was really keen on doing this. He made it seem like it was going to be fun.
I hope they didn't all fucking die.
Long, 3 of the 4 canoes were fully on board with the idea of just going over the dam. The 4th canoe that was not prepared to go over the dam had the photographer in it. And they said, you know,
they
we're not
all
comfortable
fucking
with this,
died.
but we'll pull up next to the dam and we'll just film you guys going over the dam. It'll be really cool. And so after making their plans about who was going to do what, the 4 canoes continued down the river. And when they got about maybe 100 or 200 feet away from the entrance to this dam, the 4th canoe with the photographer pulled off on the left side of the river. They got out, and the photographer lifted up his camera, and he began filming the other 3 canoes as they made their approach into the dam. Now, the video from this photographer that was released to the public, it shows the first of these 3 canoes actually going into the dam. And you see these 7 people on this canoe. They're kind of happy and excited looking. They have nervous anticipation, like they're about to start a roller coaster or something. And they're making their way into this dark section inside of the dam. They're basically going through the gates of the dam where they're going to go down this embankment. And as they go into the darkness, as you begin to lose sight of them, you see the back end of the canoe suddenly pops up because now they're going down the actual dam itself. They start sliding down, and then you hear someone in the canoe start to scream, and then it goes completely silent. And then the video just ends. That canoe, right after it slid down that downslope, it would reach the waters below, but the canoe would capsize, throwing everyone on board into the water. And these 7 people, they didn't even have a chance to catch their breath before they were sucked under. Not only because the water was rough at the bottom of the dam and kind of was churning and pulling them under, but also because this is a hydroelectric dam. And at the bottom of the dam, underneath the water where they were all these big openings to underwater tunnels. And these tunnels functioned like vacuums. It pulled water down inside and then ran the water past a turbine, causing it to spin, and that would generate the electricity. That's what the dam actually did. And so after the water was pushed past this turbine, it would be jettisoned out somewhere else downstream. Now, even though this dam was not fully operational yet, these tunnels and the turbines at the bottom of them, they were operational. So as these 7 people are dumped into these incredibly dangerous waters and they're getting pulled down towards these tunnels, the other 2 canoes, they have no idea what's going on with this first canoe, and so they just continue on and they go over the dam. The second canoe that went down the dam, they also capsized at the bottom. All 7 occupants were thrown out and they were sucked down underwater almost immediately. The third canoe that went over the dam, they did not capsize, and so after they cleared the dam and kind of paddled away, they began looking around for the other 2 canoes that should have already been down there. And there was nobody out in front of them, and so they turned around thinking maybe they're closer to the dam, and they don't see anyone, but they see one of the canoes is completely flipped over, and the other canoe has been broken apart in the churning waters right at the base of the dam, and they see the wood from this canoe just getting tumbled around. And so this third canoe immediately turns and tries to paddle over to the base of this dam to try to start pulling people out of the water. But when they get over there, there's no one there. The 14 people that had been in these 2 canoes, they're gone. Ultimately, 13 of the 14 people that fell in the water that day would perish, and one of the fatalities was the mayor. The only person who survived who fell in the water was actually the mayor's wife, who by some miracle managed to swim out of the grasp of these tunnels under the water and made it to shore. Over the next several days and weeks, police divers were able to eventually find all 13 bodies, one of which had traveled 25 miles away to Croatia. No information was given about the state of the bodies when they were found, and so we don't know if having been sucked down through these tunnels and forced past these underwater turbines played a role in their death. All the public knows is that all or most of these 13 people were sucked down into these tunnels.
Jesus Christ.
I have a major announcement. Ballin Studios, the home of the strange, dark, and mysterious, has launched another brand new show.
Okay.
It's called The Strange, Dark, and Bone Podcast Studios. Today, after this, you can listen to the contents with next.
Jesus Christ, that was fucking horrible. And that was number 5. How bad does it get?
In the early 1980s, John Harder was the classic, athletic, popular
John
kid at his
80s.
high school in Delaware, Ohio, which is a relatively small town just outside of the state's capital.
Ohio.
But unlike most stereotypes that paint high school jocks as being these total jerks that bully people and they're kind of stupid, John was none of those things. He was incredibly friendly and very warm-hearted and seemed to get along with everyone. John also was known for having a great sense of humor. In particular, he liked to play these kind of harmless pranks that would make people smile, like the time he very enthusiastically joined the cheerleaders during a high school pep rally, despite not actually being a cheerleader himself. John was set to graduate from high school on June 5th, 1983.
A buff Ashton
and his plan
Kutcher.
was to study accounting at Kent State University the following year. A few weeks before his graduation, John's high school began selling these tickets to a grad night at a huge amusement park called Kings Island. Kings Island was located about 2 hours west of John's high school, and it was home to dozens of roller coasters, water slides, and many other attractions. During their so-called grad nights, this amusement park would shut down their public operations and not let anybody into the park that did not have these special student tickets that they gave to local area high schools. John, who was 17 years old at the time, was very excited at the idea of going to this grad night, and so he went and purchased tickets along with about 20 other students from his high school. At about 3:30 p.m. on Friday, May 13th, John and the other students who had bought grad night tickets met up outside of their high school. While this was a school-sponsored trip, the students were responsible for driving themselves to the park. And so after all the students were accounted for, they all piled into a couple of their cars and they began their journey to the park. After a few stops along the way to get food and go to the bathroom, the students finally arrived at the park at about 7 p.m. And on the drive, John, who had been a passenger, had drank half a bottle of rum and about 3 to 6 beers. And so when he got out, he could barely stand. He was so drunk. And so the students made their way over to the front gate, they showed the attendant their grad night ticket, and they were allowed inside. And surprisingly, despite it being this special night where only people with these tickets were allowed in, it was still pretty crowded. There were lots of students that apparently wanted to come to this event. Once John and the rest of the students from the Delaware High School had come inside the park, there was no rule that they had to stick together for the duration of their time there, and so they all kind of broke into their separate groups and went their separate ways. In John's particular group was his girlfriend Pam, and for the first hour they were in the park together, all they did was bicker and fight. Onlookers would say John looked visibly upset and very emotional and very drunk. By 8:30 p.m., when John's group had gotten in line for this roller coaster, John was now openly saying, "I don't want to be here anymore, I just want to go home." It was pretty obvious he was still just mad at Pam, and that's why he was saying all this, was just trying to make Pam feel bad. And so some of the group members told John, just, "Hey man, calm down, you're overreacting, just try to enjoy this ride, and then afterwards we'll get some food, it'll be fine." But it was pretty clear that John was really worked up and seemed incapable of having a good time at this point. But regardless, John and the rest of the group, they got on this ride at about 9 p.m. and then after the ride was over, they disembarked and they walked away from the ride to regroup and figure out what was next. And they're looking around and John is nowhere to be found.
Oh shit, we lost
so after
John.
For a few minutes and actually walking around looking for him, they decided that, you know what, he was really upset before he got on this ride. He probably just wanted to walk away and be by himself for a bit. I'm sure we'll see him later in the night. So John's group, without John, just continued going around the park, going on different rides, and for the next few hours, they kind of forgot about John. It wasn't until the end of the night, when over the loudspeaker, the park officials said, "Okay, we're closing the park now," that they started walking out and wondering where John was. And they were convinced, you know what, I'm sure he's back at the cars, he's probably waiting for us because he just wants to go home. And so they leave the park, they get out to their cars in the lot, and John's not there. And so at this point, the group's starting to get a little bit concerned because no one knows where he is. They're meeting up with the other groups from their high school. No one's seen John. And so they're all just kind of staring at the front gate, waiting for John to come out, but he doesn't. And then eventually the lights in the park start shutting down and the security guard comes out front and locks the front gate. And that's when the group knew they had a problem. After an extensive investigation by police, this is their best guess as to what happened to John. After John and his small group rode that roller coaster around 9 p.m., John very quickly disembarked the ride before anybody else in his group could see him, and then John stumbled his way towards the replica Eiffel Tower that this park was famous for. This tower stood at about 300 feet tall and was built to be an exact replica of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France, but this one at Kings Island was only a third the size. It had 3 elevators that went up the center of the structure, and the elevators would stop at a 50-foot platform and a 275-foot platform where guests could look out and have a great view of the park. While today, the only way to access these 2 viewing platforms is through these elevators, at the time John was at the park in 1983, the park actually had a flight of stairs that went from the ground all the way to the very top of the tower that went right up the middle of the structure, and the public was allowed to take these stairs all the way up to the first platform, that 50-foot platform. And while the stairs did actually continue beyond that, up to the 275-foot platform, the public was not allowed to go any higher on the stairs than that first platform. And so if you took these stairs, once you got to the 50-foot platform, there would be a big fence right on the stairwell preventing you from going any farther, and it says authorized personnel only, don't go any farther. And so the only people that would walk up those additional flights of stairs were staff that had a special key. When When John stumbled his way over to the base of this replica tower, he did not get on an elevator. Instead, he took the stairs.
Oh
So he made
yeah,
his way up
definitely what I want to do when I'm drunk.
And then when he got to
Jesus.
the 6-foot-tall gate preventing him from going any farther, he just climbed up and over it and continued walking up the stairs, and nobody stopped him. He finally came to a stop just below the 275-foot mark, and so he's on the stairwell, and at this point he turns and faces the inside of the tower. It's all these metal beams all over the place, and he climbs over the railing of the stairs he's on, and he climbs onto this narrow beam that's actually a part of the support structure of this tower, and he grabs onto the beam above him and just begins walking along this beam towards the center of the tower where the 3 elevator shafts are. Now, there's no safety net on either side of John, so if he slips and falls, he's falling hundreds of feet to the ground. And if he keeps walking and actually gets into the elevator shaft, there's nothing protecting him from being struck by one of the elevators, because the people who built this tower were not thinking about people walking on these exposed beams hundreds of feet up into the air. This is a totally dangerous and unauthorized area. But John just continues shimmying across this beam until he does get to the middle of the tower, and now he's literally standing looking down into the elevator shafts. And as he's most likely looking around, admiring where he was, one of the elevator cars below him began to start moving. To understand what happens next, you need to have a rudimentary understanding of how this elevator worked. A large metal rope was attached to the top of the elevator car, and from there it was thread up the elevator shaft all the way to the top, where it was fed through a pulley that was anchored to the ceiling, and then that rope was fed right back down the shaft to the bottom, where it was attached to a counterweight. A counterweight is just a large heavy weight that's designed to balance this elevator car on this pulley system. Without the weight, the elevator car would just slip off of that pulley. And so anytime the elevator car moved up, the counterweight would move down, and vice versa.
Oh god, did he get fucking squished by the counterweight?
John, standing right on the edge of this elevator shaft, presumably just kind of looking around, admiring where he was, when down below him, that elevator car starts to move, and it starts to actually descend away from John. And so the car itself is not necessarily a threat to John. However, its counterweight is, because if the car is going down, its counterweight is going up, and it's right in the path of John. And so as John is leaning out over the shaft looking around, this counterweight comes screaming up and picks him off of the beam he's on and carries him up into the shaft. The impact on John was so strong that it's believed he was actually impaled on some of the exposed metal wiring
Jesus.
on top of the counterweight, and he got totally tangled up in all of the cables on top of there. And so as John is desperately trying to free himself, the elevator operator, there was always a staff member inside of these elevator cars, he actually noticed when John got stuck on the counterweight. But of course, this worker would have no idea that's what it was. They would later recall, it just felt like the car suddenly jumped. And so this worker, fearing that something had gone wrong with the elevator car itself, he decided he would ride it all the way to the bottom, let everybody get out, and then ride back up to the top, totally empty, to make sure that the car actually worked before allowing people back on. And so the worker went to the ground, everybody got out, he closed the doors, he began his ascent. He got to that first platform at 50 feet, no issues. He got about 10 feet above that first platform, so at about 60 feet, when all of a sudden he hears an unbelievably loud thud on the roof of his elevator car, causing his car to immediately come to a stop. And then blood began pouring over the sides of the car over the windows. After getting stuck on the counterweight, John probably did everything he could to try to free himself, but he just couldn't do it. However, when that elevator worker decided to go back up again to test the capacity of the elevator car, it reversed the direction of the counterweight that John was stuck on. And so as that car was going up, John began going down, and it was on this descent that parts of John's body must have been dangling off of this counterweight, and they must have struck one of the beams as he was going down, and that beam effectively pried him off of whatever he was stuck on and threw him over the edge into the center of the shaft. And so John would fall 200 feet and he would land on top of that elevator car, dying instantly. The park was very quick to block off.
I mean, the fact that he didn't fucking die before that.
Quickly, so only a very small number of guests and employees were aware an accident had even happened, and very few of them were aware that it had been a fatal accident. As for the police, they knew they had a dead body, but they had no way to identify the body. There was no ID cards on John, and so they had no way to let his friends know that were in the park or to tell his family. And so it wasn't wasn't until that night when John's friends are out in the parking lot waiting for John to come out again that they got really worried, and they went up and spoke to a security guard at the front of the park. And that security guard, after hearing their story, would tell them that actually there had been an accident in the park and there was a body, and the police are still trying to identify this body. And so maybe you guys want to go over to the hospital and see if it's your friend. So sure enough, the friends went to the hospital and they would confirm that the body was John Harder. To this day, no one knows for sure why John did what he did. Some say he was just drunk and it was a dumb decision.
Probably, yeah.
Others say he was suicidal, but many of the people...
No, I don't think that's the case.
No way, he was not
suicidal. I don't think, because like, that's, I don't think that's the way you try to kill yourself, right? Like, if you probably pick, like, I don't know, something a little bit more, you know, something where you're a little bit more sure that it's gonna be lethal and not mangle you horribly. At least, you know, like, something where you think you die instantly.
And other people say, you know, John, he loved attention, and so perhaps this was a dangerous...
I think it was just that he was drunk, honestly, and it was an accident.
John had clearly, intentionally entered an area that was off limits, and it got him killed.
That's one way to phrase that, I guess. Jesus. Ay, ay, ay.
In the spring of 2017, Antonio Navarrete was on top of the world. Just a year earlier, the 21-year-old Florida resident had met the love of his life, a young woman named Daisy Martinez. And now, Daisy was pregnant, and so she and Antonio were very excited about starting a family together. For the time being, Antonio and Daisy were living with Antonio's parents in his hometown of Waimama, which is a quiet rural suburb just south of Tampa. But Antonio had a bright future ahead of him. Ever since he had graduated high school, he knew what he wanted to do with his life. He wanted to be an auto mechanic, and he had the skills to do it. From the time he was a toddler, he had always been obsessed with cars, breaking apart his toy cars and putting them back together. And then as he got a little bit older, he began drawing these very intricate drawings of cars that he loved or designs for new cars. And then when he was a teenager, he began actually tinkering around with real cars until he finally acquired a car of his own. It was a white Chevy lowrider pickup truck that he tricked out with all these fancy lights and special rims and this huge sound system that took up most of his back seat. It was thanks in part to this truck, which he nicknamed Casper, that Antonio, who was too shy to be much of a ladies' man, met up with Daisy in the first place. Antonio had driven Casper to a local car meetup for other car enthusiasts, where you could basically park your vehicle and you could walk around and see what other people did to upgrade or enhance their vehicles. And so while Antonio was there, he was walking around when he saw on the far side of this meetup, there was this unbelievably beautiful young woman, and he found himself just staring at her. He couldn't help it. And this young woman, who was Daisy, she eventually would look up and she would smile at him, and the rest, as they say, was history. 6 months later, not long after Daisy had moved in with Antonio at his parents' house, and the couple had announced to their delighted families that they were going to have a baby, Antonio got yet another good piece of news. He'd landed a good job with a company that did maintenance work for Tampa Electric Company's Big Bend power plant.
Awesome. I can't wait for all this shit to go horrible.
About 10 miles to the east of Antonio's parents' home.
I mean, stay good forever.
Antonio's dream job. He still very much wanted to eventually become an auto mechanic, but this job paid $12 an hour, nearly double what he was used to making. And so with this job, he and Daisy would finally be able to raise enough money to get a place of their own, hopefully before the baby arrived that fall. Also, Antonio had been told by other people who worked at this company that this was actually a really easy job, that pretty much you just rolled around on golf carts all day picking up trash. It was perfect. A few weeks later, on June 24th, Antonio found himself driving in his truck to the Big Bend power plant for his first day on the job. As he drove, he would have glanced over at the picture of Daisy he had taped to his dashboard. She was the only woman he had ever loved besides his mother. When Antonio arrived at the Big Bend power plant, he was
I'm sure this is all going to be fine.
Just how enormous this thing was. It was basically this huge factory that sat right up against the water, and there were 4 huge smokestacks coming out of the ceiling of this factory with white smoke billowing out of them. This plant produced electricity electricity, and they did this by burning coal. This process was done in 4
I'm back,
distinct
remember me?
units that were inside of this factory.
I'm sorry, I don't.
And each of these units is comprised of a humongous boiler, which is basically a 12-story tall oven. And so coal is loaded into this huge boiler, and it burns at the bottom of the boiler, creating some steam. And that steam goes up the boiler and begins to turn these huge turbines, creating
Well, there
the
goes my
electricity.
entrance.
And then the steam just continues up the boiler and then out its
I
respective smokestacks
apologize.
into the air. In newer units, the airborne ash, which is a natural byproduct of burning coal, is captured inside of the boiler. But at Big Bend, 3 of their 4 units were built in the 1970s, so they were older models, and they did not capture the airborne ash inside the boilers. Instead, the ash would get heated up so much that it would melt and turn into a substance called slag, which basically is molten lava, like the stuff that comes out of volcanoes. That's what slag is. And so as this slag kind of builds up inside of the boiler, it would go through this man-sized hole at the very bottom of the boiler.
Oh, man-sized,
Right
huh?
below that hole is this 30-foot tall water tank called a cooling tank, and this red-hot slag, it basically dumps down into that water, which cools it off, turning it into these kind of glassy rocks. And then they settle at the bottom of this 30-foot cooling tank, and at the bottom of the cooling tank is this grinding mechanism that pulls these hardened, cooled off little boulders of slag into it, and it crushes them up and spits them out on the other side as little tiny bits of slag chips. And then these chips get sold for use in everything from sandpaper to roofing shingles.
I'm
So
kind of
after
worried what
Antonio
this
had
means
spent
for
several
Antonio.
minutes just admiring this gargantuan building he would be working in, he
You love
gathered
my
up his things,
mascot?
he
You mean
hopped
my
out of his
model?
truck, and he headed toward the front
Yeah,
doors.
it's me.
That day and the next couple of days
It's
were
just a
very
blob? Well,
uneventful for
I am just a
Antonio.
slime.
He basically just sat in a break room and watched videos about safety and training, and then when he wasn't doing that, he was out trying to navigate around the inside of this huge factory, which was basically this huge maze. And he found very quickly that it was a very hazardous place to work, as there were huge trucks moving around inside of it, it was super loud, and there was just heavy machinery operating constantly all around you. But after several days of just kind of walking around and asking people what things were, Antonio felt like he had a pretty good handle on the layout and also on what his job would entail. On Thursday, June 29th, so just 4 days into doing this new job, Antonio woke up in his parents' house in a really good mood because the next day, that Friday, Daisy was going in for an ultrasound and they were going to find out whether their baby was a boy or a girl. And he was very excited about this. And so Antonio came downstairs, he grabbed a quick bite to eat, and then he kissed Daisy on the cheek, and he headed outside into his truck and began the commute to work. A few hours later, Antonio's mother was in the grocery store when she pulled her phone out of her purse, and she noticed Antonio had called her and she missed it, but he had left a voicemail. And so she played the voicemail and then put the phone to her ear. And what she heard was quite possibly the most traumatic thing a mother could ever hear from their child. After leaving the house that morning, Antonio drove all the way to work, no problem. He parked in the lot. He went inside the building, and initially the day was like any other day. He just kind of drove around the facility and picked up trash, and that was it. But just a couple of hours into his shift, 2 fairly significant issues arose simultaneously inside of Unit 2. In the boiler, the slag that was building up had somehow created a sort of plug over that man-sized hole where the slag was supposed to dump into the water chamber. And so as more and more slag was being created as the ash melted, it wasn't draining into that chamber. And so all of this slag was just building up on top of itself inside of the boiler. And then in the water chamber, completely unconnected from the issue in the boiler, the slag that had fallen into the water chamber, that had cooled and settled at the bottom, it had landed in such a way that it actually blocked the grinding mechanism. And so none of the cooled slag boulders and rocks were being ground up and expelled out the other side. And so they needed to fix these 2 issues quickly, otherwise Unit 2 would become basically ineffective. Now, the safe way to fix these 2 blockages would be to start by turning off Unit 2's boiler. And then once it was off, you could drop dynamite into the boiler itself and break up the blockage over the man-sized hole, and you could send a team into the water chamber after you drained it to chip away and move the blockage over the grinding mechanism. However, turning a boiler off at a power plant is extremely expensive. And so the Tampa Electric Company decided, you know what? Let's just have them fix these blockages without turning the boiler.
Yeah, of course.
And so at 4 in the afternoon, a senior plant manager rounded up 5 other employees, which included Antonio, to come with him and do these repairs inside of Unit 2. And so the plan was to empty all the water from the cooling chamber of Unit 2, and then once it was empty, they would open something called the doghouse door, which is on the outside of the cooling chamber towards the bottom. They would open that up, giving them a line of sight into the bottom of this cooling chamber where that grinding mechanism was, where all those slag rocks had kind of come to a stop on top of it, and they would fire water cannons into the bottom of this cooling chamber to attempt to dislodge these slag rocks off of the grinding mechanism. And then after they cleared that blockage, they would shut the doghouse door and they would somehow deal with the blockage inside of the boiler. But that felt like a secondary issue. They needed to make sure the grinding mechanism was cleared before they did anything else. Now, you need to understand that this company had asked their employees to do this type of repair before, to do it with the boiler still on, and in the past, nothing bad had ever happened.
Well,
and so
yeah,
these 6 guys, including Antonio, must have thought this was just totally routine, that we would never be asked to do something like this if it was extremely hazardous.
Well,
what they were doing, making these repairs with the boiler still on, was quite possibly the most hazardous thing they could possibly do at this plant. But either way, the 6-man team made their way over to Unit 2, and they began taking up positions with their water cannons right in front of the doghouse door. And
let me
Antonio's
guess.
job for this operation was actually not to be
The
involved
slag
in getting
breaks
the slag
at the
free.
top.
He was just going to be there to clean up during and after the operation. And so he stood kind of in front of the doghouse door, but maybe 10 or 15 feet back, just kind of standing back, watching the other guys do their jobs. Now, you need to understand the scale of the machinery in front of Antonio and these other men. You have the water chamber, which is 30 feet tall, and then above the water chamber is the 12-story tall boiler that is still on. So there's coal actively burning inside of it. There's red hot slag, so like lava, just kind of tumbling around inside of it. And the steam inside of this boiler is well over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so they are dwarfed by this totally dangerous piece of machinery. But eventually, their operation begins. The senior plant manager has the water chamber drained, and then after it's empty, they open the doghouse door, and Antonio watched as the other 5 men took turns with their water cannons, firing them through this door at the big slag rocks that are sitting on top of the grinding mechanism. And it wasn't really working that well, but they were starting to make some progress, and Antonio likely was just kind of getting bored waiting for this to be over, because there really wasn't much for him to do. There wasn't much cleanup. And then as he's standing there, something horrible happened. Because the boiler had been left on, all that ash was still getting melted and turned into slag. And the slag was not being drained because that plug had formed over the man-sized hole in the boiler. And so you have all this slag that's building up. It's getting heavier and heavier and heavier. And about 20 minutes into their cleanup operation, the weight of all that slag broke through that plug, immediately creating an opening where all this red hot slag, this lava, came tumbling down. It rebounded on the back end of the empty water tank and shot out of the doghouse door with a tidal wave of hellfire. And in seconds, thousands of gallons of this lava-like substance was all over all 6 men. It was like a wave going over them. And then after the slag hits the ground, they were all standing in 6 inches of basically lava that stretched in 40 feet in any direction. Now, unlike trying to run in, let's say, mud or deep water where you're just kind of moving slowly, every step you take in this slag, basically your foot melts into the slag. So with every step, your shoe melts, then your skin melts, then your bones melt into this substance. And so all these men, after immediately being hit with this stuff and catching on fire, literally, they likely tried to start running, but it was like their bodies were slowly consumed by this slag feet first. And so Antonio tried to run like the rest of them, but he couldn't go anywhere, and he fell onto the slag. So he's laying on his side, and as he's melting and burning to death, he reaches into his pants pocket with his free hand and he pulls his phone out and he calls his mother. She doesn't pick up, and so he leaves her a voicemail. And all he says is, "Mom, Mom, I'm burning. Please call the cops. Please, Mom." And in the background of this voicemail, all you hear is the hissing sound of the steam and slag pouring out of the boiler. In total, 5 of the 6 men that were part of this repair operation would be killed from this tidal wave of slag. Antonio would be one of them. Tampa Electric would end up paying out a settlement to each of the families of the deceased.
Well, thank God. Sure was good money, you fucking assholes. Jesus. I didn't realize these were I didn't realize these were gonna be fucking nightmare scenarios. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, you know, you entered the wrong zone, and I don't know. I mean, I guess I expected there to be death, but like, not fucking like insane nightmare death.
Something most people don't know is
Dear
you can't just
Lord.
put scuba tanks on and then
Yeah,
dive down to any.
I apologize, I guess. I didn't realize that this was gonna be this way. There was no disclaimer at the start of the video, so I'm sorry. Oh God.
Depth and come right back up again. The compressed air inside of those scuba tanks would be a mixture of oxygen as well as most likely helium and nitrogen. And when you're breathing that compressed air, the oxygen would get breathed up and then not linger inside of your body. But the other inert gases, the helium and the nitrogen, they would be breathed up and then absorbed into your bloodstream, and they would stay there until you resurfaced. Now, it's completely harmless as long as you understand how it works getting those gases out of your body. In a nutshell, as you ascend, these inert gases will leave your body on their own, but it's a gradual process. If you rocket to the surface before this takes place, these inert gases will not leave your body, and they'll expand inside of you, and your body will become the equivalent of a shaken up soda can. And so at best, having all these bubbles inside of you is very painful. At worst, it's lethal. The term for this condition is
a friend of my dad's, I think, died that way. He came up too quickly from scuba diving.
Depression sickness, but it's better known as the bends. The way divers protect themselves from getting the bends is on their ascent, they do what's called a decompression stop. This is something that is planned into the dive where they stop at a certain depth for a certain amount of time, and that guarantees the inert gases have diffused out of their body before they reach the surface. Now, the deeper you go, the more decompression stops you'll have to do, and the longer they will take. For example, ascending from 2,000 feet would take over 33 hours to do safely. But luckily, none of us are trying to dive down to 2,000 feet. Well, unless you're trying to be an oil and gas saturation diver. Saturation divers, or SAT divers, do construction and demolition at depths of up to 2,000 feet below the surface. But they don't spend 33 hours ascending after every single dive. Instead, after their dives, they're artificially kept at their working depth. The way this works is the SAT diver climbs inside of a pressure chamber on board a ship or on board an oil rig, and this chamber also doubles as their living quarters. There's beds and there's a bathroom, but it's laughably small and uncomfortable. It looks like a small submarine.
I mean, yeah.
And once they go inside, they seal the door, and then they pressurize it to match the depth that they're going to be working.
This is gonna be about the Byford dolphin incident. I don't know. I have no idea.
And then also there's
I don't even know about that.
Called the dive bell that's connected directly onto the side of the chamber, and that's also pressurized to match the working depth. When it was time for the SAT diver to go to work, they would put their dive gear on inside of the chamber, they would crawl directly into the dive bell, they would shut the door behind them and seal it, and then people outside of the dive bell would physically disconnect it from the chamber.
It's fucking gnarly.
They would place
Is it as gnarly as the Titanic dudes getting fucking smashed into thin red paste? That, but worse? Okay.
In the water and then lower it down to their working depth.
And once they get down there, because the pressure inside the bell is equal to the pressure outside the bell, they can just slide open a door on the bottom and the water does not come inside. And so the divers do slip through this hole and they do the work they need to do. And when they're done, they come back inside the dive bell, they shut it up, and then using the radio, they communicate with the people up on the boat or up on the rig, and they raise the bell back up, they reattach them to the chamber, they go inside, they take their stuff off, there's bunk beds and there's a bathroom inside of the chamber, and that's where they hang out until their next dive. This process is repeated for days and days and days, keeping them saturated with these gases, and then at the end of their shift, which is usually about a month long, they will have one long decompression they do inside of the chamber. While this system is highly efficient, it does not change the fact that saturation diving is extremely dangerous and terrifying. The sun doesn't reach below 700 feet, so most of the time these divers are in complete and total darkness, and it's unbelievably cold down there. And so their suits have hot water pumped into them through a tether that's connected to the dive bell. But if that were to fail, hypothermia would kick in almost immediately. They have flashlights, but the water is so full of sediment around the areas that they work that shining the light is basically like shining it into fog. You can't really see very far besides right in front of your face. Sat divers also report that sometimes the water around them will suddenly move violently, and they'll look around, but their crummy light and lack of visibility means they can't see what it was, but they know it's a large animal that's checking them out. Other times, these fairly large fish will swim right up to them and come right under their light. It's almost like they're being affectionate with the diver, but they're not being affectionate. They're trying to hide behind the sat diver from some large predator that's out there watching them. Experienced sat divers have learned to just accept their harsh environment down there and don't easily get scared. But there is one thing that all sat divers are afraid of, and that is a lost bell. When sat divers are down at their working depth, the dive bell that's brought them down there is usually situated right next to them, just kind of floating in the water. And this dive bell is connected to the ship or the oil rig above by a cable. And if that cable were to snap, the dive bell would fall.
Jesus, that's fucking terrifying.
And it would take with it the divers because they're always tethered to the dive bell. If the divers survived the crash to the ocean floor, they would then just be trapped and have to hope that someone comes down to get them at some point before they run out of air or they succumb to hypothermia. While a lost bell scenario is incredibly rare, it has happened before. On August 7th, 1979, Richard Walker...
Oh no. That's horrifying. Jesus Christ. I was thinking more like I don't know, you like try to follow the tether to the fucking dive bell back, and then you get to the end of your tether and then there's no dive bell. Both equally unfavorable situations. I don't think you can really pick which is worse.
He was inside of a pressure chamber on board a ship in the North Sea. He was a saturation diver who for the past 10 days had been in saturation and honestly was just over it. He wanted to go home to his wife and his 15-month-old daughter. That evening before his scheduled dive, he wrote in his journal, "Dear God, I just want to get out." Soon after writing this entry, he and his partner, Victor Giel, put on their dive gear and hopped into the dive bell. The bell was detached from the chamber and then brought over to the side of the ship, and right
the stash really was a fucking
somebody noticed
style, wasn't it?
Transponder that basically beamed up where it was down below had become loose, and so the decision was made to just remove it. And so after they pulled it off, they lowered the dive bell onto the water and then slowly lowered it down to their working depth, which was 485 feet. Once they got down there, they opened up the
Sorry, what did they remove?
That basically beamed up where they lowered it into the water. The bell was detached from the chamber and then brought over to the side of the ship, and right before they lowered it into the water, somebody noticed the location transponder that basically beamed up where it was down below had become loose, and so the decision was made to just remove it. And so after they pulled it off, they lowered the dive bell onto the water and then slowly lowered it down to their working depth, which was 485 feet. Once they got down there, they opened up the hole at the bottom of the bell, and then they began taking turns exiting the bell to go work on this underwater structure. A few hours later, at 2:45 in the morning, Richard was the one outside of the dive bell, and he heard something behind him, and he turned around and he saw the dive bell had slightly tilted on its side. Right as he noticed this, the radio in his helmet kicked on and told him he needed to go back inside the dive bell immediately, and they were going to try to pull them back up. And so Richard went inside the bell, he closed the hole behind him, and then he and Victor listened to the radio as they told them that the main cable holding the dive bell had slipped out. Now, this main cable was not the only thing connecting the dive bell up to the ship. There was also another clump of wires and tubes that was called the umbilical that ran all their power and hot water and their comms down to the dive bell.
But this umbilical was not meant to be load-bearing. But as it stood with this main cable gone, the umbilical was holding the dive bell from slipping to the bottom of the ocean. And so the crew up on the ship decided their only choice was to use the umbilical to reel this dive bell back in. And so they began pulling them up by the umbilical, and almost immediately it completely snapped, and the dive bell fell to the bottom of the ocean about 50 feet below.
Awesome.
Now, normally a dive bell would have what's called a clump weight hanging off the bottom of it. And in an emergency, you could detach this clump weight, and the dive bell is buoyant enough it would go up to the surface. But Richard and Victor's company had cut corners and not used the clump weight, and instead attached the weight directly to the dive bell. Which meant when they hit the ocean floor, the actual dive bell was sitting on the ocean floor, where that hole they would normally escape from was pressed into the seabed, so they could not get out of their dive bell. Whereas if there had been a clump weight, the clump weight would have hit the ground and the dive bell would have hovered slightly over it. And so worst case scenario, they could have gotten out and done a wet transfer into another dive bell. So with the umbilical cut, they had no radio communication, they had no heat, they had no light, and they had very little remaining oxygen. And so all they could do was just sit in darkness and hope somebody rescues them. Less than 30 minutes later, another dive ship arrived and offered to help. Now, they were not expecting to dive that night, so it took about 3 hours before they actually had their rescue divers in the water. And unfortunately, the location...
Like, it is kind of funny how all of these have sort of an aspect of, well, the company did a thing that they weren't really supposed to do. It's almost as though trying to save money by going around dedicated safety measures is gonna kill somebody. I don't know. Call me crazy. Call me a conspiracy theorist. But I don't know. You know, it's almost... Like, that might be the issue here. It is, because, like, in the first one, it was like, oh, yeah, the dam will have, like, a thing on the side where you can go, and it'll be fine, and then there wasn't. And then the park one, it was like, well, there was a fence that you told you weren't supposed to climb over the thing, but I guess there was nobody watching this. And then the previous one... with the boiler, it was just like, yeah, nah, we're not turning that shit off. That's too expensive. Just do it like normal. Just saying. Maybe the safety precautions are there for a reason.
Transponder had been removed from the dive bell before Richard and Victor went under. It made it almost impossible for these rescue divers to find it. But after an hour of looking around, they finally found it. It was 7 a.m. and they went right down to the porthole and they shined a light inside of the dive bell. And inside, Richard and Victor are given a thumbs up, like, hey, we're okay, we're just ready to get rescued. The fact that Richard and Victor were okay was communicated back up to the surface, and everybody on top was so excited, so relieved. And in fact, they called Richard's wife and they told her that, hey, there's been an accident, but your husband's just fine, he'll be out very soon. But despite these rescue divers locating the dive bell, because the ship up above that they were attached to kept moving around, it was proving to be extremely difficult for them to stay over the dive bell. And so for the next 2 hours, these rescue divers desperately tried to thread a new wire through the top of the dive bell, but it was going so poorly, and they kept going around and shining their light into the porthole to check on Richard and Victor. And it was very clear that their situation was getting worse and worse by the second. They were not giving thumbs up and smiling. They looked panicked and desperate, and they'd been without heat now for hours, and it was obvious they were running out of oxygen. Finally, at 9 a.m., so 6 hours after Richard and Victor had first hit the sea floor, the rescue divers managed to get a new cable through the top of the dive bell. And before they signaled to have it brought back up again, they shined a light through the porthole to check on them one more time, and they saw that Richard and Victor were just sitting there with their head in their hands. They were clearly still alive and lucid, but it was like they understood they have very little time left, and if this doesn't work, they're doomed. At this point, the rescue divers called up and said it was ready. They got pulled up to the surface, and then the ship began pulling up the dive bell, and almost immediately, the cable snapped. Everybody up on the surface knew that at this point, it was almost impossible to rescue. But nonetheless, rescue divers went down, and it took a while to find the dive bell because it had moved.
But when they did, they shined the light through the porthole, and Richard and Victor were still very much alive, but they were not looking to interact with the divers at the window anymore. They were just sitting there looking down. They were despondent. It was like they were making peace with what they understood was going to happen. They were not going to get out of there. And over the course of the next several hours, as these rescue divers tried desperately to get a new cable through the top of the dive bell, they kept checking on Richard and Victor, and each time they checked, they would slouch lower and lower in their seats until both of them were laying on their side. And then finally, the rescue divers got a cable through the top, and then afterwards, they went back up to the ship, and then the ship was able this time to pull the diver
Oh my god.
But when they opened the door, both Richard and Victor had passed away.
No, that fucking sucks. That's... oh my god. That's fucking horrible.
At 7:20 p.m. on Friday, January 12th, 2007, 19-year-old college freshman Wade Steffi walked into Ford Dining Hall, which is one of 5 dining halls on Purdue University's campus.
Baldwin.
Purdue is a prestigious American university located in Indiana that is known for its excellent athletics and academics. Wade, who was an aviation technology student and was
looks
at
like one.
Purdue on a full academic scholarship, grabbed some food and then sat down at a table with some friends. This was the first Friday of the 2007 spring semester, and so Wade and his friends at the table and the hundreds of other students that were sitting all around them were buzzing with excitement about what they were up to that night and what they were up to that weekend. And so Wade and his friends, they sat there chatting about their plans for about an hour, and then at around 8:20 p.m., Wade realized he needed to leave, and so he stood up, he said goodbye to his friends, he carried his tray to the trash can, and then he made his way out of the doors he came in on. And so once he was outside of the dining hall, he immediately turned right and walked the very short distance to the building that was right next to Ford Dining Hall. And so that building was called Owen Hall, and it was a dormitory. Now, this was not Wade's dormitory.
That's why you always do the Filthy Frank life app, become friends with the weird white kid. What does that have to do with anything?
He actually lived in a different dorm called Cary Quad West, which was located on the other side of Ford Dining Hall. And so Wade goes inside of Owen Hall because he has some friends in there, and he makes his way to their room, and when he goes inside, he sees they're all kind of sitting around chatting and drinking some alcoholic drinks. And so Wade sits down and he has a couple of drinks and he just hangs out with his friends for about an hour. And so around 9
Just an advice?
PM,
Yeah, but how does that relate?
The other people he was with in this room, they left Owen Hall and they walked the half-mile away from campus to the west to this huge party at a fraternity. And so Wade would stay at this fraternity for several hours until about midnight, at which point he pulled one of his friends aside and he told them that he just remembered he had left his jacket inside of Owen Hall, and so he wanted to go back and retrieve it. The dorms on Purdue's campus all lock at night, and so the only way you can get inside is if you live there and so you have a key, or if you know someone who lives there who will open the door for you. And so during his walk back to Owen Hall, Wade would make 6 phone calls in an attempt to get someone in Owen Hall to open the door for him. But 4 of his phone calls would just be the wrong number. And so the people that were picking up and he was asking to open the door, they didn't know what he was talking about, and so they hung up. But he did call 2 people that did live inside of Owen Hall. However, they didn't answer their phones. And so around 12:30 a.m., Wade arrived at Owen Hall. He put his phone back in his pocket, and he just walked up to the doors, which were locked, and he just started knocking. And eventually, a resident of Owen Hall who didn't know Wade, and Wade didn't know them, they heard the knocking, and they came out to the door to see what was going on, and they looked through the glass, and they saw Wade, and apparently they decided that Wade looked too intoxicated to let into the building, and so they refused him entry. And so Wade apparently stood there. He kept knocking for a little bit, but he eventually just kind of gave up. He turned around and he walked away. Fast forward a few days to Tuesday, January 16th, and Wade's roommate, who had actually been gone all the past weekend, he returned, and the first thing he noticed when he got back to his dorm was that Wade was not in the dorm. And so he called and texted Wade, but he didn't get a response. And so the roommate went out around the floor that they lived.
I mean, like, just to say this, right? If you forget your jacket at a place where you have a bunch of friends, unless there's something in your jacket that you desperately need, Just fucking get it the next day. Who cares?
On to ask people if they had seen Wade, and no one had seen him since the previous Friday. And so, starting to get pretty concerned, the roommate called Wade's family to see if maybe they knew what was going on with him, but his family had no idea. And so by the end of that day, the police had been contacted about Wade potentially being missing, and they in turn contacted Wade's cell phone provider, and they were able to determine that Wade's cell phone was still showing up somewhere on Purdue's campus, although they couldn't figure out exactly where. So that evening, a massive campus-wide search was launched with...
Hey, sorry to call you, but have you seen my jacket? No, like, he knew where the jacket was, and he tried to call his friends so, like, one of them could open the door for him. But, like, who gives... Like, just fucking go get it back tomorrow.
Hundreds of police officers and volunteers, even the school's equestrian club came out with their horses to search the nearby woods. But despite this huge
awesome, the horse ladies came out.
Several weeks, the only thing they would find of Wade's was one of his shoes. It was found on January 20th, so just 4 days into the search, and it was located right outside of an exterior door that led into a maintenance room inside of Owen Hall. But when they searched this maintenance room, Wade wasn't in there. Finally, after nearly a
he was in a boiler.
They still had not found Wade.
He melted in a boiler.
On March 19th, roughly 2 months after Wade had been reported missing, a maintenance worker was downstairs in the laundry room of Owen Hall when they heard a strange popping sound. At first, the worker thought it was actually coming from one of the washers or dryers that was on, and maybe there's a loose coin or some piece of metal that was inside of the washer or dryer that's getting banged around inside, and that's making the sound. And so this worker began walking around the laundry room, kind of listening in to each of the washers and dryers that were on to see if they were making this sound. And so as he's doing this, he hears the popping sound again, but it's clearly not coming from any of the washers and dryers. In fact, it's not even coming from inside the laundry room. It's coming from somewhere out in the hall. Curious, he leaves the laundry room and he goes out into the hall, and as soon as he's standing in the hall, he hears the popping sound again. And this time, it was obvious that it was coming from behind the closed door that was directly opposite the laundry room. So the worker pulled out his big set of keys, he opened the door that was directly in front of him, and he stepped inside. Moments later, he would make a big discovery. Based on that discovery and the investigation that would follow it, this is a reconstruction of what happened to Wade Steffi. In the early morning hours of January 13th, right after Wade had been denied entry into Owen Hall because the student who was in there who didn't know him thought he was too intoxicated, right after that happened, Wade left the front doors and made his way around to the left side of the building to look for another way inside. And when he got to the left side of the building, he found another door. Now, even though this door did not have a sign on it that said "keep out," it was fairly obvious that this door was not designed for students to use. There was a metal railing that lined the outside of this door, clearly to prevent pedestrians from getting to the door, and the door itself was actually not built at ground level. It basically was built at basement level. So you'd be standing at this railing looking down at the door. And down in front of the door was a slab of cement right out in front of it that gave the door enough clearance to be able to open. And so basically there was a railing around a pit, and that was where the door was. The proper way to get to this door was to literally climb over that railing and jump down into this pit. And then you'd need a key to open this door because it was always locked. Well, it was supposed to always be locked. And so when
somebody didn't do their job,
off-limits door on the side of Owen Hall, in his drunken state, he decided it would be a good idea to try to go into it, because in his
sounds
mind,
like a fantastic idea, actually.
Whatever is behind the store doesn't really matter. As long as I can just get inside of some part of Owen Hall, I can find my way up to my friend's room and I can get my jacket. And so he rushes over to the railing, he climbs over, he leaps down into that pit area, he grabs the doorknob of this off-limits door and he pulls on it, and it's open. And so he opens it up, he steps inside, and it's totally pitch black. and all he can hear is the sound of machines humming and whirring in the darkness. And again, in his drunken state, he decides this is still a good idea. His only concern was he couldn't find a light switch, and it really was basically pitch black in here, and he was worried once the door shut, not only would his only light source be totally cut off, but it might actually lock behind him, and then he'd be trapped inside of this room. And so he took off one of his shoes and he tucked it in the door jamb of the door he came in on to keep it open. And so with the door propped open behind him, he began walking into this room. And pretty much right away, he bumped into this big metal structure. He couldn't see what it was because, again, it was too dark, but he could feel it. And he could tell, you know, it was a flat metal structure. It felt like a machine of some kind. And he could hear that it was one of...
When I get too drunk, I just spend too much online shop. Yeah, right? So like, it's fucking insane, right? When I get drunk, I'm fucking tired, and I don't want to move. I'm looking for, like a wall plug to plug in my vape thing. When I get drunk, I'm not going fucking, like... I'm not fucking going like, oh man, I'm just gonna go into the secret danger zone, you know? I think this one is fine. Bro, I only have the lady at the store told me not to use a fast charging plug, but I only have fast charging plugs. I mean, I'm sure the thing isn't gonna fucking explode, so it's fine. Pisses me the fuck off though. Get the shit out of my face. Well, get a slow charge. I don't have one of those because that's not the standard anymore. Who the fuck has one of those? Whatever, I'm sure it'll be... I have one that I think might be slow charging. Or just regular charging, I guess. Amazon, you fuck off. I need it right now, you dumbass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, let's keep going with the video.
He would try to walk around it, because again, his goal is just to get through this room and find another door somewhere and kind of continue his journey up into the dorm. And so Wade began moving his way left along this machine, kind of believing it was
Amazon overnight. Did you not fucking just hear me what I said?
But it would turn out this machine was very big, very wide. And so by the time he actually got to the left edge of this machine, he was practically right up against the wall of the room he was in. And when he got there, he realized the
Day one delivery.
The side of the machine and the wall of the room.
Do you know what right now means?
That if he turned sideways, he could basically squeeze his way past it. Now, he had no idea how far into the room this strange machine went. But in his drunken state, he decided it was a good idea. And so he turns sideways, so his back is to the wall of the room, and his chest is going to be facing the machine, and he begins pushing himself into that narrow space.
All right, this works.
Making his way, his hands are up.
Turn this thing off while it charges.
And at some point, he kind of begins to trip. Now, he didn't actually fall because he's basically wedged into this tight space. But for a second, he reflexively grabbed with his hands onto this machine right in front of him, and just by chance, his left ring finger slipped into a very narrow hole that was about 2 inches deep. The room that Wade was inside of was called an electrical vault, and it contained 6 large transformers, one of which Wade's finger had just stuck inside of. The job of these 6 transformers is to take the high voltage they receive from the main power grid and then transform it, hence the name, into lower, usable voltage that gets dispersed into Owen home.
Did my mans get fucking blasted by pure energy?
All for residents and teachers. Even though the outside of these transformers had mostly been covered with protective materials that mitigated the electrocution risk, there were still several parts of these machines that there was just nothing you could do. They just presented a really high electrocution risk. And one of those sections...
So basically, everybody involved in this just did the wrong fucking thing ever. Very cool.
You needed to be extra careful with was that 2-inch hole that Wade's finger slipped inside of. At the back of that hole was an
You know, I'm not even gonna say it. This is about a death case of a guy. I'm not even gonna say things.
exposed electrical conductor, and the second the tip of his finger touched that conductor, between 2,000 and 4,000 volts of electricity were pumped into his body. For reference, when people get executed via the electric chair, they are electrocuted with 2,000 volts of electricity.
Ooh.
Wade likely died instantly. But
if I mean, hopefully,
wedged between the transformer and the wall, after he died, he didn't just slump onto the ground. Instead, he remained in a semi-upright position with his finger still stuck inside of that hole. And so for the next 2 months, his body just continued to be electrocuted every second. Finally, sometime in March, the result...
Dude, motherfucker came back as Dr. Manhattan. Like, Jesus Christ.
Of Wade's body fluids draining out of him, the electrical current that was being pumped into him altered its course and began snapping outside of his skin into the ground. And so the sound of the electrical current actually striking the ground was that popping sound that the maintenance worker heard. The door that the maintenance worker opened in order to investigate the sound was the only other door that led into the electrical vault, the other being the exterior door that Wade had gone in on. Initially, when the worker opened that door and looked inside of the vault, he actually didn't see Wade, but he smelled something funny.
I was gonna say, like, so this didn't like set his body on fire or anything, and like didn't cause a fire. Nothing, like fucking just my boy got fucking fried, and then that was it.
Led him to walk into the room and make his way around.
Clearly, I know nothing about
its body. Earlier on January 20th, when they found
electricity,
a shoe, which at some point had just slipped out of the door jamb, so it was not propping open the exterior door when it was found. It was just sitting in that pit area, and the exterior door was shut. And so when they found that shoe, the police, they did go inside of the electrical vault, but they didn't go
AC and DC is scary. No, what I mean is, like, I'm surprised at the fact that him getting fucking juiced up with electricity didn't set him on fire and cause, like, a house fire or something.
Door. They went around and went in the same door that the maintenance worker opened from right across the hall from the laundry room. And when they opened it up, they just looked into the room. They didn't walk into the room, they just looked from the doorway, and from their perspective, they couldn't see Wade. And so that was why initially they had said, you know, Wade is not inside of that room. Ultimately, because that exterior door to the electrical vault was supposed to be locked at all times, and clearly it was not, because that's how Wade got in, Purdue was found to be
what I find to be crazy is that, like, when you have that door, and there's no way from that door to, like, walk into the room properly, or did I just misunderstand? Like, you can't walk around the Transformers and get into the room that way? It's just literally, like, just an access door for the Transformer things? Like, maybe I just didn't understand it correctly, but...
So they agreed to pay Wade's family $500,000, and they also...
Probably the metal around it stopped the fire, but acted like an oven and concealed all the heat. I don't fucking know. God damn.
And now, from Ballin Studios, here is a clip from our brand new show, Late Nights with Nexpo.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ballin. Thanks, Mr. Oh, that's actually his name, Mr. Ballin. Okay, let's see, what do we got here? Seeing her shirtless for the first time, seeing her shirtless for the 1000th time. I don't think it's a good moment. It's the end of the video, who gives a fuck? What is this? What? This is just a scam. This isn't even real. What? Mods? Well, then why doesn't it say mods? This just says PC. Oh yeah, if I alter the game, then the game is different. Yeah? Fucking no shit. What the janitor found. What is this? What? What the fuck is Myriant or Myriant? What? Why does this look like a snuff film hosting site? Real games for emulate. I've never heard of this site in my entire fucking life. But I guess too bad that they're shutting down. Alright, top 5 bingeable scary stories. Those were sure some scary stories. Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep moving.
Meet Julie, a real estate agent who had
Oh, it's Manja Manja. Do you guys remember? We need a I think this works quite well as a palate cleanser. The lady from Manja Manja. So if you don't remember, Kitchen Night. This is one of the most like infamous Kitchen Nightmare episodes. About an Italian place where the lady is very smelly. And Gordon Ramsay came in and he saved the day. I think he didn't save the day, actually. But I'm sure we're going to get a recap. Let's go.
Dreams of owning a restaurant. So she opened an Italian restaurant named Manja Manja.
Yeah, I remember this episode.
Never having been to Italy, much less having any Italian roots.
When was the last time you knew
Amy's Bakery is the most infamous one. This, I think, is like a close... second or third. I slammed my penis in the car door.
Okay.
I'm Irish.
Italian agent who had dreams of owning a restaurant. So she opened an Italian restaurant named Manja Manja, despite never having been to Italy in her life, much less having any Italian roots.
When was the last time you knew Italy?
Never.
Okay.
I'm Irish.
Her lack of restaurant management experience.
I love how the dude's fucking audio is like 20 times louder than the video.
Is evident in how she runs the place.
The next fucking lasagna I bring back is going up your ass.
At Manja Manja, they zap everything in the microwave. And I mean everything. They've got more microwaves than ovens.
Yeah, thanks. Can we hear you less, bro? I turned the thing off. That's why I can't see if it's charging. Just give me a second. Yeah, that's fine. That's working. I shall smoke again later. It's fine.
Believe it or not. This is because Julie made Trevor, a 22-year-old dishwasher, the head chef. Trevor has become a significant...
That was not an oven pane. That was a microwave.
...source of problems at the restaurant. He frequently argued with others, and sometimes even intentionally cooked customers' orders incorrectly, or walked out during dinner service. No,
he was also druggy, I believe.
Not only that, but Trevor happens to be Julie's daughter, Janelle's, ex-boyfriend. Talk about adding fuel to the fire. To make matters more interesting, or awkward, they still have to work side by side with tensions running high. The episode, which aired in April 2014, took place in Woodland Park, Colorado, known as the city above the clouds. Although the actual filming and visit from Gordon Ramsay took place in August of 2013. At the beginning of the episode, when Gordon Ramsay rolled up to the restaurant, he was a bit puzzled. The building seemed more like a fast food spot than the upscale dining.
Yeah, because I think she bought an old McDonald's or something.
Well, turns out it used to be an Arby's before Manja Manja took over. They even kept the drive-through window. Quite the makeover, huh?
A drive-through Italian restaurant. It is hilarious.
Gordon used the window to place an order with Janelle. He ordered the soup of the day, which was a chicken
No wonder
soup.
it's shit Arby's. Well, Payne, the Arby's is gone. I don't know how to explain this to you. They don't make the same food as Arby's.
But Janelle offered him the soup without a spoon. However, as the soup was so thick, a fork was all that was needed to eat it. They didn't even fill Ramsay's cup up all the way. Once inside the restaurant, Gordon sits down with Julie to
The
discuss how
aura
things are
remains,
going.
well, fair.
She tells him that she long desired to own a restaurant, and when a fast food restaurant was available for sale, she quickly snatched it up in order to enter the food industry. Given that most of the restaurants in the town served only Chinese or Mexican food, Julie decided to serve Italian food to stand out. The term mangia mangia is an Italian phrase that translates to eat, eat in English. It is often used encouraging someone to enjoy their meal, emphasizing the joy of sharing a meal with others.
Yeah, no, when Granny goes,
After
mangia,
talking with Julie,
mangia.
Gordon heads to the kitchen to meet Trevor the chef, along with the cooks. When Gordon asks Trevor how he would rate his own food, he says a 5 out of 10. Ouch. He also sees a fight between Janelle and Trevor. Janelle says that Trevor tried to punch her a month prior. Gordon can't believe what he is hearing. With everything he has seen and heard so far, Gordon hopes he will find some positivity in the food. He orders a few popular Italian dishes like spaghetti and meatballs, veal piccata, salmon,
spaghetti and meatballs. I'm sorry to tell you this, Americans. Is not traditionally Italian. That's, you do that, but the Italians don't do that.
Ravioli and
not
lasagna.
usually, anyway.
The kitchen gets to work preparing Gordon's food.
Kiss my ass.
Although I'm not a fan of Trevor's antics, I think our food is still very good.
The mushroom ravioli was covered with an Alfredo sauce and looked somewhat unusual. Here is Gordon's way of describing it.
Wow, that looks like a pile of defrosted snow with bear shit sprinkled all over it.
Yet, what's worse is that they are store-bought, frozen ravioli. Gordon asks Andy, the waitress, to ask Trevor if he has ever made fresh ravioli before. She says he hasn't. So Gordon gives the waitress the exact instructions on how to make ravioli from scratch. However, there's a little problem understanding the measurements, as they were provided using the metric system, in grams, rather than the imperial system of ounces. This being America, one of the last countries to still use the imperial system, it has caused some confusion.
The last countries, implying that anybody before used those?
Yeah, he's British, Mom. I know, but what does that mean?
We gotta do the conversion.
The lasagna was served on a dirty plate and was frozen in the middle. The meatballs, although cooked, tasted like foam. The veal was partly raw. The salmon dish, which was listed on the menu as fresh, was actually frozen.
Nice.
Finally, Trevor threw out the fresh pasta dough he tried to make because it was so bad. Gordon returned for the dinner service and again found most of the food was of poor quality. Speaking to the restaurant staff, including Janelle, the cook Kevin, and head chef Trevor, he realized that the restaurant had serious management and food-related problems, as the staff had no formal training.
So, like, everything was fucked. I'm fine with the US switching the metric to everything except you can pry Fahrenheit from my cold, dead hands. $500 milliliter, I believe, is 17 ounces. I have no fucking idea. I don't care. Well, here's the trick. Figure out what a liter is in ounces, and then you have that, and then you have 500 milliliter. You guys just want to have Fahrenheit so you can sound cool by saying shit like, "Oh, it's 120 degrees out there," and then really what that means is like it's like 50 degrees Celsius. Because you're fucking stupid. Fuel for AirPods is measured in gallons and also devil weed. Fahrenheit makes the most sense for temperature and weather. No. Also, like, I understand the point you're trying to make, but, like, here's the thing. Right? If you take Celsius, which uses the freezing temperature of water, or the boiling temperature of water. It's rather easy to understand. If it's got 0 degrees Celsius or less outside, it's gonna snow. If it has more than that, it's gonna rain. And honestly, what fucking more do you need to know? What fucking more do you need to know? Easy. Oh, I need to know how hot it is when it's sunny outside? Fucking hot as shit, dude. There you go. I win. I will yeet you into the sun. Yeah, well. And I'll tell you how hot it is in Celsius still.
Training at all in making and serving Italian food. When Gordon goes into the walk-in, he finds a huge amount of pasta that is being hoarded. Almost 400 portions of pasta are laid out on the table, despite only having 47 customers that evening for dinner.
Look at all this pasta!
Still, Gordon continues to get nothing but excuses from Julie.
What I'm just trying to explain to you is common sense. Maybe you are a fast food restaurant.
The freezer is also loaded up with frozen food because the restaurant doesn't serve anything fresh. Gordon tells Julie her restaurant is a fake. All she does is reheat frozen food. Because Julie keeps pushing back against Gordon, he asks her what percentage of her food the customers would think is fresh. Since he doesn't get an answer, he decides to go out into the dining room and ask the guests directly. They all think it would be 80 to 90% fresh. They are shocked when he tells them the actual number.
I also love that, like, I understand that not everybody maybe understands the difference between frozen food and fresh food. A baffling idea to me, because how the fuck can you not? But like, I love that people are just like, no, it's all fresh, and then they act shocked when Gordon goes like, yeah, actually, it's all fucking frozen, you stupid idiots. No fucking wonder you guys eat here. With Fahrenheit, it's percentage. I'm just hearing a whole lot of yapping. You know, here's the thing. You can't answer in 3 words or less why Fahrenheit is better. It's off of the table. You done. You done. You done, pal. It's over with. You gotta go. Get out of here. I'm walking here. I don't give a fuck, bro. I just, again, it's whatever. Use whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I'm just memeing. Let's see. Fahrenheit is percentage based relative to the human body. 50% hot is gonna need a jacket. 110% hot is stupid hot, and I'm not gonna go outside. 0% hot is fucking cold. I'm gonna eat you, slime man. That's... No. I don't consent.
0. Julie is so embarrassed that she runs away because she can't handle the pressure. Gordon follows her outside and tells her that her problem is that she doesn't listen. He tells her she has to stop blaming her chefs for what goes on at a restaurant.
I mean, they
Janelle
do all
comes
suck,
out and defends her mother against the kitchen staff's accusations. A big argument ensues. Janelle gets up in Trevor's face when he's having a smoke. She says that he comes to work high and has an addiction problem.
Drugs? Who's on drugs?
He's a fucking tweaker!
Janelle says that Trevor deserves to be fired and then storms off in tears. After that,
women,
Gordon
am I
continues
right?
to talk to Julie, hoping to get through to her. She starts to cry as well. Gordon gives it one final shot to convince Julie that she...
Gordon gives every fucking restaurant, and that's why, like, I know I've watched like a lot of Kitchen Nightmares, and honestly, I got so bored because it's the same shit every time, right? It's the same fucking shit every time. Gordon goes to a restaurant, the restaurant sucks balls, there's a lot of drama, and then Gordon goes like, I'm a fucking therapist. And then he fixes everything, and then everything works, and then he leaves, and then they go out of business.
Needs to up her game in enhancing the customer experience. The next day, a meeting with the staff takes place, and luckily, everyone has simmered down. Tensions flare up again, though, as Chris, one of the waiters, bluntly points out Julie's rudeness and disrespect, claiming everyone is walking on eggshells around her. This sparks yet another heated argument. Chris is accused of bad-mouthing the restaurant Trevor is called out for being high at work and lashing out. Janelle shares an incident where Trevor threw things in the kitchen, frightening customers. Trevor confesses to having a drug problem, leading Julie to fire him, which causes him to start crying. A lot of tears are being shed in this episode. Gordon hugs Trevor and tells him to get help in the form of treatment for his addiction. Gordon advises Julie to swiftly fill the void with a new chef, but at the same time to keep the door open to rehiring Trevor in the future if he gets his act together, staying clean from his addiction. Gordon takes charge in the kitchen, demonstrating how to make lasagna and a salmon dish from scratch with fresh ingredients. Strictly
And like
no
one of the
microwavable.
things that I don't like about Kitchen Nightmares is that Gordon wants to try and turn every fucking restaurant into like fine dining. I think it was weed, but also like other stuff, if I remember correctly from the episode. It wasn't just weed. It was a lot of other stuff. Mind you, it being weed would just be incredibly on par for chefs of whatever stature. You won't find as many fucking ex-prisoners and high people anywhere else than in the kitchen. That's all I'm gonna say. What I don't like is how Gordon kind of steers every single fucking restaurant into the same direction, right? And I get it, like, because that works for him, but it's like not every restaurant has to be like, oh, we're the big boys. You know, it's like just make basic shit but make it right. I think in this case it wasn't even that bad. It was like okay, it was pretty basic stuff, but it's just like, bro, it doesn't have to be perfect. It should be fresh. I agree with that. You know, the stuff has to be made fresh. It has to be made from scratch. I completely agree with that. But like, chill, bro.
Gordon brings a local and experienced chef in Italian cuisine, who will consult for 2 weeks until a permanent replacement is found. Kevin, one of the cooks, is eager to learn from the chef in the kitchen. Days later, Gordon organizes a community family event to promote the restaurant, featuring a fair with food sampling and a pasta eating contest for local dignitaries. The community loves the food, anticipating the revamped restaurant. Over the next 24 hours, Gordon's team transforms the restaurant, brightening the interior with a fresh coat of spruce green paint. They also remove those old booths and replace them with chairs, which really opens the space up. Staff applaud the new look and are amazed by the heavenly taste of the new menu. It is fresh, good old-fashioned Italian food. Homemade meatballs, freshly layered lasagna, and a chocolate
lasagna
lava
does
cake
look good.
that just oozes goodness. Guess what percentage of the new menu is frozen?
All of
0.
it.
They joke that the new plates can't even fit in the microwaves anymore. For the relaunch, Julie is expediting in the kitchen. Things start well, but as the night progresses, Julie reverts to old habits as her fast food mentality comes back. She starts rushing orders and asking for too much food to be prepared at once. Chef Ramsay reminds her that they're making food, not reheating, and it'll take time. Once corrected, the food leaving the kitchen is exceptional, impressing the customers. Julie falters, rushing desserts even when diners are still enjoying their mains. Gordon intervenes once again, and she adjusts the pacing, earning praise from customers. The new decor, food, and happier staff leave customers impressed. The night concludes successfully, with everyone pleased with Julie's overall performance. Before leaving, Gordon secures a promise that they won't return to fast food or microwaving meals. The original episode ends as Gordon humorously stops at the drive-thru window one last time to order one microwave to go. He struggles to get it into his vehicle, but eventually manages it. The fate of that microwave is unknown. What happened to Manja Manja?
That's what I want to know. That's what I want a video on. What happened to the microwave from Manja Manja?
As previously noted, the Manja Manja episode was filmed in August 2013. The Kitchen Nightmares crew visited Colorado to shoot 3 episodes for the 6th season around that time. We've already recapped Pantalone's Pizza, and the Old Neighborhood episode recap is coming up in the future. In the weeks that followed the filming, the positive feedback kept rolling in. Julie, impressed with Dawn's training, requested him to stay on for ongoing kitchen training. Yelp reviews were mostly favorable, and Julie personally addressed some of the negative ones. Initially embracing Gordon's changes, they later reverted some menu items, such as the original ciabatta bread, as Julie claims that too many customers complained about Gordon's ciabatta recipe.
I mean,
Julie
fair.
said in the Yelp review that they were now aiming for a menu that was a blend of old and new. In addition to that, the complimentary soup or salad options accompanying the main dishes returned. There were a few positive changes. The restaurant held on to their homemade menu, meaning even when they brought back some of the old dishes, they were still cooked fresh, not frozen. Julie hired a new chef and additional servers. However, some customers claimed Julie continued to be a problem, mistreating both staff and customers. It also appears that Julie struggled to shoulder the responsibility for the restaurant's challenges and consistently attributed the issues to her staff. During an interview with a local news station on the day the episode aired, this is how she responded when questioned about the experience.
It's called Manja Manja, and Julie Watson, now the owner, here to share her experience of being on the show. Good morning, Julie. What was the moment when you said, look, I need help, and decided to actually, write the letter? Was it just...
I was having problems with my staff, and I just couldn't take the stress from it anymore, and thought, I'm going to have Chef Ramsay come in and kick their ass.
I like that. The biggest lesson you learned from him, what was it?
I don't know. Probably to just take control of the restaurant and don't let things get a little out of control.
Despite her best efforts, Manja Manja shut its doors in November 2014.
That's what I thought.
Just 5 months after the episode of Kitchen Nightmares aired on TV, which was a bit over a year after Gordon Ramsay's actual visit. The place that held Manja Manja changed hands in 2015, with official records showing a sale for $395,000. After Manja Manja, it made a U-turn back to its fast food origins,
Jimmy John's,
transforming into a spot for the popular Jimmy John's sub-sandwich chain. The reviews for Jimmy John's are even worse than Manja Manja, if you can believe it, sitting at an overall 2.8 rating. It appears the vibe of disorder persists at this spot. Disheartened Yelpers highlighted sluggish service, noting several employees taking breaks out back, perhaps indulging in activities other than serving customers.
I like freakishly slow as my grandpa's fucking balls. Well, that's a weird thing to say, buddy. I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
Julie went back to being a real estate agent, which, according to her LinkedIn profile, she still does today. Sadly, Julie's health took a turn for the worse.
Oh no!
After. In 2016, a routine mammogram revealed dense breast tissue, which she was told was normal. It wasn't until 2023 that she discovered she had advanced stage 3 breast cancer, likely because it had been developing for quite some time. Julie took to Facebook to share a statement, urging others to investigate promptly and not make the same mistake she did of waiting to get it thoroughly checked out. She kicked off her chemotherapy journey, keeping a record of the process, ticking off each passing week. By August 2023, she wrapped up her treatment and is now in recovery. Luckily, she's got the unwavering support of her family, especially Janelle, to stand by her and help her through the journey. I wish Julie all the best in her recovery. And speaking of Janelle, after Manja Manja, she went on to work at several restaurants, including Red Robin from 2014 to 2018. While working there, she was also studying English language and literature at University of Colorado, Colorado Springs.
Nice.
She graduated with a BA in English Lit in 2017. Following that, she pursued a master's degree in language and literature at the University of Colorado, Denver. During her studies, she kept her foot in the service industry, balancing roles at a local bar and Red Lobster. In 2021, she proudly graduated debt-free. Julie made sure to highlight that in a Facebook post. Quite an achievement. Now she's rocking the freelance scene as a content marketer, tech journalist, and social media marketer, as per her LinkedIn bio. Now on to Trevor, the guy dealing with his own battles. Here's a positive update. Trevor's dad shared on Facebook about Trevor's journey post-Kitchen Nightmares. In the post, he proudly announced that Trevor had taken a step towards recovery and is now officially 9 months clean and sober. Additionally, Trevor was in the process of picking a culinary school to enroll in, as mentioned by his father. In 2019, on the Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares Facebook page, a post titled, Violent Chef rates his food average, featuring a clip from Trevor in the Manja Manja episode, received a response from Trevor himself. He replied with, "Violent Chef? Ha ha ha," and added that at that point, he was 28 years old and had been sober for 5.5 years.
Damn, nice. That's awesome.
Responding to a question from a Facebook user, he mentioned that leaving Manja Manja was the best decision for him. He elaborated, stating that the chef they hired to replace him departed after a year because of conflicts with Julie. He keeps an active public Facebook profile that he regularly updates. If you compare how he appeared on Kitchen Nightmares before rehabilitation to his current look years later, the difference is noticeable. He looks significantly healthier.
Yeah, he looks like an entirely different person. They just got the wrong dude.
Sobriety. Switching gears to the other chef, Kevin. He decided to settle down in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where he's now cooking for the Bowman Restaurant Group. If you peek at his Facebook, you'll see bits of his life in Arkansas, with a special shout out to his fishing hobby. I genuinely hope he's doing well, and I wish him all the best. He seemed like a cool guy on the show. Regrettably, I couldn't uncover any updates on other staff members highlighted in the episode, such as Chris or Mike. Given that it's been a decade since the Kitchen Nightmares episode...
To be fair, I don't think they were like...
I sincerely hope that wherever they are,
you know,
they are doing
I don't think they were like super involved in the episode anyway. What the hell? Oh, apparently this is also in the playlist, so that's cool.
Tienen que ser las famosas
More food, boys. Let's go.
Estoy a las afueras de San Salvador y nada de restaurantes. Estos puestitos callejeros que ves al frente son literalmente paradas de autobús donde la gente que va a la escuela, al trabajo, pasa por sus pupusas a cualquier hora del día. Aquí están las señoras preparándolas con la tradicional harina de maíz y el relleno que uno quiera. Las más clásicas son de frijol con queso, frijol con chicharrón, frijol, queso y chicharrón, las revueltas, pero hay muchos otros guisos. Lo primero que hacen es ir formando las bolitas ya con su relleno, se le da la forma plana también a mano y pasan directo a la plancha donde ahora sí se cocina la masa, que aquí es donde agarran el saborcito.
I don't know what the hell they're doing, but it looks to be the same as usual.
Vueltas para llevar, pero yo sí me senté aquí en el local, recién saliditas de la plancha, siempre acompañadas de su encurtido de repollo y salsita de tomate, que aquí Emilio, que me va a estar acompañando en todo el viaje, me puso el ejemplo de cómo se debe comer una pupusa, mira. Se parte con las manos y con la propia pupusa se pesca el encurtido. El que quiera usar tenedor adelante, pero ya sabes que a mí también me encanta comer con las manos, así que la cosa se me dio bastante natural. Eso sí, salen pero bien calientes de la plancha, casi me estaba quemando, pero ve qué rico la combinación de frijol con chicharrón prensado, el encurtido que ya tiene la salsita por encima, es cosa nada más de agarrar.
Why is it that, like, I've seen so many videos of, like, street food and whatever, and, like, countries, like, you know, like, anywhere in like, or I don't know, like, middle to South America, Asia, but, like, when I say Asia, I mostly mean, you know, like, China, or Japan, or Korea. Like, there's a lot of countries where it looks like, I don't know, like, it might not be, like, the most fancy place, but it looks cool, and the food looks, like, good, and I don't know, just, like, the place looks at the very least clean. And then you get places like, obviously the first one everybody thinks about is India, but there's other places too, like a lot of things that are like in the Middle East or whatever, they just look so fucking vile and disgusting. The street food, I mean. It's just like the worst. You've always got like fucking flies flying around and bugs, and everything looks gross. It's cramped as fuck. You don't have that, like, with these things, usually. Or, I don't know, maybe Oscar just doesn't show them, but...
qué joyita nos encontramos en este puesto de pupusas callejeras. Estaban súper ricas. Ojo, como pudiste ver, estas pupusas son en plancha de gas, cosa tipiquísima por todo El Salvador. Pero la pupusa más tradicional, la pupusa por así decirlo de rancho, de pueblo, es en comal de barro y en horno de leña. Ahorita estoy en Izalco, un pequeño municipio como a 1 hora de la capital. Vine únicamente a probar una pupusa de comal. Digo, la preparación es la misma, ¿eh? Ya viste, aquí está la señora con su masa rellenándola de frijol, de queso, de chicharrón, cualquier guiso que tú pidas. Pero como te decía, el horno es de pura leña, súper tradición. Digo, yo creo que este horno debe tener más años que la propia parroquia que está aquí enfrente. Y encima el comal, que indudablemente es potente, incluso hasta se llegan a inflar, esponjar como tortilla hecha a mano. Y repito, las de plancha, ningún problema, estaban deliciosas. Pero quiero que veas cómo estas se sienten más tostaditas, como más incluso se sienten menos grasosas porque el comal no lleva aceite ni manteca. En la mesa, como siempre, no puede faltar tu salsita y encurtido, que no existe, pero también lleva un poquito de zanahoria y jalapeño muy rico. Yo me pedí mi favorita de chicharrón con queso.
That looks
Primero,
good, holy shit.
Para sentir esto que te digo del maíz, la diferencia con las de plancha. Ahora sí, ya con su buena dosis de encurtido. Una auténtica chulada, papá. Qué cosa más buena.
Is that a picture of Goku in the background? Was that the meme?
Sentir esto que te digo del maíz.
That's some anime, is it? No, it's just okay, never mind. Not on the left, on the right there. It's not. I thought it was like Goku. I thought they were doing the funny.
Con las de plancha. Ahora sí, ya con su buena dosis de encurtido. Una auténtica chulada, papá. Qué cosa más buena las pupusas. Un sabor casero, riquísimo. Cuando se rompe un poquito la masa, que empieza a explotar el queso, como queda una costrita ligeramente quemadita. La verdad que no pude haber tenido mejor recibimiento para El Salvador. Y agárrate, porque esto apenas está comenzando. Además de las pupusas, El Salvador es muy conocido también por sus playas. Tú sabes que playa es igual a mariscos. Estamos en este momento en Surf City. Algo que ya sabes que siempre me gusta mucho es darme la vuelta por los mercados, ver la variedad de pescados, de mariscos que tienen por la zona. Aquí viene mucha gente local y también restaurantes a surtirse. Obviamente,
Horseshoe crab.
Bien fresco, te lo pueden preparar aquí mismo para que te lo lleves ya listo a tu casa. Y para
Yeah, you know, like I don't still like despite all this, like it looks way more clean, you know what I mean? I don't know, I've seen like so many street food videos, and in some places it just looks fucking horrible. It's like if I'm shitting myself just from watching this shit, you know what I mean?
Bueno, de hecho, antes de llegar incluso, nosotros paramos en la carretera para disfrutar de un buen coquito fresco. Aquí nada más se orilla uno en el carro, vas a ver mucha gente preparando los cocos. Más adelante nos topamos con este puestito de elotes asados al carbón, una cosa que me gusta mucho. Aquí no se acostumbra como en México, que los preparan con mayonesa, con crema, con chile en polvo. Es puro juguito de limón, sal de mar. Y así nomás una botana bien rica. Pero te decía de los mariscos, vinimos a comer con el Chepe Aleta, un restaurante de mucha tradición donde puedes comer directamente en el río. Te ponen ahí las mesitas, ya no alcanzamos lugar allá abajo, estaba lleno. Pero también arriba está esta palapa donde tienen las montañas de ostiones, un montón de conchas negras que también nos recomendaron mucho. Así que llegando y pidiendo de una vez un par de bocinitas de cada una.
Every one of these places has such a homey feel.
Súper fresco, le pones un chorrito de limón.
It's so nice.
Este es el bailecito que quieres ver. Aquí en El Salvador, algo que yo no sabía, aparte del jugo de limón, un toquecito de sal y gotitas de salsa picante, que es como yo estoy acostumbrado a comérmelas, me cuentan que siempre en la mesa te vas a encontrar con salsa inglesa. Les gusta mucho ponerle a todo lo que es fresco. Las dos bastante ricas, los ostiones bien grandes como puedes ver, y la concha negra a mí me gusta mucho porque tiene un poquito más de textura. Esta sí me aviento fácil la docena sin ningún problema, ¿eh? Especialidad del Chepe Aleta, nos recomendaron mucho este consomé de camarón que se sirve también con su tortilla salvadoreña. Ya sabes, igual un poquito de limón al gusto y tremendos camarones con los que te los sirven, ¿eh? Yo pensé que iba a ser una entradita, algo chico, pero qué rico, qué buen sazón.
I haven't had shrimp in a fucking while. Goddamn.
La textura y el sabor de la tortilla es como
I kind of want some now.
Ligeramente doradita. Para cerrar nos pedimos un pescadito frito que a este le llaman queen, como pescado reina. Ojo, la verdad es que veníamos por lo fresco, pero impresionante la cocina caliente del Chepe Aleta porque estaba muy bien preparado.
Oh my god.
Crujiente, pero sin sobrecocinar la carne, que es para mí como debe ser un buen pescado frito. O sea, si andas por el área de Surf City, Chepe Aleta te lo recomiendo.
And yeah, I'm not a fan of like mussels and whatever,
Si vas a El Salvador, tienes que
or clams or whatever the fuck, or oysters.
No tenía
None
idea
of
de
them.
lo que era, y grave error porque me estaba perdiendo de mucho. Y como lo dice su nombre, la base en las yuquerías pues es la yuca, que se puede servir en puré, sancochada le llaman, o bien frita, que en este caso yo me pedí la combinada para probar las dos. A esta base de yuca le agregan chicharrón de cerdo que se ve y huele riquísimo. Un chicharrón con carnita, no creas que puro cuero. Por encima lleva también
What is that? That looks so good.
chile sin ser picante.
That looks so
y
good.
una porción del encurtido salvadoreño. Repito, qué cosa más buena, me estaba perdiendo. La verdad, en el norte de México no acostumbramos, no conocemos la yuca, pero estaba buenísima la sancochada.
Well, I think in yucca leaves is where they what they serve it in.
Frita. Digo, el chicharrón sobra decir
Or
que
just
también
or like
estaba
fried yucca
delicioso
fruit
con ese
as
baño
well.
de salsita que le dan, trae bastante
Or yucca fruit.
carnita.
I don't know how the fuck
Ya
you
cuando
pronounce
combinas
it.
todo, que es la idea, chulada, papá. Comida 100% callejera. Qué rico sabor. Y esta porción que estás viendo, bastante llenadora, por $3. Y hablando de platos tradicionales
$3?
estoy de regreso en la capital, específicamente en el mercadito de Merliot, donde
Bro, you can like live like a fucking king down there, apparently.
partido de fútbol, y me vine específicamente a probar la tradicional sopa de patas.
How
que
full is
si bien
the shit?
podríamos decir es algo similar al mondongo, al menudo, esta versión salvadoreña es más completa. Trae obviamente pata de res, elote, yuca, huesito, la pancita también de la res y hasta la tripa. Se sirve con cebolla, cilantro, limón y no puede faltar la tortilla salvadoreña.
Yeah,
La
of
verdad
course.
que no soy tan fan del mondongo, del menudo que le llaman en México, pero sí te puedo decir, y sin querer quedar bien con los salvadoreños, que sí me gustó la sopa de patas. El caldo tiene bastante sabor, aparte de color y aroma, está ideal para un fin de semana después de la fiesta. Pero ahí está la tripita de res que te decía, la yuca, los huesitos, obviamente la pata que le aportan bastante. Así que sí, te recomiendo probar este
Oh, the
plato
video is flickering. I thought it was my
mejor que sea en un
fucking
mercado para que se sienta todavía
like ring
más
light.
tradicional. No te lo había dicho todavía, pero el motivo principal de este viaje a El Salvador, además de estar comiendo riquísimo, como ya viste, fue porque me invitaron a ser parte del jurado de un evento de asado, el Grill Master Lechón Challenge, organizado por mi amigo Rodrigo, mejor conocido en redes como Lord Grill, que no lo habías visto todavía, pero ha sido gran parte de todo este viaje y que para el evento se aventaron tremenda organización. Este lugar se llama Salamanca, que está aquí en San Salvador, y pues es donde va a ser el evento, que como tal es el sábado, pero en realidad todo comenzó un día antes porque tuvimos primero una conferencia de prensa y toda la cosa bien profesional. Ya en la noche Rodrigo también organizó un asadito para que todos los equipos se conocieran. En total van a estar compitiendo 19 equipos, la mayoría naturalmente de aquí de El Salvador, pero también vinieron otros de Guatemala, de Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Colombia, de México. La verdad, un ambiente bien agradable, todos unidos obviamente por el asado. Mañana van a ser rivales, pero hoy todos se hicieron amigos. Se disfrutó además de una rica carnita asada. Y la idea pues era esta precisamente, ir calentando motores para mañana, pero en un ambiente, como te digo, totalmente de compañerismo. Al día siguiente, sí, como te lo acabo de decir, vamos a estar probando en total 19
El continente, nice.
Yo me vine un poquito antes.
You
de que
lost a lot
abrieran
of
las
weight,
puertas
though.
al público,
Again.
para saludar a todos los equipos, platicar, ir viendo más o menos las técnicas. Y como puedes ver, hay de todo. Lechones a fuego abierto, a la cruz, al palo, al barril, ahumados, a la parrilla, rostizados. Que ven nomás estos compas el invento que se hicieron aquí con una cadena de bicicleta para darle vuelta. Cada uno en realidad tiene su propia técnica, su propio sabor. Y en cuestión de nada empezó a llegar ahora sí toda la raza. Un montón de gente que la verdad yo calculo que en total se han de haber vendido unas 3,000 entradas. Y se llegó la hora, puedes ir probando cada lechón. Estamos a punto de iniciar el concurso. Ve nada más, tremendo camerino que nos pusieron, impresionante por parte de Rodrigo. Aquí estoy con mi compadre de Meat Dealer calentando, listo para probar 19 lechones, güey. Emilio, ¿qué esperas de esta competencia?
What?
Va a ser bastante difícil, son buenos participantes, se ve que tienen experiencia.
Emilio desde ayer avisó que todo lo que pruebe lo va a escupir. Sí. O sea, yo al principio pensé que estaba bromeando, güey, pero ¿de qué se trata o por qué esa técnica?
El cerdo es grasoso, entonces por lo tanto va a llegar un momento que si lo comemos nos va a llenar. Cuando ya está lleno, Ya no quieres nada de nada. Entonces voy a
I
tratar
understand
de
everything.
llegar lo más
By the way, for those of you
punto
watching who haven't seen me watch this shit before, I don't understand what the fuck these guys are saying, but like I'm vibing with the shit, you know? I'm down with the sauce, because they do some fucking tasty ass sauces. 19 types of pork?
hasta el final.
What do you mean? What, 19 types of pork? I didn't even know there were that many pigs. I'm only familiar with 30 to 50 feral hogs. That is an age and a number.
De jurado está conmigo, Emilio ya lo conoces directamente desde Miami, pero orgullo costarricense, y Luis Morales, que es un experto parrillero y restaurantero aquí en
Oh,
El
different
Salvador.
cooking styles, right.
Podría detener a hablarte de cada uno de los 19 lechones.
Okay, that
pero
makes
para
sense
que
then,
te hagas
yeah.
una idea, la calificación era muy sencilla. Como tal, a cada equipo le pedimos un pedazo de carne del
Oh boy, that is fucking beautiful.
para calificar obviamente el sabor, la ternura, lo jugoso de la carne y obviamente como el lechón
Oh,
también
look
un
at that,
pedazo de chicharrón
look at that
para probar el
crispy
sabor y
skin.
la textura. Así de sencillo. Fuimos calificando del 1 al 5, siendo 5 la calificación.
Oh, they were
más alta.
judges
Al
at
final vamos a
this
sumar las calificaciones de
at
los tres
this
jurados, y el que tenga mayor puntaje,
the
obviamente, va a
chins
ser el
of
ganador.
knowledge.
Aquí también hubo de todo, equipos con una presentación muy
I mean, the
sencilla,
only guy
simplemente lo
who's
que
like
se
actually
pidió,
fat
y
here
hubo
is
otros
the one dude.
restaurante. Algunos nos ofrecieron
Because
tacos, otros con
our boy
salsas,
lost
equipos que
weight.
pusieron hasta mesa, manteles, acompañamientos, de todo. Y te digo, en total estuvimos probando lechones
And then the
como
guy in
desde
the
las
glasses
11 de
is
la
also
mañana
like
hasta las 4
pretty
de
skinny.
la tarde. Y el gran ganador de esta competencia, casi por decisión unánime, la verdad es que hubo muy buenos lechones, pero el número 1 fue el equipo de Costa Rica, comandado por la chef María Fernanda, tanto de chicharrón como en la carne. Y no lo estábamos calificando, pero también su presentación fue muy buena. Naturalmente hubo su ceremonia
Oh,
de
she won.
premiación, ya lo estás viendo, se llevaron bastantes premios, incluido dinero en efectivo. Y como puedes ver, bien contentos de haber ganado.
Bueno, Oscar, espero que te haya gustado muchísimo, en serio, el evento y todo lo que has
I'm assuming
conocido
this is the
por
guy
ahora, porque ha
behind the
sido
event.
bastante. Quiero invitarte a un asadito que vamos a hacer. Ahí vas a conocer un poquito de lo que yo hago. Ese es mi trabajo en realidad. Y bueno, vámonos a ver qué te parece. Ojalá que te guste mucho porque te lo voy a preparar con mucho cariño.
Te digo, aparte de super organizador de eventos, Rodrigo, Lord Grill, es un artista de la parrilla. En realidad, él a esto se dedica.
Johnny
Es chef,
Picados. I
parrillero
don't know what the
privado,
fuck that
podríamos
means.
decir. Por eso
Oh
nos quiso
lord, oh
invitar a
what
probar un
what is
poco de lo
this?
que él hace. Una de
What's
sus
happening here?
especialidades es el chicharrón, que si te fijas, aparte de sazonar el pork belly, le fue poniendo estos ganchos porque es un chicharrón que prepara al barril, al carbón, pero un chicharrón colgado. En lo que esperamos, de botanita ya puso en este asador argentino una entraña clásica, pura sal y pimienta recién molida. Ve nomás qué rico colorcito está agarrando. Ya te digo, el hombre es un experto en la parrilla, punto exacto. Bien jugosa la carne, es una entradita además que nunca falla para ir calentando el paladar de los invitados, porque de este lado además tenemos
Oh, Lord.
cuchillo, un par de tomahawks.
God, where the fuck do these guys get these fine cuts of meat? That's what my parents always asked me about my girlfriends.
Pasando despacito unos 15, 20 minutos.
Horrible. They never asked that. I'm just terrible.
Pimienta recién molida y va configurando la brasa para que
I would assume they must have a fucking crazy ass butcher.
salvadoreña, que te digo que ya me gustó bastante. Y ya nomás qué chulada cómo va quedando este asadito entre amigos. El chicharrón también, ahí va agarrando colorcito, textura en la piel, pura paciencia. Y
You thought my dad was based? He is.
Técnica, sin termómetro ni nada, ya se sacó el tomahawk que está exactamente en su punto, papá. Insisto, qué rica parrilla.
Dude, my dad is just happy that I like have relationships. My mom is the one who's like the most judgmental fucking person when it comes to my relationships ever.
También del Lord Grill.
It's crazy.
La picaña ya reposó también un ratito, pero está bien jugosa, buen selladito también. Y esta sí una chulada acompañada, como te decía, de esta tortilla doradita al carbón, que ya desde este viaje soy fan. No quiero ser tan repetitivo, pero es que sabes que me gusta cocinar, pero yo creo que si viviera aquí en El Salvador, me contrataba a Rodrigo cada fin de semana porque se pasa de buena atención y sobre todo lo rico que le queda a la carne asada. Además, como ya te dije, fue gran parte de la organización de este viaje, así que no me queda más que agradecerle muchísimo por habernos invitado. Y ojo, la verdad que aquí ya se iba a terminar el video, pero resulta que camino al aeropuerto se encuentra Olocuitla, como ves, poseedor del récord Guinness de la pupusa más grande del mundo que hacen cada año en este megadisco, megacomal. Lastimosamente hoy no es el día en que la preparan, pero el lugar está lleno de pupuserías.
Cooking so good it makes you come. Truly.
Ya para despedirme de El Salvador, así mismo como llegué, me voy con gran sabor de boca con unas pupusas de chicharrón con queso. La única diferencia que me cuentan es que en este lugar son típicas las pupusas con harina de arroz. Pero estas son las que ya vimos con harina de maíz, y las de arroz, si te fijas, la harina es más
So with
blanca,
rice and the other thing, I already forgot.
Un poquito más suave.
God,
Si
it looks
me das
good.
a escoger, la verdad yo sí me quedo con las de maíz porque sabes que soy 100% fanático del maíz, pero la de arroz sigue siendo una muy buena pupusa y claro que también recomiendo probarla. Espero que te haya gustado este video. Yo me la pasé increíble en El Salvador. Toda la gente súper
Rice
amigable,
flour and
súper
regular
cálida,
flour,
gran
yeah.
recibimiento y gran despedida. Muchas gracias como siempre por ver este video. Cualquier cosa que quieras agregar, ya sabes, abajo en los comentarios están abiertos.
Well, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. If I ever go to El Salvador, I feel like I know for sure that I'm gonna get some good food.
Todos los productos que utilizo, mis redes sociales están en la descripción y nos vemos pues en el siguiente.
Cursed Thomas and the Mine. Real VHS footage. I don't know if that's right. Why is his butt undulating? I miss VHS. I miss it for the aesthetic. Quality-wise, it's not the best way to watch movies. Okay, bye, Thomas. Is that the train from the horror game? No, that's just, this is Thomas. Tank engine. What the hell? I thought there was gonna be more. Well, there you go. You know what? Why don't we... Bro, some movies do look better on VHS because you don't see how jank the old effects are. That's very true. No, like, I love the aesthetic of VHS. And yes, some movies do look better that way in the same way that some old... like video games look better on VHS and on like old, or not VHS, sorry, on old CRT TVs. It's very true, yeah. How about we watch some shorts for a little bit before moving on to some actual videos? I feel like there might be a lot of like German content in here, but we're just gonna have to like scroll until we find some good shit. I don't want to watch these.
$3,000 on a gaming PC. The old $500 PC and a $2,500 case trick, eh? No, it's a beast. I got an RTX 5080 Super. Those aren't even out yet. 64 gigabytes, DDR 6000. Oh, that's almost over 9,000. Gen 5 NVMe and a Galahad cooler. Please tell me you didn't skimp on the power supply. 1200 watt, be quiet. It's rude to speak to your elders like that. That's a brand, Zach. I knew that. The PC Papa. You be quiet. What's wrong with the PC? Keeps crashing when I'm gaming. Ah, it's probably just trying to save you from from embarrassment.
Not helping.
Okay, I'm gonna make a wild assumption here and say that you messed with some of the settings before gaming, right?
Yeah.
What'd you turn off?
Page file, how'd you know?
I didn't, you just told me. Jared, games expect that to be on.
Yeah, but I've got plenty of memory. I don't need extra virtual memory. What I need is more storage for my games.
The page file is your PC's spare RAM. What do you think happens when your computer runs out of memory?
Needs Ryan Gosling to read save files each morning?
Nice reference. No, it uses the page file. A lot of software and games are hard-coded to expect it to be on regardless of how much of a beast your PC is.
So I should...
So help me, Jared.
Turn it back on. Got it. Hey man, I wasted like 3,000...
Okay.
If you're watching. Yeah.
Man, I fucking hate that this guy's channel is just in German because he's so fucking funny. He reviews Lego sets and it's always really funny. This is Diazel. That's German. I can't show that because
my
that's...
PC keeps randomly shutting off.
Define random.
Every time I bump into the table or the PC, it just goes boop.
Okay, that's not random, that's repeatable. And it's a power supply issue.
Nope, I triple checked the cables 3 times and they're fine.
Somehow I doubt that. Let me take a look. Jared?
Mm-hmm.
What's this?
It's a motherboard. Both fell off.
No, that's a standoff without a screw. Your motherboard isn't the only thing with a screw loose, Jared.
Did I miss one on the fans too?
Jared, can you do me a favor?
What do I get in return?
Nothing. Just pick up your PC case.
I don't work for free, Zach. That's what interns are for.
You are so lucky that Kyle isn't here. Just do it, then I'll give you free FPS.
Okay, now what?
Shake it.
Oh, hey, free screw.
Now power it on.
Okay, this proves nothing. Why'd you even make me shake it?
You notice anything, Jared?
Oh, hey, it didn't randomly shut off.
The loose screw was behind the motherboard and it was shorting it out.
Is this indicative of the decline in the American education system? Am I a
Yes.
shining example of the lack of critical thinking and awareness brought on by reliance on technology?
You're
Yes.
just a dummy, and we love you.
Hey man, my PC...
No.
I added mold to my
Oh,
craft.
fingies.
If you pour water on the floor, mold will start to grow on the walls, and it'll
How does
keep
that
spreading
work?
to your
The fuck you mean, how does that work? The fuck do you mean? It does electricity where electricity isn't supposed to be. That's how that works. When the electricity is where no is supposed to be, bad. I hope that clears it up for you.
ceiling and even through your chimney, so the neighbors will all know your house as the mold house. If that wasn't bad enough, you're also breathing this mold in, so it'll get in your lungs and eventually grow out of your mouth, which means you'll start leaving a trail of mold everywhere you go. I know you're thinking, okay, so I just won't pour water on the floor, but whenever it rains, your house will flood. And to prevent you from just building your house in the desert, I also added this water zombie. This guy will break down your doors to get into your house, and then he'll just die and leave a bunch of water everywhere. The mold isn't all bad though.
Yeah, it's
because
conducting
you'll actually
electricity where it shouldn't,
use
yes.
mold to craft items. Like this is how you have to make a pickaxe now. And this doesn't mean crafting tables are useless either, because they still help to show you where to place the items. Although everything does have mold in them now, so they will expire. I'm adding Myung next time, so like and subscribe. I added mold to
I love fingies.
Hey man, I love Golden by the K-pop Demon Hunters.
I don't. No. No.
Hey man, is this my new streaming build? Oh hell yeah, brother. Are you ready to...
I'm getting this fucking Wordle in like 3 seconds. Imagine they throw a double E at me and I get it in 2. It's not a double E, I've confirmed that. Poured.
What does poured mean?
Is in the last slot. Myler is a word that exists. You're welcome for teaching you that. Goober. Why is that not a word? Goober. You were. I'm trying out here. I think this word is made up and it doesn't exist. Future! You know what? Maybe we need a little global break. We need a little global break. 9,000. Kiribati is warmer, 1,980 miles away. Might be Fiji. Oh my god! Fiji in 3! Guys, it might be Boober. Have you considered that? Maybe try Boober again. You're right. Buxer. Yuxer. Wait! What if it's Boober? Oh! It's Buyer! It's Buyer! Oh my god, it's been f***ing Buyer! I'm getting this.
That was funny.
could possibly have a problem here. I don't know if that GPU is gonna fit there, man. We might need to rethink this one. I'm gonna be honest with you. I looked it up. The GPU clearance when I bought this. I got the exact measurements. This is before I bought it of the GPU and this case, and it said it was gonna fit. There is a very real chance that this does not fit, and we got fake news. I don't think it's gonna fit. We could possibly have a problem here. I'm not giving up yet. Hold on. Taking off the front fans won't solve anything. There's a bracket right there. Hold on. Let me check out this motherboard real quick. I don't want to break off the wrong PCIe brackets. Time to take out the saw. I don't know if it's time for that yet. Oh, wait. That bracket's already removed. So we got to remove this one. Last ditch effort here. Oh. It's gonna work. That's why you don't give up, ladies and gentlemen.
That is fucking.
Is gonna fit. We could possibly have
I mean, I don't like that.
What are you doing? We're gonna try to make a prosciutto. That's a pig's leg. This is bone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna save that?
Oh yeah. You don't throw nothing away.
Why are you taking that off, Nona?
Because it's gotta be.
And that just causes stress to the part. If it's as long as it's not like. So as long as it's standing free and it's not like wedged between the two walls of the case, it's fine. I still don't like it because overall the more space means the more airflow, and if it's that I mean the air is gonna get out somewhere, but isn't the heating gonna make it expand a bit? No. It's not the whole graphics card that gets hot. It's just like the processing unit that does.
We make an opening there and fill up with salt because that's where the bone starts, right?
Nice, you fucked it.
Go put it on one side.
That's a salty boy.
At least 10 for 14 days.
This is about 22 pounds. So it's been under the salt for 2 weeks. Now I'm going to take the salt out, okay? Okay? I put some white vinegar.
Well, that's a bit racist, don't you think?
Okay. I'm going to put some olive oil.
Olive oil.
I taught you how to do this, Nona.
I saw Mama doing it. I did it too. This is the old way we used to do with the bone. You see, now they take the bone off. A lot of people, but we still do the way we used to do 50 years ago. Now I'm going to put the gloves on because I'm going to put the hot peppers on it. I'm going to put hot peppers inside here. Okay.
But you're just making prosciutto.
Oh, it's got black pepper, hot pepper. It's got paprika. It's got everything.
And you just rub it on?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta make a hole to put the hook in.
Grandpa's like a fucking. He's 80 years old and he's been smoking for 90 of them.
Smells in your wine cellar. It's so good.
It's now time to clean the prosciutto and prepare it.
It does look good though.
There was some mold in it, but I took it off before.
That's not good. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that there was mold on it.
I put some olive oil on
I put more olive oil.
Yes, paprika.
And more paprika.
Now let's see.
Watch it with the knife. Good.
Just cut the mold. I mean.
Yeah.
But it's good.
It's good.
It's good, yeah.
I give that 10 out of 10 prosciutto.
It's got no
Cool.
I'm Fingies, and these are the 10.
Organization with a slam.
Why
are there 11 different versions of Ratatouille the video game? I don't know, but I spent $230 on every single one to try and find out. Back in 2006, if it could play video games, you're damn right that they put Ratatouille on this thing. Even Nokia got a Ratatouille video game. The GameCube, PS2, and Xbox versions were all pretty much the same thing and made by the same company. And
why is this thing like glowing in 17 different colors?
But every Ratatouille game came with a movie ticket to Ratatouille, and my Xbox one is the only one that actually had the movie ticket in here. The PC version was also the same thing with
you can't eat around mold. If you see it's in all the food. I mean, I guess, yeah.
Controls, which did actually make some of the levels more challenging.
It's fine, I do it too, but like, don't tell me that, right?
Is where things started to get a little bit different, with the PSP version being more about collecting a bunch of different items, and the story mode is also completely different. And despite the PSP and the Nintendo DS releasing in the same year, the DS version is just a disgrace with barely any combat and just running around collecting stars.
Oh no, no combat in my Ratatouille game.
The Game Boy version is even worse, but I mean, I'll give it a break. I'm sure if I was like 10 years old, this would be a lot of fun. Me personally, I love the Ice Age.
Shouldn't have used the fast charger. Why didn't?
And then there's the Xbox 360 and PS3 versions, which were made by different developers than the previous gen consoles, so you have something that feels kind of the same, but it's also completely different, so it's a really strange experience. Not only did I play them all, but I also found out how we ended up with 11 different versions made by 5 different companies. Full video on my YouTube channel. Why are there...
Okay. Nope.
Ab wie viel Grad Steigung hört eigentlich ein Escalator auf?
Nope.
It's been about 6 months since I seasoned this cutting board, so we're gonna give it a nice makeover. How you feeling, girl? Sorry I asked. Clean your cutting board really good. A little bit of soap, don't worry, it's not a molcajete, it won't ruin it, it won't damage it or anything. Out. And scrub it really good. Think of it as like you just put raw meat on it and you about to put fresh vegetables on it. Eat it on the sides too. Now with warm water, we're just gonna rinse up all.
You clean the thing by cleaning the thing.
That soap. Try your best to get everything with a paper towel. You feeling better, girl? Okay. Now it's not completely necessary, but I like to put a little fan in front of it just to let it dry.
I remember I was talking to people. No, I wasn't talking to people. It was actually a video that I saw, and then I had a conversation with some people after that, but it was a video that I saw where somebody also like cleaned their wood cutting board like this, and people were freaking the fuck out, going like, no, don't do that, like it's gonna get mold because it's wood and you're putting water. And it's like, bro, you realize you slather that fucking thing with like food juice, raw food juice all the fucking time. It's gonna be fine if you put water on it.
A little bit faster, but if you don't have one, just let it dry overnight. We want it to be completely dry before we put the oil in, so that there's no moisture trapped in between the wood and the oil.
Yeah, I mean that you gotta watch out for, yes.
Smear it around with your hand, every nook and cranny that oil can go into.
How am I supposed to wash it then? By not listening to fucking morons on the internet. Just fucking wash it, and then make sure it's dry, and then you put the oil.
Let this dry for about 1 to 2 days. 2 days to really let that oil saturate into the fibers of that wood. And if you let it rest like this standing up, you're not gonna have a bent cutting board. And by doing this, you took a board that was dull and nasty to beautiful, shiny, and dare I say, probably doubled the lifespan on it.
Yeah, makes sense.
About 6 months.
If you put a potato in the freezer overnight.
If I put a potato in the freezer overnight.
Then defrost it.
Then defrost it in some water.
Squeeze all of the water out of it.
Squeeze all of the water.
Do people not wash their utensils and cooking tools after every use? Right? Right? Thank you. I'm so fucking glad that somebody asked that finally. Sorry, I gotta like adjust my pants because they're really digging into my balls. Like, thank you for saying that, because that is exactly my fucking like stance on everything. It's like, surely after cutting raw food, you clean your shit, right? TMI, I don't care. Hello, Floof. Like, surely, right? Like, I fucking hope you do, because that's fucking nasty if you don't. And I don't want to eat in your kitchen. These clowns are gonna all get E. coli. I hope they fucking do. I keep an egg-only pan and has eggs for years to add flavor. My man's making the fucking century egg bowl.
It feels so weird. It feels like one of those stress balls your school gives you at orientation, but like wet.
Peel the skin, split it in half.
Peel the skin? It's really smooth and slippery. Bro.
That looks fucking disgusting.
I've never seen a potato act like this before.
Oh, don't spread the potato pussy open, please.
Bake at 350 for 20 minutes.
It turns into a texture that I've never tasted before in a potato.
It turns into a
Why does he speak like he's got that potato stuck in the back of his teeth?
texture that I never want for my potatoes. So let's give it a taste and rate 1 through 10. Very interesting. It's quite the experience. So we start off tasting like a potato flavored gum, really earthy and stuff. And then as you chew, it turns into the driest mashed potato ever. The only scenario
nice.
I can see this being useful is maybe a replacement for bread, but that gluten-free life doesn't seem so beautiful. I'll give it a 4. Good experiment. All right.
He's a potato enjoyer. I mean, I like me a potato. Famous Italian garlic pasta as opposed to the Japanese garlic pasta. This is a fucking video about pasta. I'm not watching this.
I'm going to make homemade pizza.
This I'm gonna watch.
This is yeast, warm water.
This is yeast. Fuck you.
Put 2 bags of yeast in here. 3 scoops of this. Flowers. I'm going to put some salt. And then I cook the potatoes. Cook them in the water.
How many?
The one.
Fucking potatoes. What?
This is no good. The other one I'm going to make it different. I can make a bread too with this. Now start to rise, you see? Okay. Now I'm going to mix it.
I'm really glad she didn't mix it in a bowl or anything.
Professional kneader.
Oh yeah. It's hard if you make it hard. See, this is done. I do things in my way, I don't know.
Noana, what time did you get up today to start the pizza?
You don't really want to know, do you? I can't sleep. I got up at 2 o'clock. Now this is going to rise, okay?
Oh, are you making your sauce for the pizza?
Yeah, like I let it boil a little bit. Then it cool off, we put on top of the pizza. I'm going to chop half onion.
Okay.
And I got 2 garlic here.
2 garlic. Not enough garlic.
Vegetable seasoning. I'm going to put some salt.
Everyone's got to smell.
Oh, I wish you could smell it.
It smells amazing.
This is from our backyard. I made this dough 6 o'clock this morning. Holy.
That's huge. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Now, goddamn it, they're gonna ruin the pizza.
I'm going to start with the mushroom.
I'm taking the sausage meat out of the casing, and then I'm going to fast fry it. Black olives, green olives. With
Come on.
Onion, pepper, anchovies, and sausage. Anything else we're putting on the pizza today?
No, that's mushroom.
How do you know how much to cut, Noana?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
I'm just guess.
So the Crisco helps you stretch it.
See, that's right. That's right. See? Good. Don't be so delicate. Hurry up, spray.
No, I'm not delicate.
Yeah. Go faster. Oh my God.
That does look like good fucking pizza, though.
Oh, it smells so good, eh?
How long are you cooking them for, Noana?
I don't know. About 20 minutes, half an hour. Depends.
Stop asking for food. See, and that's why you spoiled.
That thing looks like it goes on the pizza.
A bit at a time. I don't think you can refuse to eat the pizza like this.
That is good looking pizza. Can't lie. It's good looking pizza.
That's the way I like pizza.
Hey, Noana, what do you
Fuck off, Grandpa.
This is a chile jalapeno.
Uh-huh.
This is a chile jalapeno, but it's fully right. Now, if you smoke this for a long time...
You know, honestly, a lot of good stories I've heard start exactly like that. Now, if you smoke this... Whoo boy! I know he means, like, cooking, smoking, but I don't know. For some reason, the cadence he said it with, if you smoke this shit.
And I don't mean like smoke. I
Oh,
mean like
well,
if you smoke
alright.
a smoker for a
Alright,
long
Grandpa.
time, it becomes this. This is called a chile morita. It is known as a chipotle chile, and it is also the #1.
Why is there a turd?
Chile that you find in a can called chipotle en adobo. It's this one right here, the chile morita. Now, if you smoke this a lot,
if you smoke
it becomes chile güero. This is also a chipotle, but this is not the one that usually goes into a can. This one is used a lot in cooking, but they're all a jalapeno. Jalapeno, jalapeno, and jalapeno. These two are chile chipotle.
Okay.
Again, this one usually goes in a can with adobo. This one usually does not. And that, my friends, is all you need to know about how a jalapeno turns into a chipotle and how a chipotle turns into another chipotle. Keep the smoke live.
Well,
make it work. Boom! Now this.
There you go. Now I know. Alright, what is this shit?
Oh man, these guys open booster packs and get millions of views.
Yeah, sure is wild.
Maybe we could do something like that for the store. Drum up some business.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Leave it to me. I got this. Should I open it or should I keep it and steal it?
Wait, is that Matt?
Today, we've got a fossil booster box. I think I'll keep and steal.
Keep and what?
Oh God! Oh God!
That's right.
Oh.
Should I? Oh, keep and steal. All right, let's see. Let's keep going. We'll watch the Watch Mojo video later.
It's been 626
It's
days
been
since I started
1 week.
back in 2023. I started with a base of chili powder and fermented bean powder. I added soju, malted barley water, and plum syrup to create a fairly bright and watery paste, which I added to this Korean earthenware pot. Now, I checked in on it a few times, and at first it didn't seem like much was happening. But then, once this hit a year, things started to change drastically.
Oh no.
The color darkened and the paste thickened, but most of all the flavor started to deepen. At 1 year, it was tasting pretty deep and rich, nothing like the store-bought gochujang. But it wasn't spicy enough, so I added some chili flakes. But I still extracted a small glass jar's worth to keep this in the fridge, and then set the rest back to age a little bit more. In that time, I'd kind of forgotten about this until I moved into my new studio and was moving some of my ferments over. So let's wipe off the dust and crack this open one last time. Now, not only is this hard to see on camera, but it was also pretty hard to see in real life because of how dark this has become. But scraping away some
Got my
of the
Bulldog
flavor-
spicy carbonara with cheese for lunch. Fuck yeah. The other day I made my cheese bulldog again, and I put a bunch of cheese on there, and it was really fucking good. Like adding to the cheese powder and then a little bit of the spicy sauce is pretty fucking good.
Which gives us a good look at the real color. Way darker than when we started, and still way darker than anything that you can get in the stores. Now, giving this a taste, it's deep and rich, and spicier than before since I added the extra chili flakes. I don't really think the extra time has made that much of a difference. We can even compare this to the jar I extracted 8 months ago and see that not much has actually changed. And the same kind of goes for the flavor, other than it being a bit spicier. With that said, I'm going to transfer this gochujang into an airtight glass jar and keep this in the fridge from now on. If you've been here for the full 20 months, congratulations. If you're new here and you want to see more, make sure you're following along because this is kind of my thing. It's been
Okay.
Got a gorgeous little lamb shank here for dinner.
Oh hell yeah.
There we go. That's looking pretty good.
I fucking love outdoor boys.
Gravity just pulls the water through the filter, fills up my bottle. I don't think I put any yeast in this dough. I managed to mess it up, and there's only 2 ingredients.
I miss this guy. You don't have to miss him. His channel is still there. I fucking watch his videos to fall asleep to all the goddamn time. We're so far that like even Rose likes to watch these videos now. This guy's awesome.
I overdid that a little bit.
He's like head of a Mormon church now, which I thought was really funny.
But that'll still work. That's good. Well, without the yeast, this is basically just a tortilla. Oh, I just heard something in the river. I can hear something walking on the ice over there. Just heard that splashing right up next to the fire. Pretty sure there's a beaver that's trying to scare me off. If you set up near a beaver's territory at night, they'll come right up to you and try to scare you off. They can get really aggressive. Dang it, I put the salt instead of the sugar. The fire and the smoke will help keep any curious animals away. Well, that's not good. If that had happened while I was asleep, my whole tarp would have been on fire before I woke up. Got a gorgeous little lamb shank here for dinner.
All a PC case does is hold the parts. It's like spending extra on the box your shoes came in. Okay, now that is a take that I completely disagree with. I understand that aesthetically, a lot of us have different opinions on how valuable that actually is. But a case does more than just the aesthetics. A mid to high-end case can provide you with a lot of extra functionality. A better case can legit provide more performance with better airflow. Remember that components like
I mean, yeah, but also a lot of that is customizable these days. Like, you can just put in more fans.
CPUs and GPUs can increase their clock speeds if they remain cool. A better case can also give you more ports and I/O options,
That's
which can
true.
provide a quality of life improvement every single day. And a case's unique form factor may allow for different positioning options in your setup. And the difference in cable management between a good and a bad case, that can sometimes be a 1 hour difference.
Cable management, no. You just fucking cram that shit in the back and then never open it again, unless you need to exchange a part that has a cable, in which case, you're fucked.
When you're building. A computer case provides a lot of actual value compared to a fancy shoebox. All a PC case
in and out animal style.
Ooh. Ooh.
Saute your onions in
First, I want to saute some onions with some sauce.
You're gonna add ground beef, those onions, pickles, cheese, and you're gonna mix that all up.
And I'll take my ground beef. Why is it gray? Super finely chopped garlic, onion, cheddar, and pickles.
Stuff the onions and it should look like this.
Stuff the onions till it looks like that.
Wrap with 2 strips of bacon and season with your favorite barbecue rub.
No, this is a lot of work for cholesterol maxing. Also, some of these holes are too tight.
250 degrees.
Oh, I thought it was like a bread thing.
250 degrees, I'm using my favorite smoking method, convection bake.
The In-N-Out spread is just a few ingredients, but I like to add Melinda's sriracha for a little spice.
The In-N-Out spread, just few ingredients he didn't explain. So I'm using light mayo, ketchup, pickles, 0-calorie syrup, and some apple cider vinegar. It smells really bad.
Barbecue sauce and sesame seeds on those donuts to let it tack.
And finally some sweet baby rays and sesame seeds to let it tack. Final 30 minutes in the oven, I think we're ready. Let's give it a taste and rate 1 through 10. It is just like a great In-N-Out burger. Great recipe. Ground beef tastes kind of funny though.
That mayo ain't alright. I think that was just the color of the mayo. I think
I made my wife a little bit angry, so I'm gonna make her a really nice meal to make up for it. Here I have the trimmings from that time I made brisket for my sister's baby shower. 80% meat and 20% fat.
My wife doesn't get mad often, so I plan to make her something that takes hours so that she has time to forgive me. That's why I'm saving some for later in case I mess up again and she still remembers.
mayo is normally white, not gray. Well, maybe it's like a special mayo. Maybe it's like a different kind of mayo.
The more time you put into making food, the more love there is in it. I didn't write the rules, that's just how life is, and that seems to work pretty well. But seriously, whenever we do have our little disputes, we always talk it through and take a minute if we really need to. And somehow we always end up making up exactly the same time as the food hits our mouth. And then the funny part is we eating, and then we're like, what were we mad about again? So honey, if you're watching this, please know that this meatball was made with care and the eyeballs of all 5 million people watching this. Honey, your meatballs are ready, and I hope you can forgive me.
Wow, look at this. I think I do forgive you.
But you didn't even eat it yet.
Well, so?
I made my wife.
Hey man, I just built this PC and there's nothing on the screen.
Because you fucking suck.
No way, I did everything right. It's the memory. How can you tell from that far away? Yeah, you see the little light? Yeah, that means it has power, right? No, it's a debugging light that changes color to show if something's wrong. Now, if it's yellow, that usually means DRAM. And, oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry, you didn't see your RAM properly. Oh, look, it's working. And now it's green, which means boot. Yeah, it looks like darker gray. What other colors are there? White means VGA and red is CPU. Is it the same on every single motherboard? Nope, you gotta check the manual, and some don't have them. Oh yeah, because they're cheap. Nope, high-end motherboards have a Q code display. It displays numbers that help you troubleshoot even more. So what does it mean when my 12-volt high-power cable is smoking? Oh God! It means your wallet might be crying soon. Hey man, I just built.
This is one of the coolest gaming setups that I've ever seen.
What is this shit?
The phone might be the coolest part.
Oh, I hate that. Ew.
16-core Ryzen processor on a Minis 4 motherboard with a Pico PSU, all crammed into a NES chassis. But that is far from the coolest part. You want to change your entire operating system? All you need is one of these cartridges with an NVMe SSD inside. Cast our little whale mascot. Whale N is brought to you by ThreatLocker. We've got what might be the best part, a GPIO link to an external GPU that's sitting inside this retro CRT style modded monitor. And the bunny ear style antennas, whoa. But what's that? It's gaming, and it's for you. Get wrecked, scrubs.
I hate that. Oh, piss.
You know what? This is the best day of your life, and I'm just gonna let you continue to have it.
Crispy roast pork belly is one of those things I completely stopped buying.
For the first time in a year, we are reopening the Minecraft.
I kind of love that gaming setup. It was alright. It was alright. It's a gimmick build. I just get mad for no reason. Like, let's see, unintentional dollar store.
Hey Matt, what are you doing?
Just pricing some games.
Why are they all priced at $1?
No, they're not. Huh. Oh no.
What do you mean, oh no? You haven't sold any of these, have you?
I mean, we've been pretty busy today.
And you didn't notice everything was ringing up for $1?
And that's where they were priced at.
You priced them!
I mean, mistakes were made today. I mean, I'm not putting all the blame on you. The training on the pricing gun could have been a little better.
Wait. Where's the first edition Charizard?
Oh yeah, she sold.
How much did you charge them?
Chris, we both know the answer to that question.
Hey Matt,
Well,
what are you doing?
that's too bad.
So, how's the new promotion going?
Not good. We haven't had any customers since Matt started the Gallon Challenge.
Gallon Challenge? No, you mean Galaga Challenge.
I can't do this anymore, Chris!
What are you doing?
Why would you do this to me?
Oh. So,
Fair, I would also turn if I saw that. There we go. What?
Minecraft server, and I will now be taking questions.
Eric from Homeroom, how long will we play for?
For 2 weeks, we're going to play too much and have a big argument, and then we're not going to touch it again for a year.
Micah from Soccer, Jonah Gleeman is wanting to play with us. Can he?
No, he did grief my base last time. He is a snake in the grass. Next question.
Corey, my friends were your friends in middle school. Will there be girls allowed in the realm?
Yes. But there will not be any.
Ben, our parents make us hang out. There are allegations last time you used creative mode. How do you respond?
We will not be taking any more questions at this time. Thank you. For the first time.
Okay.
Why?
Building an immunity.
I see.
Why? I'm building an immunity.
What for?
These might be the last laptops I can refurbish in 2026, thanks to this con man causing the largest RAM shortage in history. Because it's now more profitable for companies to sell the RAM and NVMe by themselves rather than sell me the entire device. These vultures would rather feed the AI bubble than have perfectly working systems go to people in need. Now I could just buy RAM and NVMe's at an insane markup to put into these empty shells, but I refuse to reward scalpers if it means having to raise the price of my laptops to something that's unaffordable at a time where I'm already barely breaking even or even losing money on each sale. Because the entire purpose of me selling these laptops wasn't to become a billionaire, it was to give back to my community by providing reliable, repairable business-grade devices for a lower price than the disposable garbage in box stores. But now I can't even get a stick of RAM without bending over and saying, "The greatest technician that's ever..." and selling devices without it would be a customer support nightmare and impossible to warranty.
You sold me a bad laptop. I know it's the right rim.
Now, I don't need your sympathy, because I'll be just fine. My content has always been separate from the sales. But the people who won't be fine are the most vulnerable, who are stuck in the constant cycle of buying the cheapest tech that breaks
Yeah, it
every
sucks.
year
It
because
sucks
they can't
to-
afford something that actually lasts. Also, companies like this can make an AI goon tube that tells you it's time for your monthly shower. These might be the
AI
last
goon
laptop
tube.
Chunks of wood simmering in some cream can mean only one thing. It's time for another episode of Tree Ice Cream. And this time I'm
What?
reaching back well over 1,000 years because apparently the oldest flavor of ice cream we know about isn't vanilla or chocolate. No, it's a flavor that comes from this wood right here, camphor. So one of the earliest examples of a recipe that resembles ice cream comes from around 700 CE during the Tang Dynasty in China, in which buffalo, cow, or goat milk was heated, fermented, and thickened with flour, and then flavored with camphor before being placed in metal tubes to be frozen in snow and ice. So of course when I learned that a tree ice cream goes back that far, you know I had to try.
Is that a
it.
baby?
No mix-ins this time, just going with straight camphor wood infused into an ice cream base. You also might have noticed that the wood did kind of curdle the base a little bit, but that was nothing that a couple trips through a sieve and a rest in the fridge didn't take care of. So while the churned ice cream firms up, it's time to head into the shop to make a bowl and spoon out of some camphor wood. Which I gotta say, while cutting into this wood, it's so aromatic. I can't wait to see how it tastes. The camphor is a huge evergreen tree native to the warm subtropical regions of East Asia and China, Taiwan, Vietnam, Korea, Japan, and India. And they're a beloved tree. Some of the huge ancient specimens often hold deep cultural and spiritual significance. You look no further than the all-time classic My Neighbor Totoro. The big tree in that movie is an ancient camphor. It's also been introduced as an ornamental tree to a host of other countries around the world, even becoming invasive in parts of the US. But one of the things it's most well known for, of course, is the production of camphor. When distilled into pure oil or waxy flakes or cubes, its uses include
This guy made Bradford pear ice cream and it tasted as bad as those trees smell.
decongestant. Camphor is an active ingredient in Vicks Vapor.
Wow.
And
I mean, I'm
sure
not
some of you have been
surprised.
shouting at your screens for a while now, camphor is also toxic and can be fatal when ingested.
Uh-oh.
So am I being stupid here? Well, as always, remember the dose makes the poison. According to the National Institute of Health, 30 milligrams of camphor per kilogram of body weight will make me real sick, and 50 milligrams per kilogram can be fatal. So for someone my size, anything over 2 grams of camphor would be in for a bad time. I infused about 64 grams of wood into my ice cream base. If I were to have steam distilled it, which is far more efficient, it might yield about 130 milligrams of oil, which is only 4% of a fatal dose dispersed throughout the entire batch of ice cream. Still, I wouldn't recommend you try this at home, especially for young children who are really sensitive to camphor. You can buy edible camphor, but it's still recommended to go easy on the dosage with that stuff too. But listen, the camphor wood bowl and spoon are done, and look how gorgeous that wood is. Absolutely stunning colors and grain. All that's left to do now is dish it up and give this ancient flavor a taste. That is really nice. It's almost like a warm spice. Think like cinnamon, clove, allspice.
Is this guy dead now?
I'll keep you updated if this sends me to the ICU. Chunks of wood.
Here's a breakfast sandwich you can make in 5 minutes. Crack 2
Okay.
eggs into a bowl, add a tablespoon of mayo, pinch of salt, whisk together till homogeneous, pour into a lightly greased bowl, microwave for 45 to 60 seconds. Shout out to Jose Andres for this technique.
Now at the same time, in a non-stick pan,
Add in a few slices of mortadella, set to medium-high heat, sear for a minute, flip, top with American cheese, sear for another minute, toast a bun in your mortadella fat for about 30
Why American cheese though? Just use regular cheese.
to 45 seconds, and the assembly is simple. Your bread, mortadella, your Jose Andres omelet, top it. Looks good. How does it taste? It's really good. Like, real good.
I mean,
Here's a breakfast sandwich you can make.
Hey man,
Look tasty.
gaming PC. What should I install first? Nice, where'd you buy it? From you, PC Papa. Congrats, you get to skip the boring stuff. The drivers are done, Windows is updated, no bloatware, you're ready to go. Wait, really? Hey, is this an ad? Shh, that's what you're doing here, Zachary. Okay, what do I actually install? The fun stuff, like Steam. Done. What else? Everything. I asked, what else? No, the app is called Everything. It's a file search tool. Windows has search. I don't need that. Windows search looks through your files like it's reading a novel. Everything indexes your entire drive and finds any file in like 2 seconds. Any file? Say you downloaded something.
Everything is pretty good. I use it too.
type 3 letters, and it's there. Yo, that's actually crazy. Okay, cool. And it's free. What else? VLC. What's VLC? It plays any
I
video
also
file, any
use
format.
VLC,
It doesn't
I
ask for
guess.
questions. It doesn't ask for money. It just works. Why wouldn't I just use Windows Media Player? Try to play an MKV file in Media Player and find out. Okay, what about antivirus? Windows Defender is fine. Don't let anyone talk you into McAfee or Norton.
Yeah, don't guys. Don't just you have Windows Defender. Don't buy.
Well, my old PC had Norton, so. And how was that?
Yeah, it was slow. It wasn't great.
Exactly. Bloatware is the enemy. So that's it. That's it. You bought smart.
You can also, if you have a pre-installed Windows computer, you can get O&O or O&O Shut Up Windows, which allows you to disable a lot of like the bloat and spyware that's in Windows 11 and also 10. If you want, Google that and download it right now. O&O or O&O Shut Up Windows. It's very, very nice. I have it too. When I was a teenager, my dad made us all put Norton on our computers, and it took 15 minutes for them to start. Yeah, Norton, especially back in the day, was fucking dog shit. I had Norton for a while too on the other PC, and it was bad. It was like genuinely annoying. It would block a lot of things that I was using, and I had to manually change it, and even then they wouldn't work properly a lot of the time. So yeah, just fuck. Antivirus software at this point is so fucking useless. Literally, you just use Windows Defender. It's the best option.
Now, go play. What about LimeWire? Get out of my store. Hey, man, I just...
Japan's drink tech has gone too far, and I'm here to put it back in its place. Ito En's Matcha Love. So hard to find, I sat on these for months just to get 3 to compare. And now with 3 flavors of green tea, the one that will soon take over Japan, Sakura. Think of these like the tropical punch Kool-Aid packets from Lunchables, except we've eliminated the lead and the middleman. Only issue is you can't actually see the action in all its glory with the wrapper still on. Twisting the cap releases the matcha powder payload, and all that's left is to shake weight it into an actual beverage. Supposedly it's fresher, but you could just buy actual matcha powder because...
Or you could just not be a fucking loser and not drink matcha at all.
Japan. But flavor is still more important, and this is very sweet. All floral, no hint of matcha flavor whatsoever. Not my personal
Then what's the point?
Matcha got my hopes up. Complete with the cap floating around afterwards to remind me of botching my first few wine uncorkings. Extremely weak on the matcha, just a faint leafy bitterness before a warm spice hits the back of your throat. But at that point, I'd rather just have a mix of Flanergide and Karmatrine. Yuzu matcha. Still mild on the matcha with an immediate citrus punch of yuzu. Combines with the smooth bitterness of the tea for something kind of close to an Arnold Palmer. Best of the bunch, and at the very least, the powder cap twist gimmick is pretty satisfying. Japan's drink tech has gone...
I mean, that's weird. Of course all the aliens that are from 360,000 light years away automatically speak perfect English.
Of course.
What's weird about that? I mean, that's weird. Of course all the aliens that are from 360,000 light years away automatically speak perfect English. What's weird about that?
Naturally.
I mean, that's weird.
I learned this with a friend from Italy.
My friend from Italy is coming to kill me.
Start by cutting 1 medium onion.
1 medium onion.
1 drizzle of oil, the onion cubes.
Some oil, the onion cubes.
Meanwhile, cut half red bell pepper.
While that's in the pan, we'll cut half a red bell pepper.
Cut 1 yellow pepper.
Cut yellow pepper.
Cut 2 tomatoes.
Bro, why can't you cut these beforehand? Now I'm kind of panicking.
That's moldy.
Transfer to the skillet 1 tablespoon
I don't know
of
if it
tomato
actually
paste.
was. I'm not wearing my glasses.
Tomato paste.
2 packages of instant noodles.
2 packages of instant noodles. Which Italian friend taught you this?
Stir until incorporated into the sauce.
Stir. What's gonna incorporate into what sauce?
2 beaten eggs and stir for another 3 minutes.
2 beaten eggs and stir for another 3 minutes. Oh man.
150 grams of grated mozzarella cheese.
Top of mozzarella and put on a lid.
That recipe is ready. See you next recipe. Bye bye.
I don't know if I'll see you next recipe, bro, but let's give it a taste and rate it 1 through 10. I actually didn't spit it out. That was just too big of a bite. I wanted to though. I don't know about the taste, but one thing's for sure, his friend is not Italian. Alright.
I mean, why not just use actual pasta?
Thank you.
I learned this with a friend from Italy.
If you got that one drawer that's just filled with a metric shit ton of random batteries, here's an easy way you can test them to make sure you know exactly which ones are dead and which ones still have a little bit of life left in them. You take the battery standing straight up and you're gonna lift it about 3 inches off the table and then you're gonna drop it. See how it starts bouncing around? That means the battery is most likely dead. And for example, here's a brand new battery, so you're gonna do the exact same thing, lift it 3 inches, drop it. See how it just stops, no momentum, no bounce? That means that this battery is good to go. One more.
Call me Drake, because this PC is getting groomed, and my lungs will never be the same. Because on the outside, this might look like a healthy desktop, but inside, it's suffering from a disease known as MSI. Multiple serious issues. Symptoms which include hot tubes and saggy PPUs. Now, arriving at this conclusion was an easy task for the greatest technician that's ever lived. Because I've also suffered from MSI. You see, this cooler is an MSI Mag Core liquid, and it was recalled by MSI due to crack rocks building up in the
Jesus, yeah, these are fucking terrible.
And though Tyrone Biggums would have loved to see this happen, myself, along with thousands of others, didn't. And my job today is to remove and clean this pretty box of asbestos so it can be sent back and swapped out for a new one. So out back in Cancer Alley, I pull the covers off just like I did your mother right before I stole her toothbrush that I'll now use to unleash the spores that will end the human race. And then finishing it off before sending it on its way. Call me Drake, because this
Kann man eigentlich das Saatgut von gekauften Paprika?
Hey, can I help you find something?
Oh, hey, it's these guys. We found them.
I don't remember what it's called. Oh, sure. What's it about?
It had a guy.
All right.
Maybe 2 guys.
All right.
Oh, the guy had a sword, I think.
Sword. Got it.
Or maybe it was a gun.
Is it Metal Gear Solid?
No.
Final Fantasy?
No.
Halo?
No, the cover was blue. Maybe, I think. Or maybe it was red. Oh, no, maybe it was both.
Do you at least remember what system it was on?
It was definitely PlayStation. No, maybe it was Nintendo. I guess it could have been Xbox.
Is it Tetris?
That's the one!
How did you know that?
It's always Tetris.
But it had a sword.
Hey man, what did the turbo button do on old PCs? Oh dude, okay, so you know how turbo means fast, right? Yeah.
Well, it made your computer slower.
What? Old games were made for slow CPUs. When faster computers came out, everything ran at like 10 times speed.
Yeah.
So, turbo slowed it back down. And they called that turbo? Yeah, that's marketing for you. But wait, do you know the little number display that showed the megahertz on old PCs? Oh yeah, I remember. It's completely fake. Just 2 preset numbers you could change with jumpers. Shady dealers would crank them up to trick buyers. So the fast button made it slow, and the speedometer was basically just a...
This absolute mess of a gaming PC just came in my shop because after a customer...
All right.
If you want to get your cholesterol way up there, then you're going to need your own camping griddle. 22 gauge weldable steel from the hardware store, no galvanization on it.
No galvanized steel. This guy's made like 18 griddles, I think, in the time that I've been watching him. I love this channel so much.
I'm just going to coat this pan in a light coating of olive oil. That is looking great. There you go, smooth as silk and ready to cook.
Hell yeah.
I'm so glad you could make it. This house does have a lot of stairs.
Let's go, Sonny. I got Mahjong at 5.
This house has 11 unique types of wallpaper.
Ethel's house has 15.
I have a wallpaper guy. Could do the fridge.
I'll be.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Gertrudis.
That's a beautiful name.
You can call me Granny. Finally, a place I can burn all those love letters.
Granny.
I've fallen.
We could install a wheelchair lift for you.
I don't need all that. Whoa.
Granny, are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm just a little embarrassed.
Oh no, it happens to me all the time. How old are you?
107.
You look great. What's your secret?
Caramel sucker?
We could probably tear up these carpets if you don't like them.
I'm sorry.
Some stained glass here. A little medicine cabinet.
Oh, that reminds me. Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Granny popping pills.
Wallpaper in this bathroom.
Pastry?
What's wrong, Granny?
Oh, just miss my friend.
What happened?
She got hit by a bazooka.
You ready to make an offer?
Yeah, grab my checkbook, would you?
Sure.
It's in there.
I'm so glad you could make it.
Nice.
So, unless you've been living under a rock, you know that Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green.
Yep.
Hey man, I'm filling an order. Can you help that guy?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Hey, how's it going? How can I help you today? Yeah, hey man. I got something I'd like to sell here. It's a ultra rare Nintendo console. Only one ever made, except 2 NES games at once. Keep talking.
Matt, what is this?
That right there is a special edition NES that I picked up earlier today.
Is it a toaster?
It's 2 cartridges.
It's a fucking toaster.
How much did you pay for this?
$1,500, and that was a steal.
Matt, it's a toaster!
Nice.
This old laptop is one of the most insane
Oh god,
builds
this
I
thing.
have ever seen. While this 8-year-old laptop specs are nothing to be blown away over, back then, this thing was a monster. 1080p 60Hz screens were the norm. But you may have noticed, where the heck is the trackpad? Don't worry, they got you covered. This thing was so power hungry, it actually needed 2 power supplies.
Yeah, I remember this thing.
But doesn't a computer this big defeat the purpose of a laptop?
Yes.
Don't worry, Acer had you covered there as well. But just how practical is something like this? All of this could have been yours for $9,000, and you'd have to find one. This old
3 years ago,
Your coworker is gay from China.
I cook fish. The fan is not strong enough. It's not my fault.
So this week, we're welcoming our newest systems engineer, Linglong. This guy aced the technical interview. Straight out of China, he went to Tsinghua University, top of his class. He used to work at DeepSeek, and he cost a lot of money. He's still got some cultural differences, but he got some pretty high expectations.
Where can I smoke?
I think you can smoke outside, like 10 feet away from the building.
Yes, but where can I smoke inside?
So how do you like America so far?
In China, you order food and it comes on a drone in 5 minutes. In America, Samir is 45 minutes away on a bicycle.
要来美国，你知道这技术根本都不行啊！这 AI 做的啥事情啊？我觉得就是。
So Brandon, what do you think about Linglong?
I don't like Linglong. He's always so loud, he's so distracting, and he always smells like cigarettes. He never reads any of my documentation. He's always changing my code. It's impossible to work with him.
What's going on here? What's going on?
Bro, Linglong just cleared 17 bugs in 1 hour.
17? Oh my god. Give it up, Linglong. What the hell?
Linglong, I don't think you can smoke in here.
Yes, I smoke inside.
I fucking wish in our old location, like my company's old location, we had a smoking room and it was the fucking chillest shit ever. There were 2 couches there. It was based. It was an ugly ass yellow fucking room, and it sucked. It smelled of cigarettes, but it was awesome. And we don't have that now because in new buildings in the EU, you're not allowed to smoke inside because everybody's a fucking loser. I hate my life.
Hey, can I get a steak, please? Sure. How would you like your steak? Well done. Ooh. Is there a problem?
Well done's not recommended by the chef.
What is he, a vampire? Just make it medium well. No problem. Chef, sir, the guy at table 12 wants his steak medium well.
Tell him to go to McDonald's.
What was that? I said get out of my restaurant! 20 años! 20 años! And he wants it to be at the my God! Your steak, sir.
Brother, I'm the one paying. Make my fucking steak the way I want it.
Oh, that was quick. What's this? It's still alive! Would you cook this with a bunch of butter? I'll tell the chef. Tell him cook it properly this time. Matter of fact, tell him to burn it. What? Yeah. Tell him put it in the oven until it's black and char-grilled and serve it with a bottle of water and ketchup.
Okay, bottle of water, ketchup. Got it. I'll tell the chef.
Ah! Your near stars! Get out!
Young granny with muscles. Ew. Wait, what the hell? Is this whole thing in Chinese? Oh, I can't read any of this. Fuck! Oh. Wait, no, greedy translator. Do you just pay me and I'll translate everything? There's no English, no stop. Where is the creative viewers?
Alright, I like that. That's pretty nice.
Matthew, look down the bottom right. It's going to be popping up. I guess that's okay. Matthew can go fuck himself.
I am about to show you the best thing about our game. Okay, there was one cat and now there are two cats. So what? Well, you can't really see it, so let me explain. Mittens is a world-class cat burglar, assisted by her hedgehog partner in crime, Lazy Susan. But
Tidor type gameplay.
when a heist in a quantum science facility goes belly up, Mittens finds herself able to split into two versions of herself at once. With her newfound power to break the laws of physics, she must work together with herself to solve mind-bending puzzles, explore the facility...
The mind-bending puzzle of go through the gate that's the same color as you.
...as the push of a button. But if you are playing with a controller, you actually split her apart by pulling the thumbsticks away from one another. And doing that feels incredible every single time. The movement of your thumbs matches the reality-tearing action perfectly, and naturally transitions you to controlling each cat with an individual stick. You have to engage both sides of your brain independently, giving you a sense of what it feels like to be Mittens in two places.
Sorry, both sides of my brain? You mean the logical side and the emotional side?
At once. Just describing the feeling doesn't do it justice. It's something you need to experience for yourself, which you can do thanks to our updated free game demo as part of Steam Next Fest. Search for Schrodinger's Cat Burglar in Steam.
I mean, this doesn't look terrible.
And go split
I gotta say.
I've seen a lot of rumors that claim the next generation of AirPod Pros will have cameras.
Actually, imagine tiny cameras right here on the side of the AirPod facing forward.
For what?
The main concern for people is going to be privacy, like having cameras on the side of your head filming everything you do. But apparently they're not going to be cameras at all. I mean, think about it. What if instead they were infrared cameras, which means you could do hand gestures to pause and play music without actually having...
That sounds like fucking dog shit and is probably gonna cost $500. Bye!
That's 41 damage, John. How do you want to do this?
Awesome, nice. I'll throw him up in the air and then grab him and break his back over my knee like Bane did to Batman.
Nice.
Awesome.
Actually, guys, they're all pretty low. Why don't you explain how you all clean them up?
I'll punch the guy's heart and he'll stop like in Kill Bill.
Yeah, I'll RKO him into the ground and give him a people's elbow.
Nice. What about you, Austin? I'm gonna open his ass and pour boiling hot soup in it.
What?
I like that.
Put hot soup in it like boiling hot.
Okay, yeah, I don't think there's...
It's like broccoli cheddar, so it sticks to him like napalm.
What are you getting the soup?
How are you picking up a full-size adult and breaking him over your leg?
Yeah, but Jim has a +5 to strength. That's like otherworldly.
Oh, and it's so far out of the world of possibilities, we have a full thermos packed to the brim with boiling hot broccoli cheddar soup for pale bread.
It's just not fitting the world, to be honest.
Oh, and him stopping his heart like in Kill Bill is.
Yes!
Okay, yeah, fine, whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, they would have soup in the Middle Ages.
Well, you guys loot all the surrounding bodies of the bandits.
Can I just say I only used half my soup?
What?
I mean, I have no friggin' clue where another Panera Bread is around here.
Okay, dude, drop the soup.
Oh, my creativity's being relinquished. Cool. Yeah, nice.
No, it's not. It's because you're saying nonsense.
You said you were like Bane!
It was an analogy.
I worked hard on this D&D character. I did. I literally put 6 months of hard labor into him so I could guest in my first D&D game, and this is how I'm treated. I open up to all of you and I get made fun of. You're playing Bane from Batman, you're Kill Bill, and so I can't rip this guy's ass open and pour boiling hot broccoli and cheddar soup down this guy's asshole.
Fine, whatever, you can have the soup.
Yes! Yes! The Bane stuff was over the top, though.
That's...
Can you buy old Nintendo stuff? I found something in my
Fair.
grandmother's basement.
Fair.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, sure, I'll take a look at it. Stadium events.
Never heard of it. Yeah, me neither. I figured it's just junk, but you know, it's factory sealed still, so maybe give me $10. Be honest, man, we've already got so many of these sports and fitness games. I'm gonna have to pass.
Hey, Matt.
Who the fuck would ever say that to like an old game?
Anything interesting come in?
No, not really. There was one game, it was NES Stadium something, I don't know.
Stadium events?
That's it. We want $10 for it, but I figured we got enough fitness games as it is.
For $10?
And it was still factory sealed too. Chris? Chris?
Oh, what happened? Man, you passed out. The wildest nightmare that Matt passed up a $10 stadium event.
No, that happened. Chris?
He dies. He dies for real.
Hey, do you guys have Mario for Xbox?
Yeah, let me go check the back.
What? No, no one has Mario for Xbox. Mario's a Nintendo product.
I've played it at my friend's house.
No, you didn't.
Whatever, man. Do you have Breath of the Wild?
Sure, for Nintendo.
But I have an Xbox.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Those games weren't put out on the Xbox.
Took me a while, but I found this in the back for you. Thank you. Finally, somebody who knows what they're talking about. Hey, do you guys have Mario?
Now, if you'll excuse me.
No, I can't watch that.
Last orders.
Oh, can I order a couple of drinks?
Yes, mate. What are you having?
2 pints of lager.
No problem.
3 espresso martinis.
Really?
And 3 Guinness.
Right. Have you got mates coming?
Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, 3 drinks for them as well. Do you mind if I start a tab, mate?
Yes, mate. I do mind. We've called last orders. You need to order right now, mate.
Yeah, but that's like a figure of speech, isn't it?
Absolutely not. You can drink that beer, mate.
There's
And one lucky.
there's like a dude on TikTok who makes these exact same videos, and it like literally everything that was just said was the exact same in that video, and I don't know who copies who.
And one lucky fellow.
Brandon, we just want you working on the video attribution. Linglong, what the hell are you doing over here?
I'm inflating my bed. I'm going to take a nap.
A nap? Man, I told you. Every Monday, 4 p.m. is Edge stand-up. You gotta be here for the stand-up. Here at Cluely, we're a pretty early stage tech startup, so we work 12, sometimes 16 hours a day. But not Linglong. You know, I kind of thought China was the one that invented 996, but Linglong just kind of does what he wants.
Health is the most important factor to me. That's why I take many naps and I eat nutritious fruits like a durian.
Yeah.
It smells like an asshole, but it tastes amazing.
I keep telling you, man, just no naps in the middle of the workday. All the durians in the office, just quit with all the weird shit, man. You got it, Linglong?
I would tread it carefully if I was you. I could write 10 back doors into prod and go back to working for DeepSeek tomorrow.
What?
I'm going to take another nap.
So it turns out Linglong is very health conscious.
If you keep eating that, your testicles will get very small and you'll become infertile.
But I guess you can never be too careful, right?
Linglong, where you headed, man? We got a product launch in like 3 hours. We need you.
Work ends at 5. It's a 5:04. I'm going to play mahjong with my uncle.
Your uncle? What uncle are you talking about? Linglong, today's a very important day, man. You gotta... Brandon, we just want...
What day of the week was
All right.
Super excited to be playing a new campaign with you guys.
This water is so cold it hurts to put your hand in it. I mean, there's literally ice. If I flip over in there...
Gentlemen, starting today, we will be moving to a 4-day work week.
Oh no.
Fuck your awes. Wall Street's about one thing and one thing only. Carter, what is it? Making money? Pack your stuff. Get out of my sight. Am I fired? Worse. Paid vacation. 1 week. But Mr. Matthews. Make that 2 weeks. Be somewhere warm now. Go! Ruff, yes, go! Yes, anyone care to tell me why our competitors are outperforming us in work-life balance? Mr. Matthews, we are making the most money. Bring up money one more time, and I will donate this year's revenue to a social program.
This must be some weird alternate universe.
You don't live to work, you work to live. So if I find out that any one of you forgot a birthday, missed a recital, took one fucking work call on the weekend, I swear to God, I will put you in the dirt, and you'll like it. You'll say, thank you, Mr. Matthews, for putting Piggy in the dirt. I belong here. And then I'll take your wife out to dinner, and we'll talk about the shit she dreamed of as a child. You know what? I'm feeling mean today. You're all now going to be paid for the commute to and from work. Say some shit about it, and I will upgrade your insurance so hard it'll cover the fucking sauna. Now back to your mandatory paid 2-hour break. You'll be paid double for the time I spent talking.
Gentlemen, starting today, we will be moving to a 4-day work week.
All right. Let's see if Watch Mojo knows game.
Wanted Dead just came out.
Okay.
And you don't want to miss it. This new
Don't I?
hack-and-slash third-person shooter was developed by the studio behind Ninja Gaiden and guarantees to bring you back to this era of gaming. Check out the link in the description.
Devil May Cry 5. I wouldn't know. I know Devil May Cry is pretty good.
Today, we're counting down our picks for the top 10 best hack-and-slash games ever. For this list, we'll be looking at the video games from the hack-and-slash genre that really went above and beyond to impress gamers. We will be taking
Sus, your son has returned.
between platforms, amount of copies sold, as well as accolades and accomplishments for each game. We will also limit each entry to one game per franchise. Which hack-and-slasher did you enjoy playing the most? Let us know in the comments below.
Brutal
Number
Berserker.
10, Heavenly Sword.
Oh shit. Heavenly Sword mention.
If you're looking to enjoy some classic hack-and-slash gameplay, then Heavenly Sword should definitely be on your list. Praised for its sophisticated visuals and acting and dialogue worthy of an action film, players are treated to an amazing experience as they follow warrior goddess Nariko in her journey to defeat the evil king Bohan.
Heard good things about this one. Yeah, it's good. I remember it. It was pretty good. He said the thing!
From a great combat system that takes every fight, regardless if it's against one foe or many, to never-before-seen levels. Whether she's hacking and slashing her foes to pieces or single-handedly blowing up armies, Nariko definitely leaves her mark as one of the greatest video game heroines.
Heroin. I love heroin.
Number 9, Lollipop Chainsaw.
God, what a classic.
I'm dead, douchebags.
While she may not be Harley Quinn, Juliet Starling, voiced by the one...
Fucking... What the fuck did you just say to me? Oh, she might not be Harley. Fuck Harley Quinn. Fuck Harley Quinn. Fuck that stupid clown bitch. How the fuck dare you? Kill yourself.
And only Tara Strong is just as deadly, especially if her enemy happens to be one of the undead. As far as hack and slashers go, there's plenty of excitement to be had as players use the game's chainsaw-centric combat style to cut down.
I think I have the repop.
With hilariously gruesome results.
I bought it on sale.
With plenty of comedic moments to balance out the gory zombie battles, the creative and satirical world of Lollipop Chainsaw offers a unique take on the zombie survival experience, especially when you factor in the brutally epic boss battles. With the remake announced for 2023, there is no time like the
Oh, this is an old video.
on the bizarre world of Lollipop Chainsaw.
I know I've never said it or anything, but I kind of sort of, you know, love you.
Number 8, Strider.
Oh, Strider. Oh, I fucking love this game. This thing was so fucking awesome.
Considered one of Capcom's first greatest hits, the original Strider received critical acclaim thanks to its innovative gameplay, high-definition graphics, diverse music, as well as its impressive background and sprite designs. Strider's gameplay was so popular that it's even been cited as a major influence behind some of the most popular video game franchises. Its 2014 reboot also proved successful and was praised for staying true to its arcade
Yeah,
roots,
like,
with its gameplay
I
being
played this. This was fucking sick. I also played the original Strider when I was younger, and these games are genuinely fucking cool.
The game took full advantage of its updated visuals, basing Hiryu's appearance on his time in the Marvel vs. Capcom franchise. Regardless if you're a fan of the original
Excuse
or
me.
reboot, there is plenty of fun to be had with this fan-favorite hack-and-slash platformer. Number 7, Darksiders 2.
I do have the Darksiders games as well, so we're probably gonna play these at some point.
More entertaining. Expanding on its already impressive predecessor, the gameplay for Darksiders 2 features several improvements in terms of its narrative, soundtrack, visuals, as well as more open-world experience.
Oh,
One of the
yay.
biggest new additions is that players can customize and upgrade the Horseman Death by unlocking new abilities or equipping him with special armor and weapons. One feature that would have made this great game even better is if players could switch between horsemen, like in the spin-off prequel, Darksiders Genesis. Nevertheless, Darksiders 2...
Well, I mean, isn't the point... Sorry, isn't the point of every Darksiders game is that it's about a different horseman? Like, wouldn't that defeat the purpose? I thought that was the point.
experience as they face off against hordes of powerful monsters and unleash their inner reaper.
Mid-game, I'm guessing the
6,
game you mentioned
Metal Gear
before.
Rising: Revengeance.
Your team deserves credit as well.
Apparently that's what 4 is about. 4 is about what?
Just doing our job, Mr. Prime Minister.
The only thing cooler than playing as a sword-wielding samurai is playing as a cyborg with a blade that can cut through anything. Setting itself apart from previous games in the Metal Gear franchise, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance became a commercial success and received major praise from critics for its fast-paced combat, boss fights, soundtrack, as well as cutscenes.
How easily you ignore the loss of life when it suits your convenience. So tell me, who saves the weak from the man who saves the weak?
However, the game's biggest highlight was its cutting system that allowed players to slice through not just enemies, but their surrounding environments as well. Overall, if you're a fan of the Metal Gear games, or just appreciate exceptional sword-based combat, then you definitely can't go wrong with this game. Especially
This game's so fucking awesome.
This.
But I already played it like 3 times on the channel, so...
Number 5, Ninja Gaiden.
Well, okay, but which one?
If you're a gamer looking for a ninja game that is both violent and challenging, then this classic Tecmo title is right up your alley. Regarded as one of the best ninja games
Yes.
ever developed, Ninja Gaiden received a major acclaim for its highly responsive control
Yeah,
system,
mid-thousands butt rock.
as well as its infamous difficulty.
Okay, but that's... I don't know if that's accurate to Metal Gear Rising. That's more like Sonic games, really. That's more like Crush 40. I wouldn't say that that necessarily counts for I don't know, maybe. But like I definitely think more of Sonic when I think of mid-thousands butt rock.
In 2005,
But the music and MGR is fucking awesome.
Ninja Gaiden Black. Among its many new additions was the incredibly difficult Master Ninja mode, and the novice level Ninja Dog mode, which made it easier for less experienced players to enjoy the game. Number 4, Bayonetta 2.
I know the one who destroyed your world.
To be fair, yeah, Bayonetta 2, out of all Bayonetta games, 2 is definitely the best.
Following its debut in 2009, Bayonetta took the gaming community by storm thanks to its impressive combat system, presentation, as well as extraordinary boss fights. When Bayonetta 2 debuted 5 years later, it took all the best elements of the first game and made them even better.
What are you talking about? There's only 1 and 2? Well, there's also the puzzle game.
With stunning graphics, detailed level designs, stylish...
Which is weird that for the 3rd game in the series, they would make the puzzle game, but...
the best game in the
hey.
franchise, and one of the greatest action video games overall. Whether you prefer shooting down the angels of Paradiso or tearing apart the demons of Inferno, there's virtually no end to the joy that comes with playing as everyone's favorite Umbra Witch.
The $50 for a spin-off game, well... Can't wait to play this series too.
The God of War franchise is no stranger to epic and violent battles. In the first game alone, Kratos' thirst for vengeance led to a god's brutal demise. In God of War 3, Kratos' vendetta against the gods reaches apocalyptic levels. Effectively marking the end of an era, the third game takes the best parts of the franchise and makes them bigger and better.
I'm good. I'll be waiting for the supposed Bayonetta remakes.
Alone were among some of the most creative and brutal in the franchise.
What remakes? For 1 and 2? I hope not. What the fuck would be the point of that?
Rivaling the impact of God of War 3 was 2018's God of War, which began the franchise's second era and introduced revolutionary new gameplay and a side of Kratos we had never seen before. Number 2, Nier Automata.
It's pretty good. I will say though, like after playing Nier, the plot of Nier proper is actually like way more engaging than Automata. Leaked info from a leaker with a lot of experience and right info. Yeah, whatever. I don't care.
Over 7 million copies shipped across the globe, the team responsible for creating this virtual masterpiece certainly outdid themselves. Receiving near-perfect scores from critics across all platforms, Nier Automata draws in players with its beautiful visuals, captivating open-world gameplay, multiple endings, as well as an unforgettable narrative that dives deep into the themes of humanity, the power of bonds, as well as the meaning of existence. However, what makes this game truly amazing is its soundtrack.
I like it when people say that what makes the game is amazing is not the gameplay. I mean, I guess it's a hack and slash. You can't really, like... There's not that much you can say about that, but...
The recipient of several awards, the soundtrack for Nier Automata...
That reads like a North Korean website talking about how great the Supreme Leader is. That's how people talk about leakers.
...is equal parts beautiful, emotional, harmonious, as well as compelling, with each song possessing its own unique voice that varies depending on the player's location and actions. Before we unveil our top pick, here are a few honorable
Hey, No More
mentions.
Heroes.
No More Heroes 2, Desperate Struggle. Features plenty of quirky humor, pop culture references, and a fun and interactive combat system. Castlevania Lords of Shadow.
Oh, that was pretty good too.
Title for best-selling Castlevania game.
I have all of these ones too.
Made quite an impact with its creative and graphic depiction of hell. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our next videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them.
No.
If you're on your phone, make sure to go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Based game and an underrated one.
1. Devil May Cry 5.
Interesting pick. I don't think Dante's Inferno is that underrated. It was like...
The franchise has come a long way since the release of their first successful title.
For a long time, I know there were a lot of people talking about it.
Close to matching the same level of popularity is Devil May Cry 5. The game received rave reviews across all platforms as critics praised its gameplay, narrative, visuals, and combat system. The latter was especially popular thanks to the game's 3 playable characters, Dante, Nero, and the mysterious V, with each character bringing a little variety thanks to their respective abilities and fighting styles. With its overall success as the franchise's best-selling title, Devil May Cry 5 has certainly left its mark as one of the best games of its generation.
Cool trick! Hey, do you do parties?
Wanted Dead just came out and you don't want to miss it.
Yeah, we heard that one already.
Slash third-person.
Thanks, buddy. Alright, what do we got? Love Sundowner? What is this?
Like I said, try hard for cruel stuff, and I'm very in touch with my energy.
That was fucking stupid.
Hi, I'm Video Games. Here's some shit that happened this week that I didn't report on. Creekcraft, a Roblox YouTuber, has been swatted
What the fuck am I? What is this?
for a Roblox game that he hasn't even announced yet. Which, like, I'm not a big fan of a brain rot game, but man, swatting
Game news. Yeah, wow, I really care about Roblox.
somebody might have just been a slight overreaction.
Also, I really care about this literal who getting swatted. What the fuck?
Roblox YouTuber has been swatted for a Roblox game that he hasn't even announced yet. Which, like, I'm not a big fan of a brain rot game, but man, swatting somebody might have just been a slight overreaction. That's like on the same level as when Wizards of the Coast sent the Pinkertons after someone receiving Magic the Gathering product early they themselves sent out. Deadlock, the game I put around 120 hours in, #KillAllLashmains, in a single month hit peak player count after peak player count with 6 new characters releasing, which is even more insane considering that this is an invite-only closed beta game. Also, here's a fun reminder that when Dr. Diddy Disrespect tried to play the game, the team noticed that it was him and all 5 players left instantly. Because Valve games might be filled with a bunch of racists, but they draw the line at liking kids. But in bad news, Black Ops 7 was the best-selling game in January of 2026 in the US, making me lose hope in—
Okay, what the, yeah, what, so what the fuck does that, what the, don't post this fucking garbage. What is this shit? What the fuck, Pain? Wow, I care. Great. Jesus, man.
I propose a question. Why do you play video games? You ask anyone that, you'll get a variety of answers. To escape the real world, to connect with your friends, but the most
Oh, this is actually in the, this is actually in the playlist.
If it's not fun, why bother? I don't think most people would be playing games if they weren't enjoying themselves.
Well, let me see if there's any other. Connect with friends and have fun. Ah, no, we can watch this. It's fine. No, no, we can watch this. It's all right.
While doing it, that's been the goal of games since their inception: to entertain you before it's back to the 9 to 5. And while one could play devil's advocate and argue what constitutes as fun, we're not here to talk about that today. And speaking of fun, this video is sponsored by Opera GX. How are you gamers today? I love all my gamers fans. And you know who else loves my gamers fans today? Thank you, Opera GX, for sponsoring this video.
I also use Opera GX, but fuck off.
One thing you will inevitably encounter when playing games, though, is frustration. Something in any game you will play will annoy you at some point. It does not matter the genre of the game, it could be the least high-stakes game of all time, and it could still have something to piss you off. You ever try to cash a
Would you call original Animal Crossing
those who have
low stakes?
With the Souls games becoming popular over the years, there's this feeling of playing games where they beat your ass and can make you fly in a fit of rage really quick, but that in of itself is debatable if that could qualify as fun. But what makes it all worth it is when you finally overcome that difficult challenge. That feeling you get is the best feeling in the world.
Not the orphan of cause.
The big meat now, motherfucker! Just give me a minute. I just need a minute, okay?
Beating something
Who's the big meat now,
but
motherfucker?
then there's an entirely
Bro, Animal Crossing can be cutthroat, right?
that are flat out unfair and cheap.
Why is PewDiePie
Make sure
jacking
to piss
off?
you off and milk your reactions. Welcome to the Rage Game.
How hard was that boss? Next thing this ass clown is gonna say is Stardew was easy. I mean, I don't think he was necessarily saying that,
And
you
they
know.
were especially big back in the day. And to this day, a new one still comes up every once in a while to piss your favorite streamers. And YouTubers
Orphan of Cause was pretty, yeah, it was fucking difficult.
This one. We're going to be taking a look at some of the old school ones. The legacy of these older ones will still live on, for a multitude of reasons. Welcome to...
I like the I like the disconnectness. God.
All different genres of games have to start from somewhere. You can trace games made to purposely piss you off all the way back to the 80s, with games like Takeshi's Challenge, a game made to be as obnoxious and cryptic as possible by a man who didn't even like video games. It's just one cruel prank on all the players. It could be said this is the first real rage game, but I'm mostly sticking to the ones that were popular online, and the internet didn't really exist back in the 80s, so it doesn't count. But we're sticking to
One of the neighbor's kids somehow managed to throw his game controller onto our roof. Based.
Still comes from here.
Powerful.
On the Message Board 2 channel, the popular Japanese message board, older than most of my audience. In the 2000s, they created all these different emoticons that were quite nifty back then, that the most obnoxious people on social media now use all the time. The happy emoticons combined with something awful happening for the fight.
I remember that game because of JonTron. Most people do, I think.
Create little stories with just the characters from the emoticons, and eventually, someone will make a game based on these things. A user just known as King, on January 1st, 2007, would create The Big Adventures of Iwata's Life. This is the true granddaddy of internet rage games. Okay, so starting the game off, you can see a moving platform. You jump on it and...
Ha, get fucked. Oh,
okay, I'm dead.
Mega Man.
Off, and now I can get past... I think I'm starting to regret this video idea. Welcome to what you're going to see for the majority of this video. Nothing but death. These games, since their inception, were built around one thing. Cheap deaths. Unless you have the reflexes of a god, you will never have the time to react to most of these.
Well, not on the first try.
On trial and error. Something will look completely innocent, and then when you get close to it, bam, you're dead. It keeps you on edge the entire time. You know the game's going to kill you in some cheap way, but how is it going to kill you? How will you adapt? Am I actually having fun playing this? It plays like a bullshit version of Mega Man, and it's semi-non-linear. It's got the sound effects of Mega Man and has a bunch of references to other games, all of which want you dead. There's a couple of boss battles, which are Mega Man styled, including a boss fight against...
Oh!
No, it can't
Jeffrey
be.
Epstein?
I had forgotten, but he's here, and he's out for blood. That aside, there really isn't anything all that special about this game today. If you know exactly what you're doing, you can beat the game in 15 minutes. But with the game constantly trying to screw you over at every turn, that's not really likely. The best thing about this game is the art style, how everything is built out of emoticons. It's really charming. The game isn't really remembered for what it was, but for what it inspired. There was a section in this game that was a clear nod to 1-1 in Super Mario Bros., and a fellow Japanese game maker will look at that section and create his own version of this concept. See you in action. Also known as Cat Mario. Now this probably looks way more familiar to a lot of you. This game is a recreation
I love Cat Mario.
of Super Mario Bros., made to be as annoying and bullshit as possible. Oh, you thought a mushroom
It also uses Action 52 music.
Break to the floor and die. Oh, you thought you could step in this innocent-looking nook? Nope, it's a trap. Kill yourself to get out. Even when you think you've beaten the level and dodged the flagpole's killer laser, the game always has something up its sleeve. It's become more so about what you can and can't trust. A game of memorization more than skill. There's only 4 levels of this, and 4 levels is all it needs. Even when you think you've figured it all out, the game is 2 steps ahead. You just never know what the game is going to throw at you next. Oh my god, he's back! Now there's multiple variations of this game that can be found all over the web, with a bunch of differences and tweaks here and there. There's an English version I found that seems to run faster than the original, so if you want to torture yourself in high speed, there's that. Good luck getting into the end of this, especially in some versions with the cryptic ending.
And all that trouble for an end screen that I can't even read.
This game would basically kick off the trend for the entire rage game genre. All the tropes are here in one nice little package. The game's popularity was a slow burn. It kinda came out, and over time,
I remember
grew in popularity.
when things used to be fun.
Get angry at its unfair difficulty, and thus their fans want to try it out for themselves.
God, look at how Jesus. Look at how young Markiplier was. He looks like such a baby.
YouTubers will come around to it and play it, get angry at his unfair difficulty.
He looks like such a fucking baby. I still have to watch Iron Lung. Honestly, I'm really excited to watch that.
difficulty, and thus their fans want to try it out for themselves.
Oh, no! Oh!
I forgot about that.
It would also spawn a bunch of sequels and spin-offs, and even other fan games. So if
Fucking... I'm sorry, this is like putting me back to the golden days. Jesus Christ.
you're looking for punishment, there's plenty to choose from.
Bloop! Woo! What the? Oh!
So yep,
Remember when it was funny to make funny faces and be stinky on the internet?
that's about all there is to it. It's Mario, as a cat, and everything in the level wants you to die, and you'll get very, very angry.
Ah!
Even though the previous game is where it all started, a lot more people would play and take inspiration from Sliggy-Butt action. In fact, 2007 seems to be the nexus point for brutally difficult games in general.
I wanna be the guy?
These two games came out. It was also the year the very first Kaizo ROM hack for
Oh
Super
my
Mario
God.
came out. Kaizo being the term used to describe horrifically difficult ROM hacks.
Oh, what? What?
In fact, most of the games in this video come from 2007. Yeah, we just really like pissing ourselves off that year. For what reason, I have no clue. But hey, it had to start somewhere, and it started here. Thank you for all the migraines.
Is I want to be the guy next? Oh, this one. I never got why people thought this game was that difficult. Like, a lot of it is just kind of... I mean, I guess you'll see in a second. Impossible Quiz. I feel like it wasn't that hard.
Now there's tons of games that are made to do nothing but raise your anger endorphins. There's plenty to choose from, but only a few are really interesting to talk about. Take a look at this game, for example. The self-proclaimed world's hardest game. Well, your shape, and, you...
This one pissed me off way more.
Story of my life. I mean...
Eat my gosh darn member berries. I am.
Plot summary or something? This is as self-explanatory and basic as you can get. Oh, I'm so angry. Grrr. You get the idea. So yeah, let's keep it interesting. How about we go from some rage platformers to a rage quiz game?
Come on, big bucks, no whammies, big bucks, no whammies, stop! Ah!
You lost big time! Kiss my ass, bitch! You are a loser!
Yeah, it's time for the Impossible Quiz. The Impossible Quiz was released in February of 2007. Coincidentally, the exact same month that Sliggy-Butt Action came out.
Hey.
Created by a DeviantArt artist named SplatMeDo. Splap apparently started development
Yeah,
on
this
just
guy.
for a small group of friends, but eventually fleshed the entire game out and released it for the entire internet to play. And play it they did. A lot of people are
I thought it
really
was fun.
nostalgic for this thing. Me included. I have my own story with this game that I'll tell once I break the game down for you all. Most quiz games are usually questions about topics that can be easily identifiable in the real world, or about a certain topic that you may or may not know about. This game throws all that out the damn window and presents you with the most nonsensical questions imaginable. This is question 1. How many holes in Apollo? 1? Nope. Nope. 4? Oh, it meant
Yeah,
the
like a
word
polo shirt.
Apollo. There's 4 holes. That's pretty clever, but
What?
I'm already almost dead. And that was only question 1. Only 109 more to go. And they only get worse from here on out. This entire quiz is filled with trick questions and incredibly cryptic ones requiring you to think outside the box. Like this one, where you actually go outside the box to click on this button. There are parts of this quiz that are really clever, and others that are probably going to roadblock you. Some questions you can maybe figure out the solution, and the others are just... they're blind guesswork. It could be any one of these. Every time you die, you go right back to question 1. No ifs, ands, or buts. And it is really grating having to go through the entire quiz again just to get back to where you were.
Well, that's too
it
bad.
would be handy to have an answer list on standby, but that kind of defeats the whole purpose of the game, doesn't it? Answer lists are for losers. The game does give you some leeway by giving you a skip feature every few questions so you can skip the ones you don't want to risk. Or so it would seem that way. We'll get back to that. And it's not just multiple answer trivia questions either. It'll also have little challenges for you to overcome in it as well. You might have to dodge meteorites, or charge up and fire your laser, Oh, yeah, this is a relic of its time. 2007.
Remember?
How I miss thee. There's a lot of things of the time
You know,
found here, but that's
they're
actually
truly-
the Quiz's detriment, because some of these questions are pop culture references to things around 2007.
It
There's a
truly
question near the end, which is
was-
based on the TV show Lost, and if you don't get the reference, you can't answer the question.
It
Oh,
truly
by the
was a
way,
better
you
time.
have 10 seconds to understand the reference. Oh, I forgot to mention, a good chunk of these questions are timed, and if that bomb goes off, it doesn't matter how many lives you have, it's an instant game over. Back to the start. This isn't really the impossible quiz, it's more so the cruel quiz. I can't even take in some of these questions because the timer— Ah, son of a bitch! Don't look at that! I dare you to go try this game out for yourself and go in completely blind while playing it. You aren't gonna have a good time. Well, I'm acting as if this game wasn't immensely popular back in the day, because it was. It was the #1 game on Newgrounds when it came out. And then a few years later, of course the YouTubers had to get in on it.
For what? For what?
What follows December 2nd? A question mark. December 3rd? 142 dwarves?
My personal experience with this game was when I was in
Back when we had a simple, clean memes like the bear, truly.
And instead of doing my work like I'm supposed
Truly.
to, I would scour the internet for games to play, which was more difficult than it sounds due to them blocking.
It's, I don't know, man. It like, it's so sad. I don't know. I think maybe, you know, there's a lot of like nostalgia for it, but I do feel often like back then the internet was way more fun when it was like kind of a Wild West. You know, there was a lot of shit happening. The internet became so commercialized over the last couple of years, and it's so fucking annoying.
One day, I discovered a website that wasn't blocked, and it had this on it. And while I tried my hardest to get through the game blind, and no luck at finding the answers online since the school blocked everything, I slowly chipped—
Yeah, exactly. It was more fun because companies didn't own it all. I agree, absolutely. It's just like the problem is that, you know, the general populace discovered the internet as a, like, you know, a place to do shit, and you know, wherever there's a lot of people, there's gonna be a lot of people trying to make money, and making money is what businesses love to do. And so, you know, we're here now. But it's just a general thing. Like when I think back to the internet in like the early 2000s, it was such a different climate to what it is today, because you had a lot of the things, you know, like stuff today, things like rage bait. We had that as well back then, right? It was just called trolling. But there was such a different, like, there was such a different feel to everything, right? I always felt like in the internet of old, it was all way more comedic, and not everybody was taking everything seriously. It wasn't so heavily politicized. Like, everything nowadays is just awful and miserable on the internet. And I'm not literally everything, but, you know, if you're on social media, if you're interacting with people, it just fucking sucks, because it's all stupid fucking idiots.
away at the answers. That's when a bunch of other kids discovered me playing the game and wanted to play too. I gave them all the link, and then the vast majority
Some
of the
gatekeeping is okay in personalized communities, but now everything has to appeal to every market and the lowest sensibility because of normies, man. That's the thing, though. Like, that is... It's kind of a meme, but honestly, it is pretty fucking true. Like, to a degree, you have to keep out people who don't get the core identity of, you know, of a thing you're part of, because they're never gonna get it, and these are exactly the people that, like, want to change the entire system so it fits better for them. And it's not to say that within your own little group, it is, like, impossible to keep the thing going, but it is nice to have new people join your thing, right? If they're joining it in the way that it was intended to be done. Ironically, you also gotta gatekeep the gatekeepers, because they are often just folks that hate gays and women, just like me. Based. Fuck gays and fuck women. And also, like, all the other things. You know? If you're not me, you fucking suck. Piss off, stink bag.
Next few school days, the teacher I think was in a coma because I don't think anyone actually got caught.
It ain't that
Now,
easy
who was the winner? Well,
of a statement to make, but, you know, the internet was more fun back in the day.
Sure as hell wasn't me.
But maybe I'm just nostalgic.
At least I can take great pride knowing I got everyone nothing but F's for the next couple of days in class. So, if you want to go check this one out for yourself, or want to go relive some nostalgic memories, go do so. Because right now, I'm about to spoil the final question of the game. And if you want to see it for yourself, go for it. But this final question is perhaps the cruelest of them all. After an agonizing 109 questions, after repeating the quiz over and over and over again, some of which you either
It ain't easy being this cheesy.
you come face to face with the final question, and it asks for one simple thing. Use all of your skips. And thus, the hearts of many were shattered. This is one of the cruelest things I have ever seen in a rage game. It gives you the false hope of an option to make things easy for yourself, only to never tell you you actually need all of them to beat the game. You have to complete every question and save up on all the skips, and if you don't, back to square one.
I'm not even mad anymore. I don't even fucking care anymore.
That's how you make a rage game, alright. You can't really top that kind of cruelty. I mean, the game has sequels and spin-offs, which are more of the same. They're all still pretty good, I'd say, but the OG will always be remembered for stealing the time of many, and none of them have that huge middle finger of a final question like the original had. And it's there to remind you, some men just want to watch the world, and you, burn.
You are winner. Oh, nice.
The illusion of simplicity.
For some reason, I never had issues with this one.
This game about shapes dodging other
This
shapes
one I did,
looks
though.
really easy until you try it for yourself. This game about a bird going through pipes looks really simple until you try it for yourself. On that related note, he took his soul away. Simplicity is the easiest way to get someone to try your game out. And with that, we must now look at the prime example of this, FuwaFuwaP. FuwaFuwaP was made by a man named Bennett Foddy, an Aussie who majored in philosophy before making video games as a hobby on the side, and he did it completely for fun. His first game was a game called Too Many Ninjas, a simple little flash game about blocking ninjas and projectiles, and also involves the movement of your body. This will all come into play in just a minute. He would continue his career as a research assistant in philosophy while making games on the side, and then only on his third game, in late 2008, he would create his claim to fame, FuwaFuwaP. And little did he know what he had just made. FuwaFuwaP is a very
By the way, same guy who made
You play as an Olympic athlete, and your goal is to finish a 100-meter run. Go from left to right. Except, that's the illusion of simplicity. Because in reality, it's not.
The thing where you're in the pot and you're climbing up the mountain with a hammer.
Those are the keys on your keyboard you play the game with. You're not controlling the athlete like Super Mario Brothers. You're controlling their muscle joints with each of the keys. And with that simple idea,
no, it's not.
You're now playing a rage game. It is way more difficult than it sounds. And the thing is, that's all there is to the game. The main obstacle for the entire game is the controls. You will be spending the majority of the game fighting the controls, and just trying to keep yourself balanced. You'll be lucky to make it a few feet before eating dirt. It's like this guy has that bonitis disease from Futurama. He just crumbles up like a piece of paper with little to no effort. It's all about finding the
My
right
only
way to
regret
fight, and still
is that I
sometimes
had
that isn't enough.
bonitis.
I've seen world record speedruns on YouTube of this game. No doubt people have played this game for hundreds of hours and have mastered it. And still, even there it looks like the guy's ready to flip over backwards and then shit himself. You know, I wonder if even Bennett Foddy himself has gotten to the end of this. It'd be funny if he didn't, and I couldn't blame him. Well, actually I could. So you've seen basically everything the game has to offer in the first few minutes, but it's not like you need much else. It's an endurance test to see how far you can get, if you can even make it to the finish line. And a lot of people have tried this, because this game was a smash hit online. How and why? Well, take a wild guess. Yeah, it was huge YouTuber bait for a good bit, because people like when the funny YouTube man got angry at the game.
Oh no, the mayor of FuwaFuwaP is going to cry!
I think you get the picture by now that most of these rage games have their popularity carried by YouTubers.
Holy shit, is that multiplier?
You fucking idiot! God damn it.
The game was actually a bit of a fad for a little while. It was all over the place for a short period, and of course, Mr. Bennett Foddy had stuff on the back burner to capitalize. He put out a semi-sequel in 2011 called GURP. It still had all the physics of FuwaFuwaP, but this time you were mountain climbing with rising water trying to kill you. It was interesting, but didn't really capture the same appeal as the original. So then Foddy went back to the drawing board, and he released a third game of the FuwaFuwaP trilogy called Collop, where now it was
this
the same
one.
concept, but now you were a horse going from right to left. Truly a shake-up in game design. But unfortunately for Foddy, Friendship is Magic was massively popular around the time this released, and the term Collop had a completely different meaning around the time. If you know, you know. Now, like all fads, interest in FuwaFuwaP eventually died down.
Damn,
But
this
I
guy's
think
pretty
the
good.
impact FuwaFuwaP had is more substantial than one might remember. Now, I might be completely wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure FuwaFuwaP is what kickstarted the entire genre of physics-based movement games.
Yeah,
You
for
know,
sure.
Games where the majority of them depends on your character flopping around like a wet sausage everywhere.
Okay,
Stuff
but
like that is still made to
I
this
mean,
day. It's a whole genre now.
I don't know if I would. Yeah, this counts more for sure.
Each of his tentacles to get around daily tasks. 100% inspired by FuwaFuwaP, or stuff like Human Fall Flat, or even
I mean, I
stuff
don't.
where you
I
control
wouldn't say
someone
Human
or
Fall
something
Flat
in the most cumbersome
is
way
right.
possible. Like a piece of bread trying to find its way to a toaster in I Am Bread.
Oh god,
Of
I
course,
Am
it
Bread
probably
was so
wasn't
good.
Entirely just FuwaFuwaP. A ton of games just like it came out around
Oh,
the
Happy
time. It was
Wheels!
probably
Oh my
a direct
god!
result of all of these games collectively. All of these games can be incredibly frustrating to play. They are all purposefully awful to control.
Oh, no, fuck it, no, fuck you, no! I'm done with
Is that the
And
bite of
even Bennett Foddy
87?
himself was able to come back with another incredibly frustrating game to play. We all probably know it. Getting Over It.
Getting Over
It was
It. That's
the
what it was
biggest game
called.
yet, and he was able to capture lightning in a bottle twice, as this was yet another game everyone was playing for a bit. Another fat game in the bag, and plenty of bag for him because of it. And right now, as we speak, he's currently working on another one, still tapping into that FuwaFuwaP design philosophy. And yeah, he's
This
probably
one's out
more
already, I
than
think.
a philosopher at this point, speaking of which, but I don't think he's complaining. So yeah, short-lived fat game went on to arguably inspire many more to be created, with mixed results. So the next time you play a game with purposely annoying physics and controls in it, you know the game and the creator to blame. And he's just laughing the entire
Honestly, though, that is kind of like it makes sense. Hey, it's the thing I told about earlier.
I've played every single game shown in this video because I like to get my hands dirty once in a while and get a real taste of what these games have to offer. Yet they were all very frustrating to get through. Some of them I of course didn't even bother trying to finish because I have no hair to pull out, so I'll be pulling out chunks of my scalp instead. Out of everything I've played today, it was no contest what game pissed me off the most. And another game that was inspired by the big adventures of Walter's life in Cat Mario. It was an evolution of those games, one could say.
Finally, the big boy. One of the best fucking intros to video game ever. Literally just the Mega Man 2 theme.
Was made based off one idea by the developer, who goes by the
I
name
want to
Kane.
be the gay.
And that idea being,
No.
what if I made Cat Mario, but harder? And so KN got straight to
I remember this game. I fucking hope you would.
in the year of
New
our Lord in
gen.
the Rage game 2007. Now, when I think of internet rage games, I Want to Be the Guy is the first game that pops into my head. It is the prime definition of a rage game. The rest of the games in this video are child's play compared to this. This game, like Cat Mario and Iwata's Life, is filled with traps you would never see coming, multiplied by like 1,000. At least in Cat Mario, you can move along at a nice pace throughout the level. You move a centimeter and I Want to Be the Guy, and the next thing you know, you're dead. Everything wants you dead. Apples want you dead, Tetris blocks want you dead, the save points want you dead, and on top of that, this game loves spikes. Every single screen of this game is filled to the brim with instant death spikes, and you're constantly bobbing and weaving between them. Oh boy, doesn't this look fun, kids? So what is the goal of this game? Well, the goal is to become the guy.
It's the guy. I'm watching his Twitch.
The game is open-ended, sort of structured like a Metroidvania, and your goal is to hunt down various bosses to open the way up to the lair of the guy. You can jump, double jump, shoot your gun, and that's about all you can really do. It's all you really need. The gun is only used to kill the sparse enemy here and there. It will mostly only really be used for boss fights and shooting save points. This game remixes a lot of areas and enemies from classic
Oh
games,
shit, Metrongi.
definitely including the boss fights. Nothing is funnier than entering this area, which is
Ah,
a clear
Green
homage to the
Zangief.
then fighting a giant green Zangief who shoots blankets at you. I do enjoy how this game remixes all these classic games and assets together in this hodgepodge Metroidvania-like experience, but I don't really find myself enjoying it enough, because the game is constantly finding new and cheaper ways to murder you. I really wish there was more basic platforming and gameplay than playing hopscotch with spikes. And honestly, the boss fights are the highlight of the game, because they almost always have unique movesets and ways to kill them, and they're really the only part of the game that is truly fair. Well, actually, okay, Dracula killing you with a wine glass he throws is pretty good.
Mankind ill needs a savior such as you. What is a man?
I mean, if you
Oh, that's my favorite part. I love that so much. What is a man? Dies immediately.
A lot of people may disagree because this game is like an internet classic at this point. If you grew up on the internet in the late 2000s, you at least heard of the game. You can find tons of old Let's Plays of people playing it, way before the face cams and stage overreactions took over YouTube. It feels like every semi-popular Let's Player at least attempted the game at some point. It was popular enough to get its own sequel, I Want to Be the Guy Gaiden, which heavily amped up the production values, and also a slew of fan games. Oh my god, there are so many I Want to Be the Guy fan games. And some of these fan games continue the trend of being difficult and amplify it to the max. Just look at some of this. Look at it!
Is that Ness? Is that Sans?
It also got the attention of the original creators of the games that inspired it, as an updated version of Iwata's Life had an area added in as a homage to I Want to Be the Guy. I lose my mind trying to play some of these fan games, so thank you to all these YouTubers for letting me steal your footage. I hadn't played this game in honestly well over a decade, and in that time frame, something slowly dawned on me. Why exactly rage games lost most of their luster? Most of the footage of me playing the game is just me attempting the same stuff over and over and over and over. Yeah, it's funny when I get angry to the outsider watching me, but after a while,
I mean,
it stops being
it is true, like, from a gameplay perspective, the whole thing isn't particularly interesting.
when you're still stuck
But
in
I
the
don't
same
know, I
section,
mean,
you still haven't
they were
moved on.
fun still.
At some point, you're just ready to finally get through it and onto something new.
Definitely fun to watch.
I want to be
For
the
sure.
guy. Please stop. Let's playing. I want to be. Thank you, God. It stopped you. Look at that. Look at that, you dumb shit. The game doesn't even want you doing this.
Alright, well that ends that.
Thank God.
I mean, looking back at some of my footage, my first recording of the game, after not having touched it in years, it took me 23 minutes to get past the first 2 screens, and I died 87 times. Does that sound fun to watch? Also, for those wondering, hard mode is the default difficulty. All it really changes is the number of save points. In impossible mode, there aren't any save points, so you can't die a single time, or else you have to start the entire game over. Fuck you. Like, there's no denying. this
Fuck
is a
are you?
classic. Hell, you can go on Steam and download an entire program
Wow.
dedicated to making I Want to Be the Guy fan games. But like, the trial and error gameplay is a bit much for me at least, but I enjoy everything else about the game. I feel if it wasn't trying so hard to outdo Sliggy-Butt in action and let you walk more than a millimeter before trying to kill you with something, I'd enjoy it a lot more. And Sliggy-Butt in action's cheap deaths and tricks felt a lot more unique. There was always something different around the corner ready to kill you. This game tries to find every single way a spike can kill you, and it gets kinda old. But you know, some people love the super strict trial and error gameplay, some people have it memorized down to a science. Speedrunning the game and beating it in a record time, I could never. There is a lot to enjoy here, but I think it went way too far in the cheap death department. But you clicked on a video about rage games. This is exactly what you expected to see, and I don't think.
Imagine if this came out today, people would die.
Like, I want to be the guy.
All right, that was pretty cool.
Here we are again.
That was pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna real quick just reconnect the capture card because I think it's like lagging a little bit. Just give me a moment. Also gonna restart the capture card. The fuck? There we go. And then let's see what other videos have been shared with me. There it is. She-Hulk transformation. The sign. Is this some weird fetish post? Better not be. Or it better be. Why do I feel like I know this art style? Well, I was right.
This might be a sign to lawyer up.
My favorite catchphrase from She-Hulk. That's pretty good. That was pretty good. Pretty good. What is this? They're back. Why Squidward talking like a me from Tomodachi Life?
There's a nasty barnacle under
How about a man? They grab you by the britches and haul you way up high. Then higher and 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 higher.
Oh, okay. That was pretty good. I love YouTube poop. Kong-Hallelujah. Oh no. Is this gonna get me claimed?
Here we go. Donkey Kong, you know him well. He's finally back to kick some tail. His gun can fire in spurts, and he can shoot ya. He's bigger, faster, stronger too. The leader of the DK crew. The Bat Falcon performing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
This is actually beautiful.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. This Kong's style, so listen to. She shrinks in size to suit her mood. She's one cool Kong. You'll not be wrong to choose her. She'll skip and hop and use laugh, but love is not a monkey rap. It's a quick and it's a nimble. Hallelujah. 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 has no style. He has no grace. This con has the funny face. Can handstand and can stretch his arms out too. Yuck. Inflate just like a big balloon. And float real high and play this tune. This crazy con just digs the balloon. Yuck.
Sentence mixing AI voices for sure, yeah. It's a lost art for him, sadly. And then there's Chunky, he's dead.
And this time he is in the mood. And with his jetpack on, he'll have on through. Yuck. But Gremlins, he is after you. He's tough and he's got pistols too. And up with nut, he shoots with his hallelujah. Yuck.
Same, bro.
Hallelujah. Yuck. Hallelujah. Yuck. Hallelujah. Yuck. Hallelujah. Yuck. Finally, he's here for you, the last member of DK's crew. He shoots.
This is actually really impressive, though.
With his bazooka. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this car is one hell of a guy. Can make a trembling cry out hallelujah.
It's actually really, really impressive how they mix it up so perfectly. Is that a Disco Elysium post I see? Hell yeah.
You know, you're wondering whether I'm still the liquor. No. Guess what? I'm on top of the liquor. I am the monkey in charge of bananas. What's my secret? This little device right here. I just take a little blow, and it tells me when it's time for a little top-up. Because when I first got this, I used to ride it around 0.20. Which is fucking wasted, 24/7. But now, I leave it at 0.12, which is perfect. It's right in the fucking slot, just past the click. That wonderful moment, just like Julian. I'm sober enough to know what I'm doing, and I'm drunk enough to really enjoy doing it. Oh, look at that, 0.10. Time for a little drinky poo. Cheers, genitals.
That was sick. FNAF vs TF2 Episode 1. Oh no. Sounds goated.
Hey, let's dance!
Uh-oh. Well, oh, this ain't good.
It's been a minute since I've seen an SFM animation.
What's that?
That wasn't porn.
Demo man is dead. Yes! You were good, son.
What, is he at his own funeral?
The best. Well. Demo man is dead. Again. Heavy of you in a coat. Well. Heavy. Demo down. Hey, let's drink. What just happened? Stop! Oh, I'm gonna beat you.
You guys remember when Team Fortress ended?
Demo.
Oh no, the snack rooms.
What? I'm back. Huh? I don't remember this.
What level of the back rooms is this?
To Freddy Fazbear.
That's racist. You can't do that.
I need a drink.
Holy fuck, Freddy Fazbear.
No ghost.
I am not afraid of no ghost.
Oh, demo.
Demo man. Okay, guys. Bad news. We lost the freaking demo. Good news. See ya. Okay. Screw you, though. Soldier. You see that? Uh-oh.
Well.
Or
Well, time to eat. God bless America. Get hot.
contamination area.
Well.
Oh shit, bunny.
Much better.
This is such a vibe. This is gonna get me claimed, isn't it? Yeah, kill him. Kill him. Skibbity? No, fuck you.
Well.
Time to pee.
Oh, my blood! Nope, never mind. Who's there? Somebody there?
Remember when everybody wanted to fuck Chica? I mean, it's Toy Chica, but...
Stop! What? Oh, God.
Oh, hey.
I'm coming.
Look, it's, that movie.
Damn it.
I think you still want to, but Roxy appeared. Yeah, I never really, I don't know. I guess, if anything, I guess I'm more of a fan of birds. I don't know. Foxes are like, I mean, like, you know, furry foxes. If they're like, if it's like, you know, monster girls, then sure. Like fox girls, but otherwise, eh.
Yippee-ki-yay! Scout! I am ready.
What? Are you freaking kidding me?
I think episode 2 is actually just literally the next video.
We'll launch episode 2, and I think then we'll leave it at that for tonight.
I am not trapped in a facility full of robots. You are all trapped in here with me. It is son of a...
Oh. Dude, Soldier is just killing all of them.
Oh, now would you look at that?
No nuggets. No nuggets.
Huh?
Please tell me this is gonna turn into some Wile E. Coyote shit. Totally is. Yeah, we're like Tom and Jerry, yeah.
You pretty little thing.
I love this.
Oh, yes! Ha!
I could go for a drink right now, honestly. Bye. Why does Freddy Fazbear is stocked with alcohol? And why did I just have a stroke asking that? It's for the parents. They got booze. Bro's never been to a do they have booze at Chuck E. Cheese? I literally haven't been to Chuck E. Cheese. We don't have them in Europe. There are often fights at Chunky Cheese. Well, you can have a fight without alcohol. Oh, please turn into anime. We all know what this is. You get your Chuck E. Cheese fight compilation for our next view stream. You know what? I'm fine with you posting it now. I have time. I just figured. But you know, if you guys got a compilation. Also, perfect music choice. Freddy, come on, go Super Saiyan. Oh my! No, he did! That was a joke! I'm so sorry I said this. Nothing personnel, kid. That was so good.
Hello again. I've got scout. I'm dead. No. Yeah. Sir. Don't you die. Negatory. Pain is weakness. Both of you. What did I miss? Well, I am. Let's go. I love you, man.
Leave my child behind. I suffered the curse and now I am blind. That was pretty fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty fucking awesome. That was pretty sicalito. Okay, there's the next one.
Let's dance, maggot.
Nice. Oh, nice. Medic is here finally.
Doctor, Scout is dead.
Well, I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Doc, come on, man! I'm dead.
Damn it, Scout down.
In my medical opinion.
All right. I will hit the showers.
Sure. Ooh, this will do nicely.
All right. I feel good.
Shh.
Let's begin.
I love Medic, he's awesome.
Oh, say, can you see?
Hello.
Balloon boy.
My name Bomb.
Yeah, that's his catchphrase.
Wait. Do not even think about doing it. Get back here, little bitch. Stop that big head.
What? Boingy, boingy, boingy.
I hate you. You cannot run from me. Damn it. Stop.
Hell yeah. It's Wile E. Coyote. It's the thing that I said it was.
Nice. Yes, good times for all. Come on, spy! Stop mucking about and smart. Fine. Oh, what the hell is that? What the bloody hell just happened? Hello again. Help me capture my cat. Okay. What? Perfect. Give him hell, boys.
Nice.
Oh, fantastic.
Explode. Balloon boy! Oh, fuck.
I came here to chew ass and kick gum.
And I'm all out of ass.
No, wait. Oh. My head.
And I'm all out of ass.
Damn it.
Got you.
Get out here so I can kick you right in your ass.
Now. It is time.
Oh shit, Mangel!
Oh, hello, pretty pony. No, wait.
That was a reference to something.
Booyah! Oh, stop, soldier. I am your friend. No. Yes. No, sir. Oh. Well, too bad.
No! Fredbear Frangi Steril.
Here. Thank you.
Someone's about to have a very bad day.
Oh no. Pyro. Oh, come on.
Could you all please hurry up?
Sniper, move.
Now this is a knife.
Oh.
Hey. Oh, God!
To be fair, this is very in character for Balloon Boy.
Stop! Sluggy.
Oh fuck. Holy shit. Bonnie got that blicky. This is so goated with the sauce. Die. My evil plot. Make them kiss. Nice. Uh-oh. How strong is an animatronic? Strong enough to bite a kid's fucking head in, apparently. I love fan animations. They're the best thing ever. I like how this has turned into... Oh! Here's Pyro! Based. Based reference. They picked the Gooner model.
You disgust me, chicken tramp. Here. Pornography.
Hell yeah.
And we're done.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sniper. Spy.
I will make you suffer.
What did the note say? I don't know.
Oh, merde.
Piss off, you mongrels!
Oh, groovy.
Soldier!
I'm afraid not.
Howdy doody.
You're looking for a new best friend? Rush, kill. Oh, friendship is magic. This is Soldier, by the way.
Mon Dieu.
Anytime you're ready.
All right.
Are they gonna fuse?
2, 3. Yes.
This is even better, actually.
What?
Spy.
I love how like, I don't know, it's so... What does that say? Let's see. Care for cupcake. Yeah, wow, that was really important. Oh, creator note. I swear I looked these images up for work purposes only. James Cameron magically summoning 30 billion unnamed Avatar dick riders to make Avatar 3 the highest grossing film of all time.
Need some help here?
Think fast, Chuckle Nut.
Oh, my hand. Let's dance, Megan.
Hard as a rock.
I could use a hand.
Oh hey, Medic is here. Doctor. But that's your own. Will there ever be a Team Fortress 3? He doesn't know that Valve can only count to 2.
Oh my god!
Heavy's back. Nice. Oh fuck. Mega Man again. Yes! Give me that good shit. This is so good. Lore accurate heavy? Yeah, fuck yeah. Dude! It's the Kaioken! It's the strongest... Oh, okay. What?! Bro, this is amazing. I love SFM animation so fucking much. Oh no, now he's gotta do the shower again.
Doctor.
Very gay.
Be spared.
Oh shit! It's Brilliam Aftonk!
Look at you! Look at the Sigmas you've become!
But that's a good thing. But Sigma is a good thing.
You are both sussy soy-cats! I gave you cats in Ohio!
Lads! It's big chungus!
It is!
I'm afraid not.
William Afton gets ring lock. She's still fucking... She's still shocked to death.
Damn it, my hat! I wrote you deserve a medal. Let's go.
How do they all even fit in the...
I always come.
Nice. Nice. That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. That's pretty fucking good. Alright. Let's see if we can find some Chuck E. Cheese fights. Oh, wow. There's a whole playlist. Do fights break out at Chuck E. Cheese because they're serving too much beer? Alright, well, you know what? We're gonna watch some of these in a second. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. And then we're gonna watch some Chuck E. Cheese fights to end the stream with. So just one moment. There's a video from 12 years ago. Skip that one. Why? Why would I skip that one? I grabbed the 2 last slices of pizza. There's no fight. Don't fucking spoil. Jesus Christ. Starting into it instantly. Jesus. I like how the attention turned away from these two ladies fucking mauling each other immediately, like... Okay, there's some shit going on back there, too. Take advantage of that time and steal all the pizza. Isn't Chuck E. Cheese like dog shit cardboard pizza? Why would you want to steal it? Free is free. I can't argue with that, I guess. Oh my god. I love that, like, while the fucking music is playing in the background. This dude is chilling. This kid is chilling. What is it about the aura of a Chuck E. Cheese that makes people want to get into fights? Nice fucking throw, Grandma.
Hey, they wildin' in this bitch.
Alright, see. Well, I mean, the fight's over now, isn't it? Thanks.
World star.
This is going on for a while, buddy. Yo, Chucky, shut the fuck up. Well, that was a pretty good Chucky video. Damn, bro, he got the fucking child in his arm. Like, chill. Was that not his child? Was that the issue? Like, what the fuck's going on? Death Stranding side quest. Don't say that. Hey, you know, you got a fucking phone in your hand, lady, that you could use to call the police instead of fucking filming.
Well.
Get back, Daddy. Get back. They should have been called the damn police.
I don't know what the fuck happened here. It's just a Chuck E. Cheese fight.
They stole the baby. They stole the fucking baby.
You also knew.
Well, there you go. Now we know.
Tonight, police in Amherst have announced charges in that Chuck E. Cheese brawl that happened 2 weekends ago. They said that 20-year-old Tamika Clemens from Buffalo is one of the women involved in this brawl at the restaurant, and she is now charged with assault. She did plead not guilty in Amherst Town Court today, and the judge set her bail at $1,000.
Fair enough. Women fight at Chuck E. Cheese's. To be fair, if I was in a Chuck E. Cheese, I'd probably want to sock somebody in the face too, so I kind of get it. Or are they just like, I don't know, trying to kill a pedophile? Because that's kind of cool. Another fight at Flint Chuck E. Cheese's. This is why we can't have nice things. Hey, yo, there's Chuck! I don't know how these fights start. They just do. It's his aura, you know?
Well, damn.
And the smelly cheese, probably. Why does Chucky look like he's about to fucking slap somebody's shit?
World star. World star. World star.
Motherfucker, I'm not fucking... Chuck, yeah, I like to also think that Chucky can stop the fights whenever he likes. He just enjoy. He's like, you gotta realize this is a dude who's probably been in that costume for like the entire fucking day. He's happy that like there's a moment of time where the attention isn't on him and he doesn't have to fucking worry about like small smelly little children with their sticky cheese fingers grabbing up on him. He probably relishes the fact that there's like some shit going on and he can just like chill for 5 minutes. Chucky ain't got no beef. The rest of the place, I don't know. Oh, nice. 3.3p. Bro, right in front of my toddler zone. Is that fucking Grimace in the background? Is that a fucking... What is that guy? Is that a fucking K-pop Grimace? That's purple guy? Oh, I get it. That's William Afton, the real one. Man, this Chuck E. Cheese is actually kind of empty, isn't it? So, like, is it true that you can't just go to a Chuck E. Cheese. Like, you have to actually, like, make an appointment, and it's gotta be somebody's birthday. And I think you have to have a kid with you. Is that true? Is that how Chuck E. Cheese works? You need to have a child with you? Okay. Probably just pick one up off the street and, like, take it to Chuck E. Cheese. I don't know about an appointment. Because, like, what I heard is that, like... And maybe I'm wrong. I have no fucking idea. What I heard is that, like, Chuck E. Cheese is specifically only for birthdays. So, like, you gotta, like... I don't know, like, call ahead. Supposedly. And, like... You know, there's gotta be a birthday or whatever. All the arcade games are child size, so it ain't like you're missing a real arcade or anything. Well, I mean, I just want to try the pizza, because I've heard it's dog shit. I went there when it wasn't someone's birthday, but that was in the 90s. I guess I don't know. Yeah. Gotta have a child of pizza eating age with you to be able to enter the Chucky zone.
They're setting a bad example for people, children, man.
I agree. I'll be the person who yells World Star. I want to try the pizza because I've heard it's dog shit. Actually is the code to get an American citizenship without a test. Wouldn't that be burgers, though? It's just like, you know, I've said this thing where, like, even bad pizza is, like, still decent pizza, right? I've had dog shit pizza, and it was dog shit pizza, but because it was that, it was pizza, I was like, okay, well, this is kind of alright, I can live with this. So, like, I need to build up. I need to build up like a tier list. I need to build up a tier list, and we don't have Chuck E. Cheese over here, so I don't know. I've had, like, you know, I've had all kinds of stuff already. I've had, like, a bunch of different pizza places. I've had, like, fast food pizzas. I've had frozen pizzas. I've had pizzas made by people I know. Most of those were very dog shit. Sorry to the people I know. Like, you know, I gotta, at the end of my life, I want to make a tier list. And if I can't make an opinion on Chuck E. Cheese pizza, well, then what the fuck have I been living for? That's another thing. When I'm in America, I gotta go to, like, all the pizza places, because you got, motherfuckers got, like, 70 of those. You know? Like, you got, like, a Little Caesars, you got, like, a Papa John, you got a Domino's, you got a... That's it. That's all the ones I know. Reason for a visit to America, writes in Chunkus Cheeses. Well, I feel like, you know, what with me being a little bit disparaging over America here and there on these streams, I gotta like tip the scales of karma into the other direction again a little bit. You know, America food, cool. I'll have to fast for like 7 weeks before I go to the US because fucking I don't think I think my body can handle a lot. I don't think my European build is compatible with like super corn syrup. You know what I mean? But like I feel like I could live, you know? And I feel like it might be dog shit, but who knows? Well, anyway, let's see some more fights. I'm gonna take you to a Greasy Spoon Diner. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it sounds awesome.
like explicit.
That's my baby right there.
Bring it to the trill, lady. Trill, they ignorant. It don't matter.
I love that. Oh, nice. Deal or no deal. Oh, it's a game. Okay, I was gonna say, like, is there fucking Deal or No Deal playing on a goddamn TV?
It's too late for that.
I like that. I mean, I don't expect the staff to do anything, right? Like, this isn't other than like call the cops. Okay, like that is the maximum of what I expect the staff to do. Anything else, you're good, homie. You don't got to do jack shit because this is like not. You're not getting paid enough for this shit. But calling up the cops, that is like. You should do that for sure. The baby is right there, I agree. In fact, there's a lot of babies right there, because it's a fucking Chuck E. Cheese lady. I don't know what to tell you. Why is that lady not wearing a shirt? Did we establish that? This plot line isn't very convincing, I have to say, or very cohesive.
All the kids need to vacate the building. YouTube shouted. On the review.
It's not getting better by the second.
No. For real?
The fact that there are 92 videos in this playlist, by the way, is actually impressive. That's a large amount of videos to be in a Chuck E. Cheese fight playlist. That feel when you go to the place of Charles Entertainment Cheese to have shitty pizza and for your child to scream around while running around for 18 hours.
There go them boys right there.
And then two people get into a fight over something, I'm sure.
About time.
Oh shit, is that a sheriff? God damn!
Fighting at Chuck E. Cheese, that's not appropriate. Hey, I need a discount.
I need a
My life was in danger.
Sir, shut the fuck up. Like, you would assume that it would be mostly kids fighting. But truly, it seems Chuck E. Cheese is the place of adult MMA fights. It is what it is. I know, I believe, was it Waffle House? Which is the other one that has a lot of fights? I believe I remember it was Waffle House. We'll watch another one after this, and then I think we'll leave it at that. Done 414 puffs. I'll take Fab to the closest Mexican restaurant we have found. Why not just cook it for me yourself? Are there also fights like this there? What I would like to know, why the fuck are people that are like holding literal toddlers and babies getting involved? Like, bro, get the fuck away from there. Is it just because people like steal shit from each other or try to kidnap babies? Why the fuck would you kidnap a baby from Chuck E. Cheese? Like what, huh? Not the happy birthday in the background. That was horrible. That was okay.
National Chuck E. Cheese chain. You probably think pizza, arcade games, rides and slides, maybe even the mascot mouse. It's all directed primarily at kids.
De ratto.
And there's also alcohol served. And it seems it's the grown-ups playing dirty. A surprising number.
I understand that maybe they're serving like alcohol to grown-ups there because it's probably easier to fucking, you know, live through the whole experience of being at a grody fucking shitty arcade that smells of stale pizza cheese and children's piss. But why though? You know, like, here's the thing, okay? This isn't to victim blame. I understand children and these... Oh shit, they're doing the Lion King. I understand that, you know, children can be very overwhelming, especially in establishments like these. If you make the conscious choice to go to a Chuck E. Cheese with your kids, then does the thought not occur to you that this might suck balls? I don't think it's fair to be drinking alcohol at Chuck E. Cheese just because you're a fucking idiot who took their kids to Chuck E. Cheese. I don't know. If you're asking me, I don't think they should serve alcohol at the children's place. Not because the children are gonna get it, but like in my experience, loud noises, flashing lights, A lot of alcohol. Not a great mix of things, right? If that makes sense, like a lot of stimulants happening at the same time. Don't think it's very good for your brain.
Adult brawls are springing up everywhere from Wisconsin to Pennsylvania. Why?
Yeah, I
NBC's
would love
Nick
to
Watt
know.
Looks into the wars being waged at the pizza playgrounds.
How sweet. A Toy Story cake, a shy smile, all his little friends and family gathered round. Then bang, it all kicks off. Can you hear Happy Birthday in the background?
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
This happens, and not infrequently. Bare-fisted brawling at kids' birthday parties at family restaurants. Watch this. Comac, New York, late last month. A mass brawl at a Chuck E. Cheese during a kid's party. And it's the adults.
Oh, this is the one we
brawling.
just saw, I
One
think,
woman
right?
holding a baby in one arm, swinging with the other. And there, that's a little girl trying to stop the grown-ups from fighting.
A lot of parents can be very stupid and ridiculous.
Disgrace. Shouldn't happen.
But it does. A lot. Type Chuck E. Cheese into YouTube and you can watch wide-eyed as multiple fights unfold. Cell phone footage of birthday parties gone very sour.
I'm in Chuck E. Cheese right now having lunch.
I'm gonna take Fab to the best food truck in town for delicious Greek food. Fuck yeah.
So, there's nothing wrong with Chuck E. Cheese itself, so what's making these people go nuts?
Barbie Clifton, a mother of 5, was attacked at an
Milk.
Ohio Chuck E. Cheese during her daughter's birthday party.
And all I really remember is actually hitting the floor and my...
Barbie Clifton. Now, if that ain't the most fucking American name I've ever heard in my entire life, now I don't know what is.
hair being just ripped and being kicked in the head. The lady was infuriated.
It was a good pause frame, I agree.
My children being on the picture machine so long.
In Susquehanna, Pennsylvania, the cops were all too frequent visitors to Chuck E. Cheese.
We had about an 18-month period where we were there about 17 times.
What? Sorry, what fuck? What? What is that fucking town name? Susquehanna? The fuck? Also pretty good pause frame.
Period where we were there about 17 times.
July 27th at this Chuck E. Cheese in Brookfield, Wisconsin, 2 women were arrested following a mass brawl involving 20 people, sparked, according to the police report, by one child taking too long to choose a toy. Just 1 week later, at the same restaurant, a father and daughter were arrested after a fight at a family birthday party. Witnesses told police the man hit his 20-year-old daughter on the side of the face 3 times. Chuck E. Cheese wouldn't give us an interview, but they sent us a statement. While even one incident is too many, over 99.99% of approximately 65 million annual guest visits at Chuck E. Cheese's go without incident. And regarding those recent fights at Comac and Brookfield, they told us they have reduced showroom seating and party parameters in response to recent incidents.
I see.
You could prepare staff to see these tensions before they arise between children and step in.
We asked 2 psychologists to watch some of these fights on YouTube.
Do you find this behavior surprising?
Not really. Birthday parties are really emotional situations.
Heightened emotions, happy or sad, can quickly turn to anger, and people bring unseen stresses to the party. Imagine you're on a limited income and you've spent all you have to make your kid's day special.
If you have very few resources, and this is your one opportunity to publicly state...
So it's a class issue, is what you're saying. I got an idea. I'm gonna get a list of town names and make you try to pronounce them. That sounds like fun, yeah.
Good a parent you are, then it's very stressful.
And that stress, says Stevenson, can quickly turn to violence.
You know, honestly,
that your family is judging
can quickly return.
That pizza doesn't even look that bad. Gotta say, that pizza doesn't even look that bad.
To violence.
The fact that your family is judging you on how well you do this, the fact that your children are looking up at you for a good time, the fact that they've been talking about it.
Okay, but then why are you fighting with other people? Just fucking beat the shit out of your family then. I mean, I guess that one guy did.
To this crowded, noisy cauldron, throw in some alcohol to loosen tongues and quicken tempers, and you're asking for trouble. Try wedding and fight in YouTube. A reminder that families don't always get along.
I guess.
When you had family members coming for a birthday party, and perhaps it was a divorce situation or a separation, where there was already uneasy.
The pizza at Sam's Club literally tastes like nothing.
Which are
Like I bite into it and it didn't taste like anything. I feel like it's most frozen pizzas.
Still ongoing. You really sometimes have
For me, anyway.
a powder keg.
Chuck E. Cheese management realizes this is a problem. They told us they've spent $15 million to date on efforts to stop incidents like these. We are implementing an updated guest code of conduct, as well as rigorous market tests for additional security measures. But they could stop serving alcohol at kids' parties.
Right? Yeah.
Here's another Susquehanna melee. Whoever posted this
well, I actually pronounced it pretty good.
Was actually pregnant.
The more people that you have in a room, that means there are more people to use all of the games and activities. You can have conflicts about, access to play.
Remember the movie Mad Max? They fought over limited oil. In Waterworld, they fought over scarce dry land. In a noisy, crowded Chuck E. Cheese, they often fight over limited access to the games.
We are that close to a breakdown in society that a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese can tip us over the edge.
Right.
I'm always surprised by what tips us over the edge.
Hockey games, soccer games, political debates, even the Black Friday sales.
There's a crowd mentality and sort of a diffusion of individual
Tons of frozen pizzas that tasted good. I've had a couple that were pretty good, yeah.
A peaceful demonstration against a police shooting ended in city-wide mayhem that lasted days. The rules humans live by every day were forgotten in an instant. And the way us humans are wired, you know what? This environment, a kid's birthday party, the noise, the crowds, the stress, Chuck E. Cheese has all the makings of a powder keg. And all it takes is one spark to make it explode. I'm Nick Watt for Nightline in Los Angeles.
Well, all right. That was an interesting insight into the world of shuki cheesing. Quite a... I don't like what that first video was there, but okay. All right. But yeah, that was interesting. Like I said, I don't. I unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, don't really know a lot about Chuck E. Cheese because, like I said, we don't have them over here. But that's a rather interesting look into what it can be like. But I think that that is gonna have to do it for me for tonight. Excuse me, Jesus. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We saw a lot of good stuff. I think it was very, very nice. It was very, very fun. Next week we're continuing with the regularly scheduled program, Resident Evil, and then on Saturday we will do Yakuza. And yeah, we'll see what happens on the next viewing stream. But until then, and until next time, thank you guys a lot for joining me. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed. If you haven't yet, please go follow the Bottom Boys. All of their links are in the description. And I will hopefully see everybody on the next stream. So please, stay safe, and goodbye. And don't fight at the Chuck E. Cheese, because that's bad and evil.
and you're gonna die, probably. I don't know. Looked rather lethal, if you ask me.